Chapter 1 If she dies, you will be buried with you. Northern Country, border. Su Yan really didn't expect that she was sold by her brother for 100,000 yuan to pay off her gambling debt. In this dark science and technology park, telephone fraud, human trafficking, organ trading, abuse and killing, and human life are regarded as mustard. She is quite good gring and was forced to receive guests for prostitution by criminals. Because he would rather die than disobey, he resisted desperately, which was severely beaten, his clothes were torn to pieces, and his body was bruised everywhere. Su Yan was in pain and fear. In despair, she thought of her husband, Monanza. Please don't touch me. I can ask my husband to send you money. As much as you want. Please. She choked and begged, making the last struggle. Extortion is one of their businesses. Brother Ho, who was in the head, was overjoyed and shouted to stop his hands on Su Yan. A group of subordinates quickly took their mobile phones and dialed Su Yan. Let your husband bring 20 million yuan, and you have to serve all our brothers and use your body to receive guests to make money. Su Yan's scalp was numb when she heard it, and she was very afraid. Will the husband, who has been secretly in love for 3 years, registered the marriage for a month, but has never been together for a day, really come out to save her with 20 million yuan? Okay. Su Yan responded weakly and asked Monanza to save her. This was a lonely bet, life and death. In an instant, the phone was connected, and a woman's voice came from the opposite side. Hello, who are you? At this moment, Su Yan's whole heart was empty, like falling into a dark bottomless abyss. She sat up with her painful body and said urgently, I'm Su Yan, Monanza's wife. Could you please let him answer the phone? The woman said slowly, Brother Ze is taking a nap. Tell me if you have anything. There was a trace of bitterness in Su Yan's heart. Please give your mobile phone to Monanza immediately. The woman turned a deaf ear and changed the topic and scolded angrily, Su Yan, don't think that your marriage to Brother Ze is his righteous wife. You just used his grandmother to force Brother Ze to marry you. Brother Le loves me. You are the third party who interferes in our relationship. You are such a despicable, shameless, dirty and despicable woman. Brother Le doesn't even want to look at you. You deserve to be a widow at a young age. Su Yan's face turned pale for a while. The heart seemed to be cut by a knife, dripping with blood and faint pain. At this time, Monanza's gentle voice faintly came from the other end of the mobile phone. Xiao Chu, whose phone is the phone? It's a fraudulent call. The woman interrupted the call in a hurry. All the men present laughed. If your husband has a woman outside, he should not care about your life or death, let alone send money to redeem you. It turned out that Monanza had a woman he loved deeply in his heart. Her 3-year secret love was just a delusion. Grandma lied to her and said that Monanza liked her, so she was willing to marry her. I didn't know that her wishful thinking had become the third party who separated other people's feelings. Su Yan slowly closed her eyes, and crystal tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes and slipped on her pale cheeks. The tingling sensation of the heart is 100 times more painful than that of the body. At this time, the subordinates said nervously, Brother Hu, she just mentioned her husband's name. Could it be Monanza, the leader of the Northern Army War Group? In the Northern Country, everyone knows Monanza. At the height of the Middle East War, he took his army and stepped on the corpses of the invaders to save the poor people who were destroyed by shells. He fought all the way to the Sea of Blood for his country to drive away the invaders, without fear. Brother Hu thought to himself that Monanza was the king of soldiers who had participated in the internal war in the Middle East. He was a great hero who saved the country and saved the disaster. He was the king who was besieged in the cruelest war. How could the weak woman in front of her be Monanza's wife? He comforted without thinking, put 1,000,000 hearts, who is Monanza? He is so powerful that his name alone can make people feel scared. Who dares to sell his wife? As far as I know, Monanza hasn't married yet. It should be just the same name and surname. Continue to contact his husband and ask him to take 20 million yuan to redeem him. Those men continued to contact Monanza. Su Yan's heart was like ashes. She sat in the corner of the wall and closed her eyes in despair. I don't know how long it has been. A deafening loud noise came. Rumble. The sound of bombing made the whole earth feel shaking. Su Yan trembled and opened her eyes. The men in the room who were playing cards and waiting for the ransom were scared and panicked. The men outside shouted anxiously, Boss, it's not good, our door has been blown open. Fried? Brother Hu was frightened. Who blew it up? Yes. It's a member of the military battle group. The vast team surrounded our entire science and technology park and pointed to the sky. The voice trembled, and there were 2 helicopter fighters. Is it the military battle group that participated in the Pakistan I war? Oh, my God, we are dead this time. At this time, Su Yan's weak body was pulled up by Brother Hu. He asked angrily with a ferocious face, Is your husband really Monanza, the leader of the military battle group? Su Yan nodded weakly. Brother Hu suddenly regretted and took her away with a gun. Outside the science and technology building, dozens of armed vehicles surrounded here neatly. Hundreds of majestic and strong armed warriors, holding the latest weapons and wearing Blackfield uniforms, are on standby in an orderly manner. There were still 2 fighter jets hovering in the sky, and the sniper was holding AK in the cabin, aiming at the target. Such a magnificent scene was so majestic that some people directly surrendered and knelt on the ground with their heads in their heads. Brother Ho held Su Yan hostage and roared, "Let me go, or I will beat her to death." At this time, the back door of the vehicle not far away was opened. A domineering man came out steadily. The man's facial features are strong and handsome, his eyebrows are sword-eyed and star-eyed, and his figure is straight and strong. The fitting black military uniform sets off his heroic temperament, which is inviolable. He was surrounded by a cold and powerful aura, which made people shiver. Seeing the man in front of her, Su Ye's eyes were hot, and her heart fluttered fast. It's really Monantha. Monantha's eagle eyes were sharp, like the sound penetrating from the eye cellar, which was intimidating. Let her go. Brother Ho was so scared that his face turned pale, and he trembled. Fifth Master, I really don't know that she is your wife. As long as you let me go, I will let her go. Monantha's deep black pupils are cold and terrifying. The eyes never fell on Su Yan from beginning to end. He slowly raised his pistol and aimed at Brother Ho. His voice was like Leng Sen infiltrating from hell. If she dies, you will be buried with her. 7 bullets are enough for me to beat you into a sieve. Chapter 2, Su Ye's Dark History. Brother Ho trembled with fear and roared threateningly, "Then I will die with your wife." Monantha has always been decisive in killing and has never been threatened by others. His eyes flashed a touch of murderousness. All over the time, 7 horriding bullets resounded through Su Yan's eardrums. Su Yan's body trembled violently, and her whole body was tense as if her blood was frozen. She suddenly closed her eyes and did not move. Cruel plunder, blood splashed on her pale face. At this moment, the identity of her being Monantha's wife is a joke, which is extremely ironic. Monantha saved not her, but thousands of victims locked up in the science and technology park. It doesn't matter if you kill her by mistake, right? Su Ye's weak body could not bear such a shock. She fell down in the heartbreaking sadness and lost consciousness. Headquarters of the military war group. The largest weapons production base in the northern country, a heavily buried state-run arsenal. Don't. Su Yan woke up from the nightmare and suddenly opened her eyes sweating. She was breathing heavily and gasped slightly, consciously looking around loosely, until her eyes swept over the woman standing on the edge of her bed. The high-tech artificial synthetic face was as delicate and beautiful as a Barbie doll, with a hint of pseudo-innocence in the enchantment. She was holding a tray in her hand, with a glass of warm water and a bowl of meat porridge on it. "Are you awake? Brother Le asked me to send it in for you to eat." Bai Jingchu's tone was very cold. "Thank you." Su Yan thanked in a gentle voice and sat up with her soft body. She didn't get a drop of water all day, and now she was so hungry that she was weak. Bai Jingchu hooked an intriguing sneer at the corner of his mouth and asked me to bring you water to eat. "It's a pity. You don't deserve it." As soon as the words fell, Bai Jingchu took a step back, threw the things in her hand to the ground, and she also lay on the floor. The sound of ping-pong falling came out of the door, and Bai Jingchu cried out, "Ah!" Su Yan was stunned. She didn't move. Nervous, the door was pushed open. Monantha walked in quickly. Seeing Bai Jingchu fall to the ground, his expression changed quickly, and his eyes were gloomy and cold. There is also a subordinate, Lu Xing, standing behind him. Monantha walked to Bai Jingchu's side and helped her up. "Are you okay?" Bai Jingchu lowered his head and looked aggrieved. He was weak and pitiful. It was Xiao Chu's fault. Sister Su Yan didn't want to eat. I kept urging her to eat something, which angered her, wasted food, and soiled the floor. "Leave this to me. You can go back and rest first," Monantha said gently. Bai Jingchu nodded. Before leaving, he also took Monantha's hand and reminded him kindly and thoughtfully, "Brother sir, don't blame your sister. It's all my fault." Monantha nodded in response. Su Yan looked at Bai Jingchu's poor acting skills, and a burst of nausea struck in her heart. Until Bai Jingchu left, the room became quiet. The man's powerful aura made the whole room cold, and Su Yan felt a sense of breathless depression. Nervous and reserved, Monantha stood majestic and straight, looked at Su Yan with indifferent and alienated eyes, and questioned, "What kind of temper? He loves Bai Jingchu so deeply, how can he believe that the woman is directing and acting by herself?" "I didn't." Su Yan was so aggrieved that even her voice became weak. Monantha's eyes were cold and his tone was serious. "Next time you dare to treat Xiao Chu with such a bad attitude, I will be not polite to you." The man's favoritive words were like a whip, and the burning pain of tearing made her eyes red in an instant. She lowered her head slowly, not wanting men to see her uncomfortable mood. Slowed down for a while, she lowered her head and whispered, "Mr. Ma, I didn't know that you were forced to marry me by Grandma. Grandma told me that you like me, and I also think Mr. Ma is a good man who can be entrusted for life, so I agreed to register my marriage with you. But now it seems that this is not the case." Su Yan's aggrieved heart was painful, but she pretended to be calm and continued, "You have a woman you like, and you shoot at me today, and you don't care whether you will kill me by mistake or not. There is really no reason to continue such a marriage. Mo Nantha's eyes were cold, calm but indifferent. What do you mean? Su Yan's tenacious eyes stared at him. Let's divorce. She has liked this man for 3 years, and all she wants is a pure marriage. Nowadays, the marriage is no longer pure, and she doesn't want to compromise. Mo Nantha's eyes darkened and his face was ugly. Lu Qing, a special assistant standing in the back, slowly opened his mouth, and his tone was very unpleasant. Su Yan, 25 years old, a native of Fengcheng, Beiguo, his father was an alcoholic and had domestic violence. My mother and brother are both gamblers and owe foreign debts. Su Yan was stunned and looked at Lu Qing. Lu Qing continued to add without hesitation, you drop out of school in the 3rd year of junior high school, were cheated of money and sex by male netizens, and worked as a princess in KTV for several years. She married an 80-year-old man from abroad at the age of 20. He became a widow in less than 2 years and did not inherit a penny of property. You have a primary school degree at best, but you have achieved nothing these years. You have promiscuous sex and corruption. You have been arrested for prostitution twice, plastic surgery 15 times, and treated for sexually transmitted diseases 3 times. You have 32 known boyfriends, dating up to 5 people at the same time, and countless unknown physical trading partners. 3 years ago, you returned to the northern country and deliberately approached the old lady to please her old man. You married into a rich family at all costs and became the wife of the 5th master. Su Yan listened to her past, her back was sweating coldly and her scalp was numb. I was really scared by such past experiences. Lu Qing picked up Su Yan's identity information and past black history, and said sarcastically, it is a blessing for a person like you to be the wife of the 5th master. How can you still ask for a divorce? As if her clothes were stripped naked, the naked shame spread instantly. Su Yan unconsciously clenched her fists, and her nails were inserted into the flesh of her palm, which hurt faintly. At this time, Mo Nantha seemed calm. Marrying her was just to satisfy her grandmother's wish, and there was no value. Su Yan smiled bitterly and explained helplessly, Mr. Mo, I lost my memory 3 years ago. I also heard a little about my dirty past, but I really can't remember it now. I also don't understand why I will live my life so badly. I wronged you. You were forced by grandma to marry such a terrible thing as me. I'm not worthy of you. We should get divorced. Mo Nantha slowly walked to Su Yan. His strong body brought an inexplicable sense of oppression to the delicate Su Yan, and a suffocating and powerful aura enveloped him. Su Yan raised her head nervously and looked at him. The man's deep black pupils were cold and fierce, and he said arrogantly, when I want a divorce, I will naturally inform you. Then what is she? Is it a usable item that pleases the elderly? Su Yan's moist eyes were full of fog, and her stomach was full of grievances. I don't know what kind of character I was in the past, but now I absolutely don't allow myself to commit to perfection, let alone be greedy for vanity and ruin my dignity to accommodate this famous marriage. Mo Nantha's eyes sank, and he asked in a sarcastic tone, do you talk about dignity with me? Su Yan was stunned. Can't she have dignity? How much does this man look down on her and dislike her? Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of rebellion in her heart and said with a serious attitude, Mr. Mo, if you don't want to divorce me, please correct your identity as a married husband, clean the women around you, and live with me as husband and wife. If you can't do it, then divorce. I will mention it to grandma in person, and it will never make it difficult for you to do. Mo Nantha's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly leaned down, holding the head of the bed with one hand, looking down at Su Yan at a distance, and his eyes were cold and fierce. The man's sudden approach scared Su Yan to the head of the bed. A refreshing fragrance came to her nose, which made Su Yan restless. Her heart was like a wild rabbit, jumping wildly. Her face was instantly warm, and she was so shy that she even breathed. What are you doing? Her voice is trembling. Chapter 3, do you want to sleep with her? The man's dangerous male breath is extremely strong. How dare you threaten me? Su Yan was almost suffocated by the man's strength. She said anxiously, please don't force others. Mo Nantha's cold eyes frowned, and his deep and beautiful black pupils were as bright as the sea of stars, quietly looking at Su Yan's face. Her skin is like condensed fat, and it can be broken by blowing a bullet. Her facial features are exquisite and beautiful. Her small round face is slightly baby fat, and there is a trace of cuteness and delicateness in her tenderness. The woman's face is a very beautiful type, and there is also a shadow of Bai Jingchu's childhood. Mo Nantha was fascinated and gradually showed an intriguing smile. His eyebrows frowned slightly. It was undeniable that you tried your best to make it look a little like her when she was a child. No wonder grandma likes you so much. What did she look like when she was a child? Who is this girl in Mo Nantha's mouth? Just when Su Yan was puzzled, Mo Nantha calmly responded, I promise you. Leaving this sentence, Mo Nantha took his subordinates out of the room. At this moment, Su Yan was stunned. What did you promise her? Is it a divorce or a husband and wife? At night, the breeze is coming slowly. Lu Qing delivered dinner to the room. After dinner, Su Yan found a book about military law in the room and saw it late at night with interest. Su Yan felt tired and went to take a shower. She washed in the bathroom for half an hour, because there was no change of clothes, so she had to wash the dirty clothes on her body, dry them outside the bathroom window, and walk out of the room with a bath towel around her. Suddenly, the scene in front of her made Su Yan dumbfounded, and her face instantly became hot and stunned. As soon as Monanza took off his coat, his strong figure was extremely eye-catching, and he appeared naked in the room. His complexion is healthy, his muscles are strong, and his skin lines are perfect to the extreme. There is no fat at all. The vague old scars show the man's masculinity and the image of a tough man with iron bones. Su Yan was so shocked that she couldn't react for a moment when Monanza appeared in her room and took off her coat. Monanza frowned at her. The woman's face is visible to the naked eye, and the clear and simple eyes do not seem to be pretending. Monanza's eyes fell on Su Yan's pink bare shoulders, and then moved under her slender and fair legs. She has had plastic surgery more than a dozen times, and her figure and appearance can still be so naturally beautiful and touching. This doctor is really a skillful person to create such a beautiful beauty. He withdrew his gaze and his throat moved involuntarily. He took out a set of casual summer clothes from the cabinet and walked to the bathroom carelessly. When he passed by Su Yan, he stuffed the sports suit into her arms. Su Yan was shocked and hugged the clothes he stuffed in. Her mind was blank, and she felt inexplicable. What on earth was wrong with him? Monanza ordered coldly, "Put it on." Su Yan quickly turned around and looked at Monanza's back to the bathroom. "Mr. Mo, why are you in my room?" Monanza turned his back to Su Yan and said quite a little. "Who asked to live as a husband and wife? She is right. But her goal is to divorce, not to painfully maintain this abnormal marriage with a junior, no feelings and forced." When Monanza entered the bathroom and closed the door, Su Yan exhaled deeply. She covered her beating heart and touched her hot face. "I was at a loss for a while." 15 minutes later, Monanza came out of the bathroom cleanly and refreshingly in simple casual pajamas. Su Yan stood up nervously. "Mr. Mo, let's talk." Although she has been secretly in love with this man for 3 years, she rationally told herself that if she reluctantly maintains this marriage with him, it must be herself who is hurt and painful. Monanza walked to the wardrobe, took out another set of quilts from it, and walked to the edge of the bed opposite Su Yan. "It's very late. Let's talk about anything tomorrow." Su Yan's heart was confused. Her fingers unconsciously grabbed the corners of her clothes. Her bright eyes stared at him and asked in a warm voice, "Aren't we getting a divorce?" Monanza spread the quilt, lay on the side of the bed, and closed his eyes. "Don't leave for the time being." Su Yan asked nervously in a low voice, "Then you must obey your husband's way." "Okay." Monanza responded without thinking. Su Yan really didn't expect him to answer so crisply. Watching the man lie in bed and fall asleep, he still can't calm down. She carefully picked up her quilt and pillow and spread it on the floor lightly. Monanza has other women in his heart, and he must not want to share a bed with her. Su Yan had to wrong herself and go to the floor. She laid out the bedding, turned off the light, and went to the bedding on the ground to lie down in the bright moonlight outside the window. A few seconds later, the light suddenly turned on. Su Yan opened her eyes. What caught my eye was Monanza's cold and handsome face, standing next to her and looking down on her. Monanza said in a low and hoarse voice unpleasantly, "What are you doing?" Su Yan was stunned. "Get ready for bed." As soon as she said, Monanza squatted down on one knee, pulled her bedding, and picked her up with the bedding. "He has broad shoulders and strong arms." Su Yan was soaring. Before she could react, she was rudely thrown to the bed by Monanza. Su Yan shook on the mattress, her head fainted, and her injured body hurt slightly. The man leaned on her. Su Yan was so scared that she panicked and subconsciously stretched out her hand to the man's chest. "You." Monanza supported the bed with both hands, and the two bent down to trap her on the bed. The moment Su Yan touched his thick chest with her hands, she hurriedly withdrew shyly, protected her chest, and looked nervously at the man's deep and confused black pupils. Her heart beat faster and faster, and her breathing was chaotic. She was both afraid and looking forward to Monanza's approach, and she was so nervous that her whole body was tense. What is he going to do? He doesn't want to sleep with her, does he? Chapter 4: Obey the Husband's Way. Monanza asked seriously with a calm face, "My Monanza's wife actually wants to sleep on the floor." Who is insulting? The man's male hormone is extremely powerful, and there is a sense of oppression in the danger, which makes Su Yan feel that she is about to suffocate. She was confused, and her nervous voice trembled. I just think you have someone you like in your heart. We sleep. It's not appropriate to sleep together." Monanza's handsome eyebrows frowned slightly, and his thin lips slightly outlined a touch of frivolous coldness. "I have no feelings for you. Even if you take off your clothes and dance in front of me, I won't look at you more, let alone touch you." Su Yan felt that her self-esteem was frustrated, the softest part in the depths of her heart was stung, and her chest was very uncomfortable. She wanted to say something to fight him, but her throat choked hotly, for fear that she would reveal her uncomfortable mood as soon as she opened her mouth. Her clear apricot eyes were covered with a haze, and she bit her lower lip and was silent. Monanza looked at Su Yan's beautiful eyes. At the moment when her eyes were moist, he was in a trance like a demon. The next second, he quickly fell on his side to the edge of the bed and ordered coldly, "Turn off the light and go to bed." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice-controlled light in the room dimmed. So-yeon looked at the dark room and was extremely depressed. She adjusted her posture and lay down. In the huge double bed, two people are lying on the edge of the bed, with a wide distance in the middle. It was difficult for So-yeon to fall asleep this night. "I fell asleep in the middle of the night because I was so tired that I almost couldn't stand it." Early the next morning, So-yeon was awakened by a bell. She opened her eyes in a daze. Mo-nanza is wearing a handsome black camp suit, majestic and gorgeous. Maybe this is the mentality of secretly falling in love with someone. As long as he appears, you will feel bright. Mo-nanza connected the phone and lowered his voice. "Morning, Xiao-chu, what's the matter?" So-yeon couldn't hear what Bai Jingchul said, but Mo-nanza's tone was nervous. "Why did you catch a cold?" "I'll go there now." So-yeon sat up and heard Mo-nanza gently call the name Xiao-chu, and her heart began to feel sour. She rubbed her eyes. Mo-nanza interrupted the call, turned around and said lightly, "I'm going out." So-yeon said slowly, "You promised me yesterday that you would get along as husband and wife, and the most important thing in marriage is loyalty." Mo-nanza looked at her and hesitated for a moment. "Our two families are friends, and Xiao-chu and I are also childhood sweethearts. The relationship is innocent, which does not affect the loyalty of the marriage. They love each other and stick together every day." "What kind of innocent relationship is this?" So-yeon's eyes were sour, and her chest was stuffy and uncomfortable. When the man turned around and left, So-yeon stopped him. "Mo-nanza, can you not go?" Mo-nanza's steps stopped and his body stiffened. No one dared to call his full name for a long time, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. So-yeon looked at the man's broad back, her sour heart was faintly aching, and she approached a pleading tone. "You are a man with a wife. Can you consider my feelings? Can you arrange a doctor to see her?" Mo-nanza only paused for a few seconds, ignored So-yeon's plea, strode out of the room and closed the door. So-yeon lay on the big bed and closed her eyes to prevent her tears from overflowing. She held the bedding tightly and was so angry that her fists trembled. Saying that she would obey her husband's way is just an excuse to lie to her, not divorce. He obviously loves Bai Jingchul very much. It's so painful. This marriage must be divorced. So-yeon made up her mind silently. Mo-nanza walked out of the dormitory apartment building, and the subordinate guarding the gate greeted respectfully, "Good morning, Master Wall." Mo-nanza's steady pace stagnated, and his promise to So-yeon's words flashed in his mind to abide by her husband's words. Mo-nanza said to his subordinates, "You arrange a doctor to go to Miss Bai's room to see her." The subordinates responded respectfully, "Yes." Mo-nanza sighed helplessly. He would keep his promise, but So-yeon's compliance with her husband's way was really inexplicable. 3 days later. So-yeon's body has fully recovered. Since the day when Mo-nanza went to pick him up, she has never come back. For 3 days, she hasn't even seen Mo-nanza's shadow. She was more and more depressed, so she came to the training base to learn a few self-defense skills from the soldiers here. In this masculine place where male hormones broke out, So-yeon's pretty figure was particularly attractive. The training ground is full of majestic men. Not far away, Bai Jingchul followed the special assistant, Chung Hao. She pouted unhappily. "It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Brother Ze come back yet?" Chung Hao, the fifth master, has something very important to do. He should be back today. Bai Jingchul pointed to So-yeon, who was practicing self-defense, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. How could this woman be here? "Chung Hao, madam." Before Chung Hao finished speaking, Bai Jingchul said, "Damn, call her Mrs. She doesn't deserve it." This woman was quite scheming and did anything for the purpose, which made Brother Ze miserable. She used to be a third companion, lewd and promiscuous, and Bai Jingchul leaned in Chung Hao's ear and said a lot of bad things about So-yeon with fuel and vinegar. On the training ground, So-yeon was sweating profusely, and her mood after being depressed for a few days also became cheerful. "Thank you, big brother." So-yeon nodded to the coach who taught her self-defense on the opposite side and thanked. "I still want to learn a few more tricks. Can you teach me more?" The coach smiled, "Of course." As soon as the words fell, Chung Hao stood up angrily and stared at So-yeon. "Let me teach her." So-yeon was stunned. The coach respectfully greeted Chung Hao, Chun's special help. Chung Hao patted the coach on the shoulder and motioned him to go down. So-yeon vaguely felt that Chung Tasuka was unfriendly, but she didn't know this man at all. Why did he look at her so terrible? "Chung Tasuka, what do you want to teach me?" So-yeon asked modestly and politely. Chung Hao was determined to vent his anger to the fifth master, and said coldly, "Close combat." So-yeon can only study stubbornly. Next. Chung Hao knocked So-yeon dizzy with the convenience of teaching. After a few moves, her body was about to fall a pain. The soldiers onlookers all felt sorry for So-yeon, but her power was too small to stop her. After falling down again, So-yeon felt her bones sore and clenched her fists tightly. "I don't want to learn anymore. I'm just starting to learn, but I haven't learned the essence yet." Cheng Hao pulled Su Yan up and locked her neck from behind. If someone locked your neck from behind you, what should you do? Su Yan felt that her neck was strangled by Cheng Hao, and she was almost unable to breathe. How did she know how to break the trick? At this time, her eyes swept to Bai Jingqiu on the sidelines. Her eyes were provocative and the corners of her mouth were smiling. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was like a mirror, and she understood why Cheng Hao treated her like this. In a trance, Su Yan heard Cheng Hao say, "You should step on the instep of the other's foot and then break the other's thumb." Su Yan obeyed. I don't know what went wrong, and it was another stagger. The whole body fell to the ground, and my chest hurt. At this moment, Su Yan lay on the ground in an extremely embarrassed way, being teased, ridiculed, and regarded as a monkey like a fool. She bit her lower lip, clenched her fist, and her annoyance gathered little by little. Suddenly, Su Yan felt that her arm was held by a thick palm, which easily pulled her up. After Su Yan stood firmly, she was stunned when she saw the man who helped her up. It turned out to be Monanza. Chapter 5. Monanza protects Su Yan. Monanza's eyes are deep, his angular facial features are strong and handsome, and his cold temperament asked Cheng Hao, "Are you teaching her or teasing her?" Cheng Hao swallowed nervously. "Fifth master, I'm teaching my wife self-defense." Everyone present broke out in a cold sweat for Cheng Hao. How can Cheng Hao's little trick escape Monanza's eyes? He pushed Su Yan aside and stayed away. Su Yan's heart trembled and throbbing inexplicably. Monanza didn't look at her from beginning to end, but this action was obviously protecting her. She wondered what Monanza wanted to do. Monanza untied his watch slowly. The clouds were light and the wind was light. Let's play a game. If you win, stay, and if you lose, get out immediately. Cheng Hao was so scared that his face turned pale, and he explained at a loss, "Fifth master, I can't beat you. I'm just teaching my wife self-defense skills. Please don't dismiss me, Fifth master." Monanza was unmoved and handed the watch to Su Yan. Su Yan took his watch, and her heart throbbed inexplicably. Cheng Hao was nervous and flustered at this time. Seeing that Monanza was indifferent, he looked at Su Yan pleadingly, "Madam, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to let you fall." Monanza didn't give him a chance to be verbose. He was as wild as a beast and kicked Cheng Hao fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound came. Cheng Hao was directly kicked to a distance of 1 meter. He fell to the ground, made a painful muffled sound, and slowly curled up with his arms around his abdomen. Su Yan was stunned by Monanza's shocking force value. Oh, my god. A terrible critical strike. If it were her, she would have been kicked by this man and ascended to heaven. After Cheng Hao eased the pain, he stood up with his body. He realized that the fifth master was serious. If he doesn't go all out, he will be fired today. Cheng Hao was in a strong heart and accumulated his strength to launch an attack. As soon as his fist approached Monanza, it was easily dodged. Then, Monanza bent down lightly, and his fist was like a hammer, and another punch to Cheng Hao's abdomen. Cheng Hao was beaten and took a few steps back. He fell to the ground, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Everyone present knew that Cheng Hao had been injured by 2 critical blows and had been internally injured. At this time, Bai Jingqiu rushed up, hugged Monanza's arm, and begged for mercy. "Brother Ze, don't hit me." Cheng Hao didn't bully anyone. He really taught Su Yan how to defend herself. The subordinates outside the field also begged for mercy worriedly. "Fifth master, let go of the process special help." Noninans looked at Bai Jingqiu, his eyes became gentle, and he whispered softly, "Aren't you afraid of being hurt by me by mistake if you rush over like this?" Bai Jingqiu pouted his red lips, leaned on his arm like a soft bone, and muttered coquettishly, "I'm not afraid. I know that Brother Ze will never hurt me." Monanza gently touched Bai Jingqiu's head. In this dazzling picture, Su Yan felt a throbbing heart. Holding Monanza's watch tightly, she watched her husband flirting with other women in front of her. Qing Qing and I were very affectionate. Her internal organs seemed to have been hit by Monanza, and the dull pain made her almost unable to breathe and frozen. It's just a fight. Monanza is afraid of hurting Bai Jingqiu by mistake. But she dared to shoot at the criminal who held her hostage, and was not afraid of killing his wife by mistake. How ridiculous, it's just a good-looking double-label dog. Brother Le, I have something to tell you. Let's go to the office. Bai Jingqiu pulled Monanza out. Cheng Hao stood up and begged, "Fifth master, I know I'm wrong. Can you forgive me this time?" Monanza left with Bai Jingqiu and had no intention of looking back. He said, "Let Su Yan decide this matter." Cheng Hao walked to Su Yan with a humble attitude and begged in a low voice, "Madam, I'm sorry. I am loyal and sincere to the fifth master. Please don't dismiss me. I apologize to you." Su Yan stretched out her hand to stop him from continuing to speak. "It's okay. You don't have to leave. She is not a narrow-minded woman, so she doesn't make people who love this job lose their livelihood for this little thing." Cheng Hao was overjoyed and excited. "Thank you, madam. I am open-minded and generous. I, Cheng Hao, sincerely thank you. If you have anything in the future, please feel free to tell me. I will definitely go through the fire." Su Ye's heart was blocked in a panic, and she absent-mindedly handed the watch to Cheng Hao. You don't need to go through the fire. Help me return the watch to Monanza. Okay. Cheng Hao took the watch. Su Yan asked again, is there a railway station or airport nearby? Cheng Hao was shocked. Madam, are you leaving? Su Yan squeezed out a bitter smile and nodded. She doesn't want to stay here for a moment to watch her husband show love to other women. She has no tendency to self-abuse. Go back and explain it to Grandma and end this dumb marriage quickly. Cheng Hao hesitated for a moment and said, Madam, I'll apply for leave tomorrow and send you back. It will take 6 hours to drive to Fengcheng. Okay, thank you. Su Yan squeezed out a stiff and light smile, and her light and soft voice had no strength at all. The sadness was greater than death. She left the training ground in a trance. The warm sun in the evening is gentle and pleasant, with a glowing color. Su Yan hid in the room and read a book to kill time. She didn't have lunch, and it was almost dinner time. She came out of the room and walked to the avenue of the canteen. On the way, Su Yan met Monanza, followed by Lu Qi and Cheng Hao, 2 close assistants. The 2 special assistants greeted in Yuan voice, Hello, madam. Su Yan nodded and responded, Hello. When Monanza looked at her, he was always so indifferent and lukewarm. I heard Cheng Hao say that you are leaving tomorrow. Are you not used to living? Monanza asked. Su Yan squeezed out a bitter smile and casually found an excuse, I miss Grandma. Monanza's eyes are sharp and his tone is cold. Is he going to go back and talk to his grandmother about divorce? Su Ye's mind was seen through and she explained anxiously, in order to satisfy Grandma's wish, you reluctantly maintain this loveless marriage with me, which is quite painful. It's better to forget it. Monanza, you have been a nurse for Grandma for 3 years. Don't you know her personality? Su Yan said firmly, if Grandma doesn't agree, then let's divorce secretly and pretend to be husband and wife in front of Grandma. Both subordinates were listening, and Monanza's face was a little embarrassed. How many women in the world want to be his wife, but this woman doesn't care? Monanza said arrogantly, you tried hard to marry me, but it's just for money. Let's make a price. Su Yan was stunned and froze. The tip of her heart was stinged, and she unconsciously pinched her fists tightly, and her fists trembled slightly with anger. Her eyes were wet. What a terrible woman is she in the eyes of this man. Su Yan swallowed the tears in her eyes, pretended to be calm and laughed at herself. I'm sorry, I don't need money. A promiscuous and slutty woman like me, who has made dirty money for so many years, now she wants to go ashore. She just wants to marry a dedicated and loyal fool. Is he a fool? Monanza's eyes sank, and his face was hard to see the extreme. The 2 special assistants behind him wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare. At this time, a scientific researcher rushed over and said in a hurry, Fifth Master, the chemical liquid in the building of Scientific Research Room No. 5 was leaked, and a large number of people were poisoned, and Miss Jingchu was also poisoned. Hearing the words, Monanza rushed to the No. 5 Scientific Research Building like a rocket. Chemical liquid poisoning? Su Yan watched Monanza rush to danger regardless of the consequences. She was worried and ran after her. Chapter 6 Su Yan reveals her sharpness. Scientific Research Building No. 5. People kept running out of it with their noses covered. A large number of poisoned people vomited, and some of them were dizzy and lay on the ground. The scene was in chaos, and the doctors and nurses in the camp all came to give first aid. Su Yan ran to the scene panting, worried about Monanza's safety, and looked around. However, she saw Monanza walking out of building No. 5 with Bai Jingchu in his arms and put him on the medical bed. Su Yan felt that she was ridiculous. Her heart and eyes are full of this man, and this man only has Bai Jingchu in his eyes. Monanza handed Bai Jingchu over to the doctor and turned around to go in and continue to save people. Bai Jingchu grabbed Monanza's arm and cried in a coquettish tone, Brother Ze, don't go. I feel so uncomfortable that I want to vomit. Good boy. Monanza coaxed in a gentle voice, it's okay, there's a doctor here. Bai Jingchu shook his head, tears came, and he muttered in tears, don't go, I feel uncomfortable. I'm dying, Brother Ze, I'm really going to die. At this time, Lu Qing came to report, Fifth Master, all the people inside have been evacuated, and a total of 35 people have been poisoned. Monanza asked the scientific researcher next to him, Professor Liu, what kind of liquid is leaking? Will it be life-threatening? Professor Liu's face turned pale and he said nervously, it's Qingli liquid, a new product imported from abroad. We are still studying it, and we are not familiar with it at all. Monanza turned his cold eyes to the doctor. The doctor was stunned and even more nervous. Fifth Master, I have studied medicine for so many years, and I have never heard of Qingli liquid, a chemical. I don't know its toxicity. I need to wait for each patient's test report to come out, and then prescribe medicine according to the symptoms. Why is such an important thing not well kept and leaked? Monanza asked angrily, and the majestic aura made everyone shiver. Professor Liu took a deep breath nervously and whispered cowardly, yes. It was Miss Bai who ran to the scientific research building to find something and accidentally spilled it. Everyone present looked ugly and looked at Bai Jingchu reproachfully. Bai Jinchuo cried so much that he retorted, "That's why you didn't put things away. What's the matter with me?" Mo Nanza's tone to Bai Jinchuo was a little serious. The scientific research building is a confidential unit, strictly guarded, and it is not allowed to enter without permission. "What are you looking for?" Bai Jinchuo avoided the heavy and light, crying and coquettishly, "Brother Ze, don't you believe me? Woo. They are all poisoned, and now it's so uncomfortable. Do you still want to blame them?" The doctors and nurses present, Professor Liu, and the 2 special assistants all looked at Bai Jinchuo with disgust, feeling that she was always spoiled and annoying. Su Yan, who stood on the side and observed for a while, walked over slowly and said to Professor Liu, "The green glass liquid is not poisonous. Is there a substance containing rhenium element that has been poured over?" Su Yan's sudden speech stunned everyone. They looked at her in surprise, but they couldn't understand what she said. Professor Liu looked at Su Yan in shock, his eyes full of suspicion, but he was still very honest. Said, "Yes, the chemical agent containing rhenium element was also knocked over, but rhenium is generally used on the engine of fighter jets and is also non-toxic." Su Yan calmly explained, "Qingli liquid and rhenium will have a chemical reaction, decomposing into a poisonous gas, which is colorless and tasteless. The poisoned person will be dizzy, abdominal pain and vomiting, and later vomiting will vomit and diarrhea, and die of dehydration. Now, the acidity in the body of the poisoned person is too high. You can drink some alkaline water to relieve the symptoms." Su Yan looked at Chang Hao calmly, "Go to the kitchen to see if there is edible alkali, and flush the water for everyone to drink." Chang Hao couldn't understand chemistry at all, but he understood Su Yan's instructions and accepted the order without hesitation. "Yes, madam, I'll go right away." Chang Hao stride away. Everyone present was suspicious. Mo Nanza looked at Su Yan, his black pupils became deep and unpredictable, and a trace of inadvertent waves rose from the bottom of his heart. Did he make a mistake in the investigation of this woman? Only Professor Liu suddenly became cheerful, as if he had found a treasure figure, and asked excitedly and humbly, "Madam, have you majored in chemistry?" Su Yan's clear apricot eyes were full of autumn water. At this moment, her head was blank. She shook her head and said softly, "I forgot." "Forgot it?" Professor Liu was stunned. "Then how do you know the green glass liquid and rhenium elements?" "I also know how to detoxify." Su Yan thought for a moment and said calmly, "It's just like putting salt in cooking and bait for fishing. It's just common sense." It's just a sentence of common sense, which makes Professor Liu admire him. Not far away, Chang Hao and Lu Xing led some men to drink alkaline water to the poisoned people respectively. After a while, everyone's vomiting symptoms and abdominal pain disappeared. Although there was still some dizziness, the effect was immediate. Lu Xing came to Mo Nanza with alkaline water and handed it to him respectfully. "Fifth master, this is very effective. Give it to Miss Bai a drink." Bai Jinchuo bit his back teeth and was so angry that Su Yan was in the light. He stubbornly shook his head. "I don't drink." Mo Nanza frowned and asked gently, "Why don't you drink?" Bai Jinchuo cried and said coquettishly, "Brother Ze, I don't drink this kind of thing. Sister Su Yan hasn't graduated from junior high school yet. It's no different from illiterate. How can she understand this? If you haven't graduated from junior high school, does that mean you have a primary school degree?" Everyone was shocked and looked at Su Yan with a little contempt. Su Yan felt sour in her heart. She was sad and depressed, but she was powerless to refute. She pretended to be indifferent. "Miss Bai is very backboned, and Liang is not eaten suddenly. Continue to maintain your arrogance. I am optimistic about you." Putting down her words, Su Yan turned around and left without a trace of waves. Her delicate and slender back looks depressed at this time. Gradually disappear on the avenue. Bai Jinchuo pouted and complained, "Brother Ze, what does Sister Su Yan mean?" Mo Nanza's face became more and more ugly, and he remained silent and did not respond to Bai Jinchuo's words. "Can't you understand such simple words?" Lu Qing patiently explained, "Miss Bai, the meaning that even beggars know that they don't eat insulting food. If you think your wife's food is insulting, keep your backbone and don't drink it." "Woo. Brother Ze. She insulted me. She satirized that I was a beggar." Bai Jinchuo burst into tears and sobbed on the medical bed. Everyone present was speechless. At this time, Mo Nanza's heart was tied to the destroyed green glass liquid, and the precious elements that were difficult to buy with money were destroyed, which gave him a headache. He squeezed the bridge of his nose between his eyebrows with his fingers. His aura was a little low and cold, and he said lightly, "Lu Qing, wait until she drinks." Putting down his words, Mo Nanza turned around and left. Bai Jinchuo cried, "Brother Ze, where are you going? I feel uncomfortable. Don't leave me here alone." Mo Nanza turned a deaf ear and strode forward. Bai Jinchuo's toss greatly reduced the people present's liking for her. After Mo Nanza left, everyone didn't give her a good face. Medical workers go to settle other patients. Professor Liu and other scientific researchers went back to clean up the mess. Chang Haoshi glared at her and left with Mo Nanza's pace. Lu Xing, who was left behind, also drooped his face, waiting for her to drink with alkaline water, and comforted her patiently. Miss Bai, there is such a big basque, and the fifth master has a lot of things to deal with. Don't let him worry. Drink it. Seeing that everyone ignored her, Bai Jingchu was a little uneasy and couldn't stand the uncomfortable feeling of his body. He took the cup in Lu Qing's hand and drank it without the backbone. Lu Jing sighed and was deeply moved. Is this woman really the childhood sweetheart that the fifth master has been secretly in love with for more than 10 years? The fifth master's vision is really bad. Now it seems that she is not as good as the wife. Chapter 7 Rupees, investigate your past. It's quiet at night. After taking a bath, So Yan sat on the rattan chair on the balcony and looked through the information with her lost mobile phone. Brother Ho, who held her hostage, was killed on the spot. All the victims of the Science and Technology Park were rescued, and those who participated in the crime were also arrested by Monanza's team and handed over to the police. Her bag and mobile phone came back, but unfortunately, the money she had saved for 3 years was all transferred by her own brother. Nowadays, she is penniless except for this mobile phone. In those years, after she lost her memory, she met Mrs. Mo at first sight. The old lady had to take her with her. She worked as a nurse for Mrs. Mo for 3 years. She has no friends, and her relatives will only bring her bad luck and disaster. Now her life is tight, but she doesn't know who to borrow money from. Just as Su Yan was lost in thought, the sound of opening the door suddenly came. She withdrew her thoughts and turned her head to look at the door. Mo Nanza's broad and strong back came into her eyes, and the man was closing the door. At this moment, her heart trembled inexplicably again. She was so nervous that she immediately withdrew her gaze, lowered her head, opened the mobile phone reading software, and casually found an e-book to read. The man's calm footsteps came, which shook the tip of Su Yan's heart step by step, and the tension became stronger and stronger. Mo Nanza's figure passed in front of her. She raised her eyes. Mo Nanza leaned against the balcony railing, facing her head-on, and a sense of oppression followed. His deep eyes stared straight at her with a trace of suspicion. Su Yan's heart was leaking, and she asked in a whisper, "Why are you looking at me like this? Mo Nanza, have you really forgotten what happened 3 years ago?" Su Yan responded. Mo Nanza squeezed his thin lips. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "How much do you know about Qingli liquid?" Some data of this substance gradually appeared in Su Yan's mind, which seemed to be engraved in her mind, and she blurted out without thinking, "Qingli liquid is mostly used in biochemical weapons, which is a very common raw material. Its isolated quantitative particle structure reacts with many chemical elements. If used properly, it can produce a strong explosive force and damage." Mo Nanza stretched out his hand and pressed it gently, frowning. "Wait, stop for a moment." Su Yan's voice suddenly stopped. Mo Nanza felt that he understood every word, but he couldn't understand the element of material separation mentioned by Su Yan. Mo Nanza asked back, "Do you think the blue glass liquid is very ordinary?" Su Yan's clear eyes were pure, and she nodded with a sincere face. Mo Nanza smiled coldly. In order to develop more powerful national defense weapons, the military war group spent 80 million ye to buy 100 grams of original liquid for research. This woman actually said it was very ordinary. The disaster caused by Bai Jingchu caused 80 million rare items to be washed away. Now, money is not the problem. The problem is that it is difficult to buy high-purity blue glass liquid even if you have money. Mo Nanza's face was solemn. These courses are not taught in junior high school chemistry class. How do you know? Su Yan shook her head. Mo Nanza, I will send someone to re-investigate your past. Su Yan smiled bitterly, lowered her head, and continued to be silent, and her mood became heavier and heavier. Her past is so disgraceful. Why should he investigate it again? The more he investigates, the more dark history, he will only hate her more. Mo Nanza, let me tell Professor Liu what he said. He wants you to work in the scientific research building. Su Yan's fingertips gently stroked the screen of her mobile phone and turned over the reading page, but she couldn't read a word. I don't understand anything. How to do scientific research? This time, it's just a blind cat meeting a dead rat and a relatively familiar substance. Mo Nanza was silent. Su Yan looked up at him. In fact, I have a good habit, that is, I love reading, and I will never forget it. Maybe I have just seen this substance in a book. Su Yan pointed to the bookshelf in the room again. I have read all the books on your bookshelf these days. Mo Nanza, do you really not consider it? Su Yan lowered her head. Don't think about it. I'll leave tomorrow morning, and I won't have a chance to come here again in the future. Mo Nanza didn't persuade her anymore. He walked past her and entered the room. While unbuttoning his clothes, he said, "Back home, don't mention divorce to grandma, which will irritate her condition." Su Yan's hand unconsciously held the mobile phone, trembling faintly, and the undisguised uncomfortable emotions surged. Word by word, "I'm sorry to see a photo of a little girl in your book," followed by Jingchu, "the girl I love deeply." Mo Nanza's action of unbuttoning was stagnant, and his whole body froze and motionless. His eyes became gloomy, and he didn't say a word. Su Yan felt a throb in the tip of her heart. This kind of bitterness was indescribable. She could only pretend that she didn't care and said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the woman you want to marry most is Bai Jingchu." After a while, Mo Nanza calmed down and continued to take off his clothes. He said carelessly, I did like her very much when I was a child, but she was admitted to a world-famous university abroad at the age of 14. After she went abroad, we lost contact. During this period, we didn't see each other for 10 years. In the year she came back, she still felt a little strange. After saying that, Mo Nanza walked into the bathroom and closed the door to wash. The man's explanation still can't relieve So-ye's pain. She even felt that she was the third party. Mo Nanza and Bai Jingqiu were childhood sweethearts and liked each other since childhood. If it hadn't been for her appearance, Mo Nanza would have married Bai Jingqiu. Why does she have to struggle in this emotionless marriage? The cool spring breeze blew into the balcony, messing up So-ye's heart. She went back to the room depressed, dimmed the light, and went to bed before Mo Nanza came out. Usually, she can fall asleep after lying down for a while. Maybe he came back. She couldn't sleep and would think nonsense with her eyes closed. 15 minutes later, she faintly heard the sound of the bathroom opening. The man came slowly and lay down on the bed lightly. The whole room was plunged into quiet darkness. The man she loved deeply lay on her bed half a meter away, but she felt that there was an insurmountable distance between the two. Door. The message ring of the mobile phone rang. So-ye's body stiffened slightly, and her hearing became sharper. Mo Nanza touched his mobile phone and turned on the screen to see that it was the language sent by Bai Jingqiu. He clicked on the voice, and Bai Jingqiu's delicate clip sound came. Brother, I'm so scared. Will you come and accompany me? Mo Nanza took his mobile phone, immediately lifted the quilt and got out of bed, walked out of the room, and closed the door. So-ye was awake with her eyes closed from beginning to end. She heard Bai Jingqiu's voice and knew that Mo Nanza couldn't wait to find Bai Jingqiu. She endured not to make herself sad, and kept telling herself, So-ye, it's not worth it, it's really not worth it. But no matter how she comforted herself, she couldn't suppress a tingling in the depths of her heart. Her tears came quietly, slipped from the corners of her eyes without fighting, and dripped on the pillow. She turned sideways, pulled the quilt to cover her head, put her arm into her mouth and bit it fiercely. Even if she bit it purple and black, she wouldn't let herself cry out. The pain in the tip of the heart is greater than the bite pain in the arm. Her shoulders trembled in the quilt, and she sobbed silently out of control. Chapter 8 Sleep on Him. After leaving the room, Mo Nanza walked through the corridor, came to the study, turned on the light, and dialed Bai Jingqiu's mobile phone. He came to the study to make a phone call for fear of making noise to So-ye, who was already asleep. The phone was connected, and Bai Jingqiu's coquettish voice came, Brother, why don't you come back? They are so scared. Mo Nanza was a little tired and asked in a gentle voice, What are you afraid of? Bai Jingqiu was coquettish, I'm just scared. Come here. Accompany others. Mo Nanza glanced at the time. At 23 o'clock, he decisively refused. It's too late and it's inappropriate. I'll send someone to guard the door of your room. You don't have to be afraid. Go to bed early. I have to get up early tomorrow to send So-ye back to Fengchen. Bai Jingqiu muttered unhappily, Isn't it sent by Cheng Hao? Why did you send it? Mo Nanza sat in front of his desk, holding his heavy forehead with one hand, and patiently explained, She is now my wife, and some responsibilities and obligations must be in place. Bai Jingqiu was nervous. Brother, she is very dirty. Don't sleep with her. Mo Nanza's face sank, his eyebrows were locked, and his tone was a little serious. Xiaoqiu, don't talk about people's right and wrong behind their backs. Everyone's past deserves to be respected. Bai Jingqiu suddenly burst into tears. Wu. Brother, did you really have sex with her? I heard that she had sexually transmitted diseases before. Will you also get sick? If it were someone else, Mo Nanza would have been angry long ago, but she was Bai Jingqiu, the girl he had been secretly in love with for more than 10 years. Mo Nanza couldn't bear it and explained patiently, Xiaoqiu, it has something to do with me if I sleep or not. If I don't love her, I won't touch her. Don't think nonsense, and don't talk about people's strengths and weaknesses. Then you love me so much, why don't you want to sleep with me? Bai Jingqiu tried mischievously with a hint of a joke. Mo Nanza's face sank, he was completely angry, and his tone was extremely heavy. Bai Jingqiu, in the past 10 years of further study abroad, has foreign education instilled in you such 3 views and thoughts. Bai Jingqiu heard Mo Nanza's anger and hurriedly spoiled, Brother, I was joking with you. Mo Nanza said seriously, I don't have time to joke with you. Go to bed immediately. Someone will be on duty outside your room later. Lu Jing will take the counselor to find you early tomorrow morning. What do you tutor me? Bai Jingqiu was stunned. Mo Nanza, your ideological work. After saying that, he immediately interrupted the call. Then he called his subordinates to arrange someone to keep Bai Jingqiu on the night, and the tutoring work for tomorrow. Dealing with Bai Jingqiu's affairs, he felt exhausted and leaned on the back of the chair to close his eyes. Recalling Xiaoqiu in the past, she was so kind, lovely and intelligent. Although she loved to cry and spoil, she would never make trouble unreasonable. Although Bai Jingqiu was chubby when she was a child, she was sweet, crisp and cute when she was spoiled. She knew the measure, knew the big picture, and knew the progress and retreat. She was a girl who made people like her heart. Nowadays, it's hard to say enough. Early the next morning. So Yan, get up. So Yan felt the man's magnetic voice in her ear, extremely low and hoarse, like a pure and seductive sake, which made people intoxicated. So Yan, move. So Yan felt that her hand was pushed. She slowly woke up from her dream. Faintly feeling that she was lying on a warm and thick chest, she narrowed her eyes and raised her head. What caught my eye was the man's handsome face. His handsome eyebrows were deeply locked and his eyes were confused, as if he was enduring an indescribable pain. So Yan suddenly woke up and found that half of her body was lying on Monanza, her hands wrapped around his neck, and her thighs straddled his lower abdomen. Her posture was extremely ambiguous and seductive. The next second, So Yan seemed to meet a hedgehog and was stabbed. She sat up suddenly, moved some distance, and apologized in embarrassment and restrainedly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I fell asleep and didn't realize that I had overcome it. I'm sorry. Obviously, I just hugged him. So Yan was like a child who did something wrong. She was shy mixed with guilt and apology, and she kept apologizing. She has low self-esteem that her dirty body is not worthy to touch this man. After the woman's soft body left, Monanza felt an inexplicable burst of emptiness. The serious reaction under her body, I don't know if it was because of the morning or because of her body, which was terribly hard. Monanza moistened his throat and said coldly, no need to apologize. So Yan lowered her head. When she thought that he went to a company by Jingqiu last night and didn't know when she came back to sleep, her mood became extremely depressed. Monanza lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Go and wash up. After breakfast, I'll take you back to Fengcheng. So Yan was stunned for a few seconds. Will you send me back to Fengcheng? Monanza walked to the wardrobe, opened the cabinet door and took off his clothes. His back muscles are thick and strong, and his waist is strong, just like a work of art full of power, so seductive. So Yan's face was instantly warm. She immediately turned her back to Monanza. Her heart was beating wildly, and her voice was a little shy. Why do you change your clothes in front of me? Monanza's action of changing his pajamas suddenly stopped. He spends a group of old men all year round, and his life is unrestrained, and he does not pay much attention to these small habits. Monanza didn't say anything and took his trousers into the bathroom. In an instant, he changed his clothes and came out. Only then did So Yan remember the business and stood in front of him and asked in a soft voice, didn't Chang Hao say that he would send me back today? Monanza lowered his eyes and tied the cufflinks of his clothes and said indifferently, Chang Hao has work today. So Yan, what about Lu Qing? Monanza, he didn't have a fake. So Yan, none of your thousands of subordinates are free. Monanza's eyes sank and he looked at So Yan doubtfully. So Yan was frightened by his eyes and said cowardly, there is really no one to see me off. Buy me a train ticket. Monanza hooked the corners of his mouth displeasedly and asked, why can't I see you off? Chapter 9 So Yan goes back for revenge. So Yan lowered her eyebrows and whispered aggrievedly, aren't you going to a company by Jingqiu? The woman's voice is soft and light, full of careful grievances and unhappiness. It will be soft in any man's heart. Monanza is no exception. It's just that he hates this feeling and pretends to be cold. No. So Yan took a deep breath, that's it. He will send it to him. It's time for her to go back and divorce, and her current pain will be relieved. So Yan washed and changed her clothes, took her only mobile phone and shoulder bag, followed Monanza out of the room and went to the canteen for breakfast. In the canteen in the morning, there are endless employees coming and going. Everyone will greet them respectfully when they see them. Fifth master, madam, good morning. Monanza didn't respond. Because there are too many people to say hello, I can't come. But So Yan, on the contrary, will smile humbly and respond to everyone who greets her, good morning. In the past few days in the camp, So Yan is polite and humble, kind and friendly to everyone. In addition, with her help in the poisoning incident, everyone likes this lady very much. So Yan sat at the table and waited. Monanza brought 2 breakfasts and pushed one of them to So Yan. He ate by himself. When he looked up again, he found that So Yan's steamed buns only eat meat but not skin. Eggs only eat egg whites, not egg yolks. For the meat porridge, you have to pick out all the green onions before you can drink it. Monanza's heart trembled inexplicably. He frowned and looked at her with a trace of doubt. Your bad habits are really similar to hers. So Yan drank porridge and asked softly, who do you look like? Xiao Chuo. Monanza smiled indifferently and asked directly, does every girl have this bad habit? So Yan was in a bad mood. Even when she had breakfast, she had to listen to him mention his Xiao Chuo. The breakfast she had just had blocked her chest like a stone, and she couldn't even take a bite. So Yan put the spoon in. She was full and didn't eat. Monanza didn't find something wrong with her mood. Don't waste food. So Yan felt that her chest was heavier. She pursed her lips angrily, endured it for a while, and angrily picked up her chopsticks and inserted them into the steamed bun skin. Even if she didn't like it, she would put it into her mouth. She swallowed her least favorite steamed bun skin and egg yolk, and finished the meat porridge. Even the most annoying shallots were picked up and put in her mouth. Mo Nanza looked at her angry look and felt a little cute. After breakfast, Su Yan got into Mo Nanza's car, which turned out to be driven by the driver. And Mo Nanza just accompanied him all the way south. The road to Fengcheng takes at least 6 hours. During this period, they didn't talk much. Only when eating at the rest station will you say a few words. After a few hours, they entered the capital of Fengcheng. Mo Nanza took the lead in breaking the silence between the two. Do you want to go back to the Mo family or to go to Shouyan? Shouyan is a high-end aristocratic villa area. Because Grandma suffers from Alzheimer's disease, she has forgotten all her family except Mo Nanza. So she doesn't want to live in Mo's house. Su Yan has been accompanying her grandmother in Shouyan for many years and has been her private nurse for 3 years. After marrying Mo Nanza, her grandmother did not pay her salary or let her live in Shouyan, forcing her to go back to Mo's house to live with Mo Nanza. Mo Nanza doesn't live in the Mo family. Su Yan is not used to living in a big family like the Mo family. So I went back to my mother's house to live, but I didn't expect to be cheated to the border by my own brother. Su Yan thought for a tur and said, go to the third road in the eastern suburbs. Mo Nanza is suspicious. Do you want to go back to your mother's house? Su Yan responded faintly, Mo Nanza didn't ask any more questions. After all, he still has to go back to the camp to deal with official business. As for where Su Yan lives, it's up to her. Half an hour later, before the destination arrived, Su Yan called for a stop at the door of a store. Then he entered the store and bought a large cloth bag and a baseball bat with an overdraft credit card. When she came back with something, Mo Nanza raised her eyebrows gently, with a trace of doubt, but did not ask much. The vehicle started and continued to the slums in the eastern suburbs. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Su Yan said, thank you for sending me back. Putting down her words, she took her things and threw them on the car door and strode to a simple bungalow. There are still 2 gangsters smoking in front of the bungalow. Mo Nanza just glanced at it and found that the place where Su Yan was going was unusual. Those 2 gangsters were obviously the wind. He explained that the driver called and sent someone over, immediately got out of the car, through the door and followed him. The 2 gangsters knew Su Yan and easily let her in, but stopped Mo Nanza. Mo Nanza pointed to the gate. The woman who just entered is my wife. Let me go in and have a look. A gangster sneer, you said that Su Qiao's sister is your wife. Why don't you say that I am your father? Mo Nanza wanted to talk to them well, but these people didn't toast and drank alcohol. His eyes sank, and he suddenly clenched his fist and slashed it fiercely. He punched the back of the opponent's head and neck with a strong fist, instantly knocking out a poor-mouthed gangster. The other gangster was so scared that he panicked. He was stunned and immediately reached out to touch the knife on his back. He didn't even finish pulling the knife, and he was already punched by Mo Nanza with his backhand. He was directly beaten to the ground, and he was so painful that he was about to faint. Mo Nanza took out a handkerchief from his trouser pocket, wiped his hands carelessly, and walked in generously. Through a promenade, there is a dimly lit casino, densely populated and smoky. The commotion in the corner caught his attention. Mo Nanza pushed away the crowd and walked over, and the scene that came into his eyes made him stunned. The big cloth bag bought by Su Yan was put on a man's head. She held the baseball bat tightly and hit the man's limbs with all her strength. The man was knocked to the ground and tore the cloth bag on his head in panic, howling in pain. Su Yan gritted her teeth and used all her strength with each stick to beat him until he was crippled. No one in the audience was willing to help, but there was a lot of discussion like watching a play. Su Qiao's sister is really cruel. If you were sold to the border by your own brother, you could come back alive. Maybe you would have to stab him, and it would be like to be crippled. Well played. The person in charge of the casino is a little anxious, Su Qiao's sister. Don't beat your brother to death. He still owes me a lot of money. If you beat him to death, will you help him bear the debt? Su Yan turned a deaf ear and only cared about beating to death. Until her hands were sore and sweaty, she had to stop and rest. After stopping the beating, Su Qiang finally pulled away the cloth bag on his head and gritted his teeth and roared, "Which bastard dares to hit me?" The moment the man saw Su Ye's anger, the last words were swallowed into his stomach in an instant. Su Yan was able to escape from that place safely. Sister, are you back? Back. Su Qiang said slurredly, and climbed up with his painful body as he spoke. Su Yan took a few breaths and gritted her teeth word by word. Don't call me sister. I don't have a brother like you who is worse than a beast. Thanks to you, I came back alive. In the following days, either you kill me or I kill you. I will never let you go. Su Qiang stepped back nervously. He was so scared that he panicked and said with a hippie smile, "Ha ha, my sister's words are too heavy. We are relatives. There is no need to make you live or dead. This is not good." Su Yan calmed down, raised her baseball bat and pointed at Su Qiang. "Today, I won't cripple you, I will have your surname." Su Qiang was so scared that you had the same surname as me. With the words behind, he quickly pushed away the crowd of onlookers, dragging his painful limbs, and running away with his feet lame. Su Yan picked up the stick and wanted to chase it out. But as soon as she started, she was stunned by a dignified and familiar man in front of her and stopped. The man's handsome and elegant temperament is particularly eye-catching. Su Yan was in a panic and inexplicably nervous. It's Monanza. When did he appear here? Chapter 10. Why are you so selfish and cruel to me? Monanza really didn't expect that the woman in front of him, who looked gentle, also had such a tough side. Before Su Yan could speak, a gangster rushed in with his injured body in his arms, pointed to Monanza and said, "Boss, this man is here to make trouble. He knocked Daho out and punched me." The next second, dozens of thugs in the casino surrounded and stared at Monanza fiercely. Because it is an illegal underground casino, it only accepts familiar people. Everyone in the casino is very wary of strange faces like Monanza. The person in charge of the casino asked angrily, "What do you want to do by knocking out my men and breaking in?" Su Yan bravely stood in front of Monanza and looked at the person in charge of the casino, Brother Chen, who was my friend. Brother Chen snorted coldly and gritted his teeth and said, "You came in and beat your brother, which disturbed the order and normal business of our casino. Now your friend has also beaten my men, which is different in nature." Su Yan was afraid that Monanza would not be able to compete with dozens of gangsters in the casino. She said in a flattering tone, "I'm sorry, Brother Che, I apologize to you for him. I won't bother you. We're leaving now." With that, Su Yan quickly took Monanza's hand and turned around. The next second, several gangsters blocked their way. It's not that simple to go. Su Yan stopped and stopped. But she didn't realize that she was holding Monanza's big hand tightly at the moment. Monanza didn't pay attention to these people, but Su Yan's nervous maintenance made him a little distracted. His eyes unconsciously fell into the hands of the two people, watching the woman's soft white and tender palms grabbed his hand and did not let go. The soft and delicate feeling made his heart palpitate inexplicably. When Bai Jingchu led him, he didn't have this feeling at all. Su Yan smiled and said, "Brother Chen, how do you want to let us go?" Brother Chen asked angrily, "You always want to pay for medical expenses, right?" Su Yan sighed helplessly. These people were originally open-sighted to money, and there was really nothing that money could not solve. "How much?" Su Yan asked. Brother Chen raised 5 fingers. Su Yan turned around and said to Monanza, "Do you have money on you? Give him 5,000. Monanza frowned and his face sank. Brother Chen was stunned. "What 5,000? It needs 500,000 yeah." Su Yan was stunned by the shock. She looked at Brother Chen and asked angrily, "Why don't you rob the bank?" Brother Chen, "Don't want to leave if you don't pay. 50,000, is that okay?" Su Yan still wanted to bargain. At this time, Monanza's cold voice was majestic and domineering, and he didn't get 1 point. He has always been fierce and will never tolerate adultery and help abuse. Brother Chen stared at Monanza for a while. Although the other party was tall and strong, with extraordinary temperament, he looked very good at fighting. But it's hard for him to beat dozens of people alone, right? Brother Chen sneered arrogantly and said, "Oh, what a crazy tone. Do you still want to walk out of this gate without giving a single point? Brother, give it to me." Brother Chen waved his hands. Monanza pushed Su Yan into the crowd. "Go away and don't hurt yourself." Su Yan was full of worries, but she still obediently took a few steps back, not wanting to cause him unnecessary obstacles and trouble. Several gangsters pulled out their iron rods and rushed to Monanza. Monanza swept his feet vigorously. Before the stick had a chance to hit, several gangsters had fallen to the ground. The iron rod fell to the ground, and the sound was harsh. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a man who can fight like this came. The people in the casino jumped around. Some people ran away quickly, and some people were still watching the play. When Brother Chen saw that several brothers were easily knocked down, he panicked. He took a few steps back and roared, "Brothers, give it all to me." Dozens of gangsters picked up arms at the same time and rushed to Monanza. Su Yan's whole heart was in her throat, and she was so scared that she wanted to rush over to block Monanza with a few sticks. Monanza calmly took out his gun and quickly aimed it at Brother Chen. Suddenly, Brother Chen's face turned pale in fright, and he trembled nervously. He immediately stopped. "Don't move, don't move." The moment they saw the pistol, the rest of the gamblers did not dare to stay for a second and fled everywhere. In the northern country, people who can legally own pistols are generally those who have power, and such people can't afford to offend at all. Natural colored silk. The moment Ye saw Monanza pull out the gun, she was also relieved. It turned out that he was so calm because he was carrying a gun. Brother Chen flattered with a hippie smile, "This big brother is me, Chen, who doesn't know Mount Tai. You can go, I don't want money." At this time, there was a commotion outside. Monanza raised his wrist and glanced at the time. 10 minutes is just right. His subordinate's sense of time is really accurate. Monanza took back his pistol. Brother Chen thought he was safe. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped a cold sweat. The next second, dozens of men in suits and leather shoes rushed in and instantly controlled all the gangsters present. Fifth Master, I'm sorry to scare you. The subordinates came to Monantha's side and apologized respectfully. In the northern country, there can be such a lineup, who is also known as the Fifth Master, except for Monantha, the well-known leader of the military battle group, who can't find a second one. Brother Chen was so scared that his face turned pale. He bowed to Monantha and begged for mercy. Fifth Master, if you don't remember the fault of the villain, just spare me once. I knew I was wrong. Monantha ignored the man's begging for mercy and ordered his subordinates. The casino has been closed, and these people will be handed over to the police for handling. Yes. The subordinates received the order and immediately carried it out. Monantha glanced at the dirty gambling table, frowned and strode away. Su Yan hurriedly followed the man, looking at his tall and strong back, and admiration in her heart was born. Knowing that he had a woman he liked in his heart, his love for him was not diminished, but it was getting stronger and stronger. She hates herself. Why is she so incompetent? Leave the casino. Su Yan got into Monantha's car. The driver started the car and drove away. Monantha understood that Su Yan could no longer go back to her mother's house. If I go to Shouyang, I'm afraid that she will mention divorce to grandma, which will affect her mood. Finally, the vehicle drove to Ma's house. Su Yan hesitated to get out of the car and looked sideways at the luxurious villa building like a palace. She has an indescribable pain in her heart. A person has no courage to step into this house at all. Monantha saw her worry, pulled off her seat belt, got out of the car, and we went in. Su Yan grabbed his arm and was a little nervous. Monantha, I don't want to live in Ma's house. Can I go to Shouyang? Monantha's cold eyes slowly moved down and fell on the back of her tense white hand. Su Yan found that she had crossed the way again and hurriedly retracted her hand. Monantha's voice is extremely quiet, and he can't keep his beak. This is your home. Home? She doesn't have it, neither her mother's family nor her husband's family. Su Yan felt a sour bitter surging, and her chest was so painful that her chest was stuffy, and her soft and helpless voice almost choked. Monantha, why are you so selfish and cruel to me? You don't love her, and you still want to trap her in such a marriage and refuse to divorce her. Let her suffer from the double torture from his feelings and family. She didn't know why she had to endure such pain. Chapter 11, Monantha agreed to divorce. Monantha was stunned. He looked at Su Yan's big, clear and bright eyes, full of autumn water, and 2 tears were like transparent little pearls, overflowing in his eyes, ready to flow. A trace of strangeness was derived from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, I was also confused about where she was sad and felt a little annoyed. What's wrong? Su Yan turned her head and turned her back to him, secretly wiping away the tears in her eyes at the fastest speed. She relieved her mood. It's evening now, and your family should be at home. When I go in first, you can stand at the door and listen. After saying that, Su Yan opened the door and got out of the car. She didn't wait for Monantha to go in first. She pushed open the door of the villa and saw the housekeeper Uncle Zhong as soon as she walked in. Uncle Zhong is about 50 years old. He is calm and smooth. He was stunned and quickly reacted and said respectfully, "Hello, Mrs. Wu, you are back at the right time. Dinner is about to begin." Su Yan can feel that Uncle Zhong's kindness only comes from professional ethics, and everyone in the family has a prejudice against her. "Thank you." Su Yan replied politely and walked in. In the center of the splendid living room, more than a dozen people of the Mo family, big and small, sat together around a 2-meter-long coffee table. The parents were short and talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. "Good afternoon, Mom and Dad." Su Yan's voice broke the joy of the family. Suddenly, the crows and sparrows were silent. More than a dozen pairs of eyes looked coldly at Su Yan, who was like a thorn in the back. Su Yan only felt pain in her back. Her scalp was numb, she was nervous and at a loss. When she wanted to continue to say hello to several brothers and sisters-in-law, she was covered by other people's voices as soon as she opened her mouth. "Honey, who is she? Who do you call your parents?" "She. It's the nurse who lives in Shouyang and takes care of Grandma. I don't know how much ecstasy soup was poured into Grandma and let Grandma force her 5th brother to marry back. Have you forgotten? A month ago, she lived at home for a few days." "Oh, so it's her. I forgot it all. My sister-in-law is so forgetful. It's really hard to forget a cheeky woman like her. My 5th brother is really sad. He has a prominent status, a noble status, a righteous person, and a brilliant half-life, but now his marriage is tarnished by such a dirty and despicable woman. The 2nd brother is right. Not to mention being a wife, this kind of woman is a servant. I feel that my home is dirty. Uncle Zhong, if she goes home and helps me deliver the food to the room in the future, I don't want to eat at the same table with her." Everyone said nothing to me, completely ignoring Su Yan's feelings, and ridiculed and insulted her in front of the elders and children. Su Yan clenched her fists tightly and trembled slightly with anger. Her heart was extremely wronged and uncomfortable, and her eyes were moist, but she still endured it with the most determined willpower. When she first moved in, she was insulted no less than now, but at that time, she believed her grandmother's words and thought that she and Monanza liked each other. For the sake of love, she can bear the torture from within his family, and she feels that at least Monanza loves her. But now it seems that everything is so ridiculous. Even in Monanza's heart, there should be no less contempt and dislike for her than these people, right? Saw Yan's throat spoke, but when the voice came out, there was still a slight choking. I'm sorry to bother you. I just came back to tell you that I will divorce Monanza. You don't have to worry about people like me anymore. She doesn't want to be in front of Monanza. To speak ill of his family, this way can only let Monanza know how much she has suffered in this family. But if Monanza doesn't love her, just return her freedom. Oh, wow. Divorce. That's great. Today, we will open a few bottles of good wine to celebrate the fifth brother. The sound suddenly stopped. Suddenly, the audience was silent. Everyone's eyes became soft, and they looked humble and nervous, looking at the man behind Su Yan. Su Yan knew that Monanza came in. Although Monanza is the youngest, his family status is clear at a glance. Everyone fears him, and even his parents act according to his face. At this time, Monanza's parents stood up excitedly, came over with a smile on their faces, and passed by Su Yan. His father Mofan asked happily, "Aze, why do you have time to go home today?" His mother, He Dongshi, was full of joy. "Son, let mom see. I haven't seen you for a month. Have you lost weight?" Monanza is the kind of handsome man with an extremely cold temperament. He is domineering in his majesty, and he can make people shiver when he stands without saying anything. He slowly pushed away He Dongshi's hands holding his cheeks. "Let's stay for a few more days when we come back this time." He Dongshi felt the displeasure of her youngest son. Monanza completely ignored his parents' words. He looked at the living room with cold eyes and asked angrily to several brothers and sisters-in-law, "Whose appetite did my Monanza's wife upset and dirty whose home?" "My wife Monanza." Su Yan's body stiffened slightly, and was deeply poked in the center room by these words, which was moved and shocked. She didn't expect that Monanza would be angry with his family because of her. All the grievances and sadness were relieved a lot because the man's words. Several brothers and sisters stood up nervously and wanted to explain. They shrank their heads and looked at each other. They were so shocked by Monanza's majesty that they did not dare to squeak. This at that time, Mofan was a little unhappy. Relying on his father's identity, he said seriously, "Aze, they are all your brothers and sisters-in-law. Is there such a no respect as you?" Monanza's warm and angry eyes shifted to Mofan. His tone was a little calmer, but his words were resonant and powerful. "Dad, do they have the most basic qualities and respect between people?" Mofan's face sank and he was speechless. On the contrary, his brothers and sisters-in-law were unhappy. They were accused of lack of quality and were angry. "Fifth brother, what you said is too much." "Yes, didn't we just say a few words to this woman? As for you, are you so angry? Why do you pretend? Don't you hate her more than we do? That's it, for this kind of woman to scold us for no quality. It's too much." The whole living room became noisy. Monanza understood why Su Yan didn't want to live in Ma's house. Even if you don't love her, you can't abuse her dignity like this. He said no more, grabbed Su Yan's wrist and walked out. He Dongshi chased out in a hurry. "Son, where are you going?" Your brother and sister-in-law said a few words to Su Yan. "You didn't make such a fuss. Your parents didn't say anything. Why do you even blame us?" Monanza sent Su Yan into the car, turned around and said to He Dongshi, who chased her out, "Mom, I'll send Su Yan back to Nayan to live, and I will come back to see you when I have time. You just came back. Why are you leaving again?" Monanza didn't explain any more and entered the carriage. The car went away. The atmosphere in the carriage became depressing and dull. Su Yan leaned weakly on the back of the chair and looked sideways at the scenery outside the window, feeling extremely depressed. Monanza took the lead in breaking the silence, and a cold tone came. "I apologize to you on behalf of my family." Su Yan slowly he closed his eyes and felt a tingling in his heart. He apologized for his family, which was his upright and frank heart. But it's still cruel to her. At this moment, Su Yan's soft voice is very weak. "Please, let's divorce." Monanza hesitated for a while. "After Grandma's 80th birthday, we divorced." At this moment, Su Yan was in pain and relieved. Tears flowed in her eyes and she muttered bitterly, "Thank you." She turned her back to the arrogant and cold man behind her, lying in front of the window and looking at the scenery outside. A sense of melancholy arose. It was sunny outside, but she felt that the whole day was gloomy and dull, as if she was about to lack oxygen. "Even holding my breath, my chest hurts and swells." Chapter 12, The Fog Search Plan. An hour's drive. Monanza carried Su Yan to the gate of the new palace. Xingong is a villa area where important figures in the Northern Kingdom live. For example, the Northern Kingdom slave, general, official, scientist, engineer, astronaut, or key figure of secret protection, etc. Monanza stopped the car and said to Su Yan, "Get out of the car first." Su Yan was stunned and looked at the two words written on the majestic gate, New Palace. She realized that the place where Monanza took her was impossible for ordinary people to enter in their lives. Su Yan suddenly became nervous, pulled off her seat belt and got out of the car. She walked to Monanza and stood beside her. At this time, 2 soldiers on guard came over, took the documents handed over by Monanza, took a look, and saluted respectfully. "Hello, Fifth Master." Monanza nodded. The soldiers took out a high-tech scanner to check the safety of the vehicle. After scanning, make a gesture of invitation. "Fifth Master, please." Monanza said to the soldier, she will live in it in the future and record a message for her. Su Yan was a little flustered and wanted to refuse. She shook her hands. "No need to bother, Before she finished speaking, the soldier had brought the machine to her and recorded fingerprints and eyeprints for you, so that it would be more convenient to get in and out in the future. Su Yan had no chance to refuse. After the soldiers guided her to operate, she completed the system entry. She was a little helpless and got back into Monanza's car and followed his car into the new palace. Along the way, Su Yan was anxious. The vehicle drove for about 10 minutes and entered a 2-story independent villa, Naoyang. There are also soldiers guarding the gate here. Enter the living room. Su Yan is surrounded by it. Although it is not as luxurious as Mo's, the decoration is magnificent. The living room was originally placed in the TV, but the whole wall is full of bookshelves. At a glance, it is estimated that there are thousands of books of different categories. There is a strong atmosphere of book fragrance. Su Yan likes the decoration here very much. Just as Su Yan was immersed in a comfortable environment in the middle, Monanza suddenly said, "My room with Xiaochu is on the 2nd floor, and there are several guest rooms on the 1st floor. You can choose whatever you want." He promised Su Yan before that he would get along as a husband and wife. But he overestimated his control. At the thought of the hug in the morning, when half of Su Yan's body pressed on him, he almost lost control. It is safest to sleep in separate rooms decisively. A man's words were like a sharp sword inserted into Su Yan's heart fiercely. In an instant, he dripped blood, and he also woke up. The room between him and Bai Jingchu. So, have they been living here all the time? This is Bai Jingchu's home. Let the original match live in Xiaosa's house. Monanza's operation is simply humiliating her fiercely. Su Yan felt very ironic and said bitterly, "It's not appropriate for me to live here. Your little sister will be angry." Monanza also thought that Bai Jingchu would lose his temper, but it didn't matter. It doesn't matter. She just has a childish temper. I'll deal with it. Monanza went to the sofa and sat down. Is Bai Jingchu a child? Su Yan heard the pampering in Monanza's tone and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Thinking that she could be freed from this sad marriage as long as she endured for another month, she didn't say anything more. Enter the room and close the door slowly. She felt so uncomfortable that her whole body was weak. She took a deep breath with her back against the door panel, and her vision of the balcony was blurred by tears. The man who has been in love for 3 years, it turns out that he has always loved other women deeply in his heart. Her secret love is worthless to Monanza, and maybe she feels disgusting. A tingling sensation came from the chest. Su Yan raised her hand and pulled her clothes wrinkled, pressing her heart tightly. Close your eyes and take a deep breath, trying to relieve the uncomfort at this moment. However, it hurts so much. The pain made her burst into tears without knowing it. Early the next morning, Su Yan got out of bed, washed up and walked out of the room. When I saw several big people sitting on the sofa in the living room, I was stunned. They were talking about national affairs when they were interrupted by Su Yan's appearance. Everyone is looking at Su Yan curiously. Monanza stood up and politely introduced, "Lord Guotong, she is my wife Su Yan." The leader of the Northern Kingdom is a very amiable middle-aged man in his 50s. His eyebrows are curved with a smile, and he is very kind. Su Yan also didn't expect that Monanza would introduce her identity so generously. Perhaps in front of Lord Guotong, she didn't want to hide anything. She suddenly became nervous, and a natural sense of awe filled her heart. She walked over and bowed politely. "Good morning, Lord Guotong. Good morning, everyone." "Hello, madam." Lord Guotong of the Northern Kingdom reached out to her. Su Yan was flattered and immediately held the other's hand with both hands. Lord Guotong smiled and said, "I was wondering before that the little girl was not good enough to get into the eyes of our general there. Now that I see my wife's beauty, my daughter is indeed inferior." Monanza looked at Su Yan with cold eyes. He had previously found that this woman was really beautiful, just like the natural and beautiful type, beautiful and elegant. With a trace of melancholy and deep soft temperament, she is like a lady with a fragrant orchid heart. She is weak, tough, beautiful and agile. The beauty is too real, and there is no trace of technology. Su Yan smiled awkwardly and said modestly and politely, "Lord Guotong, how can ordinary people like me compare with Guotong Tianxing?" Several adults looked at each other and smiled. Su Yan saw a piece of information on the coffee table, which said the fog-finding plan, but there were no snacks and tea. A straight man like Monanza, who talks about business when he meets, probably forgets to invite guests to drink tea. "I'll pour some tea for you," Su Yan said politely. Lord Guotong said politely, "Madam, don't bother, we are not thirsty." Su Yan smiled gently, nodded in response, and went into the kitchen to make tea. It doesn't matter if the guests are thirsty or not. As a host, serving tea is the most basic etiquette in hospitality. After Su Yan entered the kitchen, she found that there was a hollow decoration between the kitchen and the living room, and the sound insulation was very poor. I vaguely heard the chat outside. Su Yan searched for a long time, but couldn't find a glass for tea. Instead, she found a very exquisite tea set and a box of very expensive biluocheng. At this time, Lord Guotong's voice accidentally broke into Su Yan's ears. The fog search project has been carried out for 3 years, and there is no useful clue at all. The insiders of your military battle group are all over the world. I really don't have a better way, so I want General Mo to do me a favor. Finding this person is a very important thing for General Mo's national defense weapons research and development, and even for our whole country. Another adult said, Lord Guotong is right. Now, the leaders of the world are looking for this person. This person has 50 grams of light molecules in his hand, and only this person can develop light molecules. There is no second person in the world who can master this technology. Mo Nanza, Lord Guotong, I know this person, and I have been looking for him for 3 years. Su Yan was stunned, and an inexplicable sense of fear suddenly arose in her heart. Light molecules? This is a very terrible chemical element. Chapter 13 Your wife is not ordinary. For national defense, light elements are the well-deserved king of weapons. Owning such weapons is the top of the world. Weapons made of light molecules and ultrasonic fusion can cover half of the Earth in 2 hours, and the spillovers can make people die instantly without any pain. The research and development of light molecules has attracted countries all over the world. Some countries even offer a price of 5 billion for 1 gram of light molecules. After the living room is quiet, Su Yan came out with a tea set and saw Mo Nanza carefully reading the fog-finding plan. Su Yan walked over, put down the tea set gently, knelt on the edge of the low coffee table, and carefully made tea for the adults. She took the tweezers and carried out the warm cup, opened the can, wake the tea, wash the tea, brew and pour the tea in an orderly manner. She raised her hands and feet, elegant, dignified and calm, and the people present could not bear to break this beauty. Even Mo Nanza couldn't help but look away from the information and fell on her. She served tea with both hands and said politely, Lord Guotong, please have tea. Lord Guotong smiled, took the exquisite teacup, and sighed, these are the cans of high-quality biluocheng given to me by the friendly country of China. I also gave a can to General Mo, which must be this tea. Although this tea is expensive, it is a little astringent to drink. Su Yan smiled indifferently, take a sip now. Will it taste astringent? Lord Guotong took a sip and looked shocked. Good tea, it turns out that we can't brew it, or the lady's cleverness, it's so delicious. Several leaders immediately drank tea and praised it. Su Yan raised the last cup and handed it to Mo Nanza. Mo Nanza put down the information in his hand and took the tea. As soon as it was brought to his mouth, he smelled a refreshing fragrance. He took a sip. The tea is fresh, mellow and sweet, sweet and fragrant. The mouth is fragrant and elegant, smooth and cool, and the aftertaste is endless. He was amazed by the good tea and Su Yan's tea-making skills. Su Yan said goodbye and left the living room after pouring another cup of tea for the adults. After Su Yan left, Lord Guotong asked curiously, General Mo, which family is your wife? Looking at her temperament, she is not an ordinary child. Mo Nanza frowned slightly and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She was just a child raised in a working airing family and was very ordinary. Lord Guotong shook his head and said with a simple smile, the old man's eyes are very accurate. Your wife is not ordinary. Lord Guotong couldn't help drinking a cup and poured a cup of tea by himself. When your wife is free one day, I will send someone to ask her about the tea ceremony. The tea made by my assistant is too bad to drink, which wasted such a good biluocheng in China. Mo Nanza replied politely, okay, I will tell her the meaning of Lord Guotong. Lord Guotong nodded with a smile and couldn't put down the pot of tea. Minus Su Yan left the living room and sat down at the leisure table in the front yard garden. The morning sun was particularly warm. Su Yan sat on a rattan chair, lazily in the sun, and lay on the glass table doing nothing. I don't know how long it took for Su Yan to sleep. After Mo Nanza sent several leaders out of Nanyang, when he turned around, he found Su Yan sleeping on her stomach in the garden. He walked over slowly. Looking at the woman's fair and pink face, she was tanned red by the morning sun. His deep eyes were gloomy, and he stared at her thoughtfully for a while. He looked around and looked at the oversized umbrella standing at the door. The breeze blows gently. Su Yan felt a little numb in her arm and woke up from her sleep. She rubbed her stiff hands and looked up to see that there was an extra large umbrella beside her. Bursts of fragrance came to her nose, and Su Yan looked down at her feet with the fragrance. Unexpectedly, there was a stove of mosquito-repellent incense burning under the table. Su Yan was inexplicably moved. She looked around and wondered who took care of her so carefully. There is no one around. Su Yan picked up the mosquito burner and walked to the villa. Madam. Su Yan turned around when she heard the sound. A suit. The man in leather strode over, nodded to her respectfully, and handed her an envelope with both hands. This is what the fifth master asked me to pass to you. So Yan was curious and catched. What is it? The man said, I don't know. The fifth master said that he had official business and would not come back recently. If you need anything, please feel free to tell us. When So Yan heard that he would not come back, her heart plumped. She soon calmed down, handed the incense burner to the man, and took out a bank card from the envelope. There is also a note in it, with a few powerful words written on it. The gate and credit card passwords are both 151617. I am on official business, and I am on a business trip to China, and the return date has not been determined. So Yan gently folded the note and put it in her pocket. She lowered her head and looked at the bank card in her hand. Her fingers couldn't help touching what belonged to Monanza. Her heart was pressed like dozens of pounds of stones, which was indescribably stuffy and uncomfortable. It's missing and reluctant. She said in a low tone and asked in a low voice, who just gave me an umbrella and ordered a mosquito repellent incense burner. The man replied, it was the fifth master who ordered me to do it. So Yan was moved and felt a trace of pain. It was difficult for a man like him not to love him. How happy should Bai Jingqiu, who is deeply loved by Monanza. So Yan was extremely envious of Bai Jingqiu at this time. I don't know if she will do good deeds and accumulate virtue until she dies from now on. Can she exchange for Monanza's love in her next life? So Yan was full of thoughts, sighed softly, took back the mosquito incense burner, humbly said thank you to the man, and then continued to walk into the room. The days of living in Nangyue are the purest and most comfortable days for So Yan in the past 3 years. With the care of the servant, she doesn't have to worry about eating and drinking. She can read books, listen to music, sleep in, and enjoy a quiet and comfortable time alone. However, this beautiful peace was broken by an uninvited guest who came back a week later. After Bai Jingqiu learned that Su Yan lived in Naoyang, he caught the day when Monanza came back from a business trip and hurried back to Fengcheng. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Jingqiu pointed to So Yan, who was reading in the living room, and asked angrily, who allowed you to live here? And who allowed you to touch my book? So Yan covered the book and looked up at the uncontrollable Bai Jingqiu. She stood up, put the book in its original position, turned to Bai Jingqiu and said, it was Monanza's permission. Bai Jingqiu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He said word by word, So Yan, for the sake of Brother The's grandmother, I have endured you for a long time. Brother Le decorated this house according to my preferences and planned to be our wedding room. And this whole wall book is also tailor-made for me by Brother The. Bai Jingqiu narrowed his cold eyes, his eyes were poisonous, and every word was fierce and cold, like a scorpion with venom, like if you hadn't taken advantage of Grandma to intervene between us, your current position should belong to me. Bai Jingqiu was arrogant and continued to curse, I have known Brother The for more than 20 years and love each other. It's not enough for you to take away my brother The. You still live in my wedding room and touch my things. So Yan, you are extremely shameless. Hearing this, So Yan also feels that it is herself who is too much. But what's wrong with her? She was also a victim. Before she got married, she didn't know that Bai Jingqiu existed, let alone that Monanza was forced to marry her. Sorry to bother you. So Yan's attitude is cold and lukewarm. I'm going to go into the room now, take my mobile phone and clothes and leave. After saying that, she went into the room, took her mobile phone and a few sets of clothes, and came out with a luggage bag. So Yan passed by Bai Jingqiu, usually looking soft. The weak Bai Jingqiu suddenly pulled her arm, and his eyes staring at her became gloomy and terrible. Bai Jingqiu made a creepy evil sneer. Do you want to leave? It's not that simple. So Yan's heart is hairy. What do you want to do? Bai Jingqiu squinted his cold eyes and smiled sly. Brother The was on his way back. This house was used by Brother The to receive national leaders. Except for the door, no cameras were installed here. A bad premonition emerged from the bottom of So Yan's heart. She looked at Bai Jingqiu's terrible appearance, her back was cold and her scalp was numb. Then, Bai Jingqiu rushed to the bookshelf like crazy, turned over the neatly arranged books on it, and made a mess. Then he slapped himself in the face a few times and threw out the red 5 fingerprints. So Yan was dumbfounded and stunned by the woman's self-abuse operation. She has already seen Bai Jingqiu's dirty tricks. But I didn't expect that in order to frame her, he was so cruel that he even fanned himself. Monanza loves Bai Jingqiu so much, how can he believe the explanation of such a notorious and famous woman as her? She can't wash herself even if she jumps into the Yellow River. She gritted her teeth and scolded angrily, Bai Jingqiu, you even beat yourself to frame me. You are really crazy. Bai Jingqiu narrowed his cold eyes and slowly walked towards So Yan. So Yan retreated cautiously step by step. You are so scheming, aren't you afraid of Monanza? Bai Jingqiu sneered disdainfully. So Yan, before you married Monanza, you didn't inquire. Everyone who knew Monanza knew that he had a childhood sweetheart who had loved him for more than 10 years. His deep affection for me is beyond your imagination. And my image in his heart is so perfect, so simple and kind, which is also unpredictable to you. He loves me so much. Do you think he will doubt me? Soya's heart was sour and surging. She felt out of breath. She didn't want to listen anymore and turned around and left. Bai Jingqiu chased out and came to the door to pull Su-Yan. At this time, an armed army chariot slowly drove in from outside. Bai Jingqiu looked at the vehicle and immediately burst into tears. I'm sorry, Sister Su-Yan, I'm not Xiaosan. I'm really not Xiaosan, Wu. I didn't ruin your marriage, I didn't. Crazy, let go. Su-Yan pushed her hand and tried to break free. Bai Jingqiu took her hand and didn't let go. The more he cried, the more energetic he became. There was a sound of breaking. The car door slammed, anxious and angry. Bai Jingqiu cried to the cold man behind Su-Yan, Brother Ze, I'm not a junior. Why did Sister Su-Yan beat me like this? Mo Nanza saw the strange and clear red marks of the 5 fingers on Bai Jingqiu's face, and she cried so hard. Mo Nanza walked over, held Su-Yan's arm and shook it fiercely, trying to separate them first. There is no division in the man's strength, and his move is extremely fierce. Under the influence of gravity, Su-Yan rushed back and fell under the 2 steps of the door. The palms and knees fell to the ground first, rubbed forward fiercely, and took a deep breath. The pain of skin tearing made her overflow tears uncontrollably. She lay on the concrete floor and was in a mess. 10,000 arrows pierced the heart, which is a pain that burns the heart and eats the bones. She bit her lower lip with all her strength, her throat was burning hot, and her eyes were full of tears. She tried not to let herself cry. When Mo Nanza realized that Su-Yan had fallen and looked at her, his deep eyes sagged slightly. Su-Yan's watery eyes looked at the man's terrified cold eyes, and her heart was cold. When Mo Nanza saw Su-Yan's palm oozing blood, he really didn't expect that the out-of-control force would hurt her by mistake. A flash in a trance, Mo Nanza put away his compassion and scolded angrily, Su-Yan, I warned you that you dared to bully Xiaoqiu. Su-Yan's heart was sour and uncomfortable, and she endured every word. Mo Nanza, you have been separated from her for 10 years. Do you really know her? Do you really think she is simple and kind? She falsely accused me again and twice. She was just a very scheming green tea. Chapter 14 Mo Nanza knows the truth. Hearing the words, Mo Nanza's face became gloomy, his eyes were like torches, and he was surrounded by a TRFC cold air field, feeling that the air was about to freeze. Su-Yan was very flustered in her heart. She was afraid that if she angered the man, she would be killed. But she is unwilling. Even if she dies, she will fight for a chance to defend herself. As for Mo Nanza, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Because it can't change the weight of Bai Jingqiu in his heart. Mo Nanza was silent. He saw a touch of tenacity that was unwilling to show weakness under Su-Yan's weak eyes. Like when she was saved in the Science and Technology Park, and like when she beat her own brother in the casino. However, her weak but tough eyes tried her best to hold back tears and couldn't control the helplessness of the tear glands, just like Xiaoqiu, who was frustrated and unwilling to give up when she was a child. His heart throbbed slightly, and the illusion made him distracted. After saying these words, Su-Yan raised the back of her hand to wipe her tears. The wound on her palm was particularly dazzling, and Mo Nanza realized how serious her injury was. She picked up her luggage bag and turned to the door. She took 2 steps and bent down in pain to check the knee injury. Check it a little, straighten up again, and move forward slowly. Her slender back is lonely and helpless and depressed. The sunlight can't warm her heart even if it shines on her, and there are bursts of sadness. Bai Jingqiu covered his red and swollen face and cried pitifully. I'm not a junior. I didn't ruin your marriage, Wu. Why did you hit me? Why? With that, she walked back to the room sadly. Mo Nanza followed Bai Jingqiu into the room and looked thoughtfully at her tidying up the mess of books on the ground. However, he found that when he was a child, Xiaoqiu, who paid most attention to the placement of book categories, now he piles up randomly, completely ignoring the classification. His eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. The night was quiet. In the study of Nanyan, Mo Nanza transmitted a video in front of the computer. After sending, he picked up his mobile phone and made a call. The other end of the mobile phone was the most powerful engineer in the program department of the Northern Army War Group. He said coldly, "This is the monitor at the door. You can amplify the sound infinitely, eliminate all the noise, and export the recording in the living room at this time. The program engineer is very confident. 5th Master, it's very simple for me, give me a few minutes." Mo Nanza cut off the call, put down his mobile phone, and his deep and cold eyes sank slightly. Nanyan has surveillance, but only he knows. Su-Yan's weak and tough eyes flashed through Mo Nanza's mind again. Her aggrieved and helpless tears are still lingering in her heart, which makes him upset. 10 minutes later, the engineer sent a recording. Mo Nanza hesitated for a while, resolutely clicked on it and listened to the extracted sound. That night, he lost sleep. Shouyan. This is an ancient villa with a beautiful environment and a long time. Su-Yan came back from outside with a bouquet of wild flowers in her arms. In the orchid pavilion, there is a dignified, elegant, and kind-hearted old man. Her hair is silver white, slender but hard. Grandma. Su-Yan's voice is sweet. Seeing Su Yan, Mrs. Mo stretched out her hand with a smile. Xiao Wang, are you running to the back mountain to pick wildflowers again? Su Yan accelerated. He walked over, put the wildflowers on the stone table, sat down beside his grandmother, and whispered softly, the wild chrysanthemum is so beautiful that I can't help but want to pick them back and put them in the vase. Mrs. Mo touched Su Yan's head spoiledly and smiled brightly. Your husband is here. Su Yan was stunned, and her face turned slightly pale. Mrs. Mo pointed to the room. He is in the room. Su Yan looked back nervously. Are you here to avenge his little sister? Or come and divorce her? Mrs. Mo lowered her voice. You slept at my place last night. He must have missed you and came to pick you up. Su Yan squeezed out a stiff smile, and her heart was sour. Grandma didn't know how bad their relationship was, and she thought they were very loving. Mrs. Mo asked Su Yan to help her into the room. As soon as the two walked into the living room, they saw Mo Nanza coming out of the room. Mrs. Mo's face was full of smiles. Aze, come here, Grandma. Mo Nanza walked over and greeted in a warm voice. He was wearing a black casual suit, with a straight, majestic and extraordinary appearance. Su Yan couldn't control her throbbing heart and bumped into the deer. But he resented him contradictorily, hated him, didn't want to see him, and didn't want to pay attention to him. When Mo Nanza saw Su Yan holding her grandmother, she lowered her head and lowered her eyes, not looking at him. Mo Nanza's personality has always been calm and cold, and he is not good at words. He moved his eyes to Su Yan's injured palm, and a trace of guilt arose. The dull airflow makes the atmosphere depressing. Mo Nanza moistened his throat and spoke in a gentle tone. Is your hand okay? Su Yan shrank her hands and clenched her fist slightly. Her heart was full of grievances and resentment. Her tone was not good. She responded lightly, it's okay. Old man Mo frowned, pulled Su Yan's injured hand and spread it out in front of Mo Nanza. He said displeasedly, how can it be okay? Look, the tender little hand is all scratched. She said that she tripped on the road, injured her knee, and her palm was so badly bruised that it was bleeding. When I gave her medicine yesterday, she cried a lot and hugged me. She cried like a child for 2 hours, and her eyes were swollen. I didn't know that your injured person thought you had lost your love. Su Yan pulled her grandmother's hand awkwardly, and whispered, Grandma, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Mo Nanza felt ashamed and guilty, and his self-reproach became more and more uneasy. He slowly took out a bottle of ointment from his trouser pocket and handed it to Su Yan, which was good for wound healing. Su Yan's eyes moved to the glass bottle in his hand. She didn't pick it up and said indifferently, thank you, I don't need it. Mo Nanza squeezed slightly, squeezed his lips, exclaimed, and put the thing back on the table. The mood is getting heavier and heavier. Su Yan helped her grandmother to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Mo Nanza followed and sat down with Grandma. Su Yan said gently, Grandma, I'll go back to the room first. Grandma was stunned. Your husband just came. Won't you accompany him? Su Yan's tone was still a little resentful. He didn't need me to accompany him. After saying that, Su Yan turned around and left. Mo Nanza was silent, and his deep eyes unconsciously moved with her back. Mrs. Mo looked at her grandson's guilty eyes and smiled, knowing everything. Chapter 15 True and False Identity. In the evening, at the dinner table, all three of them were eating dinner quietly. Mo Nanza's mobile phone ring suddenly rang, breaking the pleasant and warm dining time. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the screen, frowning slightly. It's a video call from Bai Jingchu. It is not appropriate to answer her phone in front of Grandma and Su Yan, not to mention that he didn't have time to teach her a good lesson about slandering Su Yan yesterday. Mo Nanza did not hesitate and refused to connect. He typed back, I'm busy. I'll call you back when I'm free. After sending the message, Mo Nanza put his mobile phone on the table and continued to pick up the dishes and chopsticks to eat. Mrs. Mo picked up food for Mo Nanza and asked in a warm voice, have you been busy recently? Mo Nanza, I'm a little busy. Is it an official business or a private matter? Grandma pointed to the mobile phone. It's a call that doesn't matter. Mo Nanza explained. As soon as he finished speaking, the video call came again. Su Yan knew it was Bai Jingchu's phone call without thinking about it. Her mood became gloomy and she ate quietly. Mo Nanza glanced at Su Yan, picked up his mobile phone and hung up again. Mo Nanza felt that 2 untimely video invitation calls disturbed Grandma and Su Yan, and felt a little sorry. He picked vegetables for Grandma and a piece of meat for Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned and looked at the meat that the man had pinched into her bowl. She couldn't react for a moment. If it had been before, she would have been flattered and ecstatic. But now, she is not happy at all. She slowly put the meat on the bone plate. Mo Nanza frowned slightly, and it could be seen that Su Yan was still very angry and aggrieved. He took a deep breath, and his voice was stuck in his throat. He couldn't hold back a word of apology for a long time. Bai Jingchu's third deadly serial call sounded again. This time, Mrs. Mo was quick-witted, picked up Mo Nanza's mobile phone, and quickly connected the video. As soon as the video was turned on, the sound of crying came. Brother Za, Su Yan is too much. Why did she mess with the things in my room? The drawer was messed up by her, and a necklace worth more than 100,000 yuan was missing. I don't know if she stole it. Mrs. Ma's face suddenly darkened. Su Yan hung her head, holding her chopsticks tightly and did not move. Her chest seemed to be pressed by a stone, which was blocked in panic. Mo Nanza's eyes sank and he quickly took back his mobile phone. He found that Bai Jingchu was crying with his eyes closed in the video, and did not look at the picture. Mrs. Mo scolded angrily at her mobile phone. Who are you? Why did you say that my little pill stole your things? Komaru is upright and kind, and he will never steal things. Bai Jingchu's crying suddenly stopped. He opened his tearful eyes and saw Mo Nanza angry in front of the screen. He asked in astonishment, Brother, why is there grandma's voice? Did you go to Shouyan? Mo Nanza replied displeasedly, Is Su Yan also here? Bai Jingchu asked nervously. Mo Nanza said lightly, here. Bai Jingchu suddenly panicked. There was a tendency of 300 taels of silver here. He said nervously, Brother, I just doubted it. I didn't say that she must have stolen it. Mo Nanza's face became more and more uncomfortable. It was as cold as frost. The cold air field gradually solidified, and her attitude was serious. She didn't steal your things and hung up. Bai Jingchu hurriedly asked, don't hang up first, Brother, when will you come back? As soon as he put down his mobile phone, Mrs. Mo asked angrily in a displeased voice, do you have a junior? Mo Nanza didn't know where to explain it, and he had a headache. Grandma, I don't have Xiao San. Don't care what she says. Let's eat. Mrs. Mo couldn't ask anything in Mo Nanza's mouth, and looked at the depressed Su Yan. Xiao Wan, tell Grandma that your husband has a woman outside. Su Yan squeezed out a stiff smile and explained to Mo Nanza understandingly, he didn't. Who was that woman just now? Su Yan hesitated for a while. Because of her grandmother's illness, she couldn't be stimulated. She used Mo Nanza's original words, he is a child who has not grown up yet, just talking nonsense. Mo Nanza was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that she had been so wronged and slandered, and she didn't say a word of complaint. It won't be like Bai Jingchu, slandering and malicious slander. Mrs. Mo was comforted by Su Yan and did not ask any more questions. After dinner, the three of them had tea and chatted outside the pavilion. The night is hazy, and frogs, drums and cicadas are singing in the quiet garden. The tea is full of fragrance, which is pleasant and beautiful. Mrs. Mo is enjoying the company of her grandchildren and daughter-in-law, and she is in a good mood. At this time, the servant came over and said respectfully, Old lady, there is a Miss Bai outside the door who wants to see the old lady and the fifth master. Su Ya's heart tightened slightly, and she continued to drink tea in a trance. Mrs. Mo asked, which Miss Bai? She said that she and the fifth master were childhood sweethearts, the fifth master's favorite woman since childhood, and the future granddaughter-in-law you once loved the most. When Mo Nanza heard this, he looked gloomy and stood up. Grandma, I'll go out to deal with it. Mrs. Mo's face became more and more ugly, and she said coldly, don't move. Let her come in and make the words clear. Mo Nanza clenched his fists tightly and sat down coldly. Su Yan seemed to be calm and leisurely, but she felt very uncomfortable. She wanted to avoid suspicion. Grandma, Bai Jingchu must have a lot to say when she came to you. I'll go back to my room first. Mrs. Mo interrupted seriously, you are not allowed to leave. Please sit down for me. In Des, Su Yan had to sit down. At this moment, the servant led Bai Jingchu to the garden pavilion. Bai Jingchu was wearing a white dress, with a fairy spirit and expensive jewelry, which looked very luxurious and exquisite. Bai Jingchu greeted politely, good evening, Grandma, good evening, brother. She only regards Su Yan as transparent. Mo Nanza frowned and looked at Bai Jingchu, leaning weakly on the back of the chair, with helplessness and anger between his eyebrows. Miss Bai, please take a seat. Mrs. Mo maintains the most basic literacy and is very polite. Bai Jingchu smiled happily and went to Mo Nanza's side to sit down. Mrs. Mo looked at Bai Jingchu's strange goblin face, frowned, and there was a trace of displeasure in her tone. Miss Bai, do you want to show your face for what you just said to Ace? Don't you know that my granddaughter-in-law is also here? Su Yan lowered her head. At this moment, her existence seemed particularly awkward. Bai Jingchu glanced at Su Yan, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, disdainful. Grandma. Bai Jingchu made a contrived squeak, and the coquettish clip sound dragged a long ending, with a trace of grievance. Did you really forget me? I'm Bai Jingchu. I was your neighbor before I was 14 years old. I like to visit your house the most. Brother Zhe and I are childhood sweethearts, and everyone in the Mo family likes me very much. You also joked that when I grow up, you will let me be your granddaughter-in-law. Mrs. Mo looked at Bai Jingchu in shock, and then looked at Su Yan. She became uneasy and scolded angrily, nonsense. Bai Jingchu blinked his big eyes and said innocently, Grandma, I am your favorite future granddaughter-in-law. Su Yan just looks a little like my childhood shadow. I was fat at that time, and my face was also round, but I just lost weight when I grew up. Have you really forgotten me? Mrs. Mo trembled slightly and clenched his fist and looked at Monanza. She is lying, isn't she? Monanza's face was gloomy and he said lightly, Grandma, she is Bai Jingqiu. Mrs. Mo was hit hard and her eyes turned red. Her trembling hand held Su Yan beside her and her voice tightened. Xiao Wang, tell Grandma that they are lying to me, right? You are my granddaughter-in-law. Su Yan felt that something was wrong with her grandmother, but this day would come sooner or later. She didn't know that her grandmother had mistaken her, so she accepted her grandmother's kindness to her with peace of mind. Now, she knows that all this is just a misunderstanding. What right does she have to continue to be Monanza's wife and let her grandmother love her wrongly? Su Yan felt that she was going to lose her last love. The tip of her heart ached faintly, but she said firmly, Grandma, you have been calling me Xiao Wang. I thought you were looking at my slightly round face and liking to bundle the ball head, so you called me Xiao Wang. I don't know that you mistook me for the granddaughter-in-law you used to love. Mrs. Mo's eyes were moist, and she rubbed Su Yan's hand tightly, and her voice choked slightly. It was not a mistake, you were Xiao Wang. Do you still remember? When you were a child, you were chubby, and your face was round and pink. Brother De said that you looked like a little ball, so he often called you Little Ball. Brother De has liked you very much since he was a child and spoiled you to heaven, but you were too young and naive at that time, and you didn't know his intentions at all. Since you studied abroad, you have lost contact with us. You, Brother Ze, have been in a daze all day and have been confused for several years. He also told me that when you grow up and return to China, let me help him no matter what. He must marry you home and never let you leave him again. I finally facilitated your marriage. As she was talking, Mrs. Mo lost control, and her voice became more and more choked. Now you tell me that I got the wrong person. When Su Yan saw her grandmother crying, her heart was burning like fire, burning painfully, and tears could no longer fill her eyes. Monanza's love for Bai Jingqiu's heart is very touching. She envies such a beautiful love. But she is not. Su Yan lowered her head and felt guilty. Grandma, I'm sorry, I really didn't know you misunderstood. I've been telling you all the time that my name is Su Yan. Mrs. Mo cried and said, I don't care if you are Su Yan or Bai Jingqiu. You are my granddaughter-in-law Xiao Wang, no matter how beautiful and thin you are now. Your eyes, your temperament, and your personality, you are my little ball. You have lived with Grandma for 3 years, and Grandma will never misreceive the wrong person. Bai Jingqiu panicked and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to open the album. Grandma, you really misreceipted. I'm your favorite little pill. Let me show you the photo. This is a photo I took with my parents and my uncle abroad. You know them, right? From the age of 14 to 22, our family of 3 took photos every year. That is, when I was 22 years old, my parents were killed, and I lived with my uncle for 2 years. My uncle can also testify that I just returned to China the year before last, and I also came to see you once, but you didn't even recognize me. Chapter 16, Monanza saw through Bai Jingqiu's ugly mouth and face. Mrs. Mo pushed the mobile phone handed over by Bai Jingqiu, but I didn't look at it. She looked at Monanza emotionally and burst into tears. Tell Grandma that she didn't admit her mistake. Monanza walked over, squatted on one knee in front of Grandma, held her slightly trembling hand, and gently comforted. Grandma, don't be so excited and sad. You think Su Yan is a little pill, and she is. You can do whatever you want. Bai Jingqiu stood up and said angrily, Brother The, I'm Xiao Wang. It's wrong for you to cater to Grandma's mood in reverse. How long will you let her deceive herself? Monanza looked cold and roared, shut up. The man's majestic anger scared Bai Jingqiu and Su Yan to death. She pouted aggrievedly and her eyes were tearful. Mrs. Mo looked at Su Yan sadly, her eyes full of regret and love. Yes, I think she is Xiao Wang, and she is Xiao Wang. Bai Jingqiu was so angry that he stamped his feet and interjected again, Grandma, I am Xiao Maru. Brother The has always loved me. He doesn't love Su Yan at all. You have made Brother The suffer so much. He and Su Yan will divorce sooner or later. Why are you so stubborn and domineering? Bai Jingqiu completely ignored his grandmother's emotions and directly attacked her personally. Monanza's anger surged into his heart, his face was gloomy, and his cold eyes shot at Bai Jingqiu. Why did Bai Jingqiu's personality become so bad when he grew up? Is it an education problem abroad? When Grandma heard Bai Jingqiu's words, she was so angry that her face turned green and her whole body trembled. She pointed at Bai Jingqiu and asked angrily, You. Who do you think is stubborn? She has been tolerant, loving, generous, and decent all her life. When she was old, she was scolded by a so-called junior who was stubborn and domineering. Mrs. Moss stood up angrily, tremblingly, pointing at Bai Jingqiu with tears in her eyes, and her voice was sharp, Get out. Get out of here for me immediately. Su Yan panicked, held her grandmother tightly, stroked her chest, and comforted her in a warm voice, Grandma, don't be angry. Your blood pressure is high, and your mood swings can't be too big. Su Yan said to Monanza again, Take her away quickly. Monanza was filled with a cold anger and pulled Bai Jingqiu out. Bai Jingqiu shook his hand, struggled and cried, Brother Ze, I'm not leaving, it's Su Yan who should go. Woo. Why did she take away you, Grandma, and my love? She is a young woman who can do her best. She sold her body to make money for plastic surgery. She was still a second marriage who had married an old man. Now, she relies on plastic surgery to become a little like my childhood. She was favored by her grandmother and flew on the branch to become a phoenix. I don't accept. These words floated into Suya's ears, which was undoubtedly Ling Kai again and again, like exposing her scars and sprinkled salt, although she doesn't have these memories, but she will still feel uncomfortable. It also stimulated the old lady at the same time. Monanza has dragged her out of the courtyard. If Bai Jingqiu was a man, Monanza felt that he would definitely beat her up. At this time, Suya's anxious cry came. Monanza, come here. Come here, Grandma fainted. Monanza's heart tightened, let go of Bai Jingqiu, who was struggling endlessly, and rushed back to the pavilion. Bai Jingqiu stood like a dumb chicken, watching Monanza rushing past her with her fainted grandmother in her arms, and Suyan also ran behind in a hurry. Bai Jin was a little flustered at the beginning of his heart. He was afraid that he would do this and make Mrs. Mo angry to death, but it was difficult to explain. But on the other think, if Mrs. Mo dies, there is no reason for the marriage between Monanza and Su Yan to continue. And they will definitely divorce. Thinking of this, Bai Jingqiu was instantly relieved and felt that it was good for the old lady to die. Long night, lonely companion. In the VIP room of the hospital, the light is dim and quiet. Su Yan sat on the edge of Mrs. Mo's bed, holding her dry hand, and staring nervously at her grandmother's peaceful sleeping face with tearful eyes. Her heart tightened for a while, just hoping that nothing would happen to her grandmother and she would wake up quickly. I remember that when she woke up in the hospital, her mind was blank and her body was full of wounds. There are a bunch of strangers standing in front of you. These people claim to be her parents, brothers, relatives and friends. The police were also present to make a transcript for her and verify her identity. But she found that these so-called relatives didn't care about her life or death, and all asked her for money. Because she stole 5 million from her dead ex-husband's house and was severely beaten, resulting in amnesia. Because of insufficient evidence, the police did not arrest her, so they escaped. She also asked someone to check her identity. The original family is very bad. My parents don't love me, and my brother doesn't hurt me. When I was very young, I came out to the society to make a living and took a lot of detours. After losing her memory, she couldn't feel the warmth of the world and had no direction in life. Until she met Mrs. Mo. This amiable old man loves her like a grandson, loves her and spoils her. He is very good to her. She has been the happiest in the past 3 years as a nurse with her grandmother. Grandma is the only relative in her sense, and she can't lose her grandmother. Looking back on the past, her tears couldn't help overflowing and slipping on her pale face. The night is getting deeper and deeper. On the other hand, Monanza handed his grandmother to the hospital. When his grandmother's condition stabilized, he immediately drove back to Nanyang. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Monanza aggressively pushed open the door of Bai Jingqiu's room and pulled her up from the quilt. Bai Jingqiu was shocked. Before she could react, she was pulled out. She staggered and trotted. Brother Ze, it's 3 nights in the middle of the night. What are you going to do? It hurts so much when you go in my hand. Where are you going to take me? Monanza said with a calm face and a word. Bai Jingqiu was dragged out of the door, stuffed into the co-pilot, and pulled her to fasten her seat belt. Bai Jingqiu was angry and wanted to cry. He looked at Monanza with tears in his eyes. Brother Ze, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? I'm still wearing my pajamas. Where are you going to take me? Monanza didn't say a word, got into the driver's seat, started the car and drove away. Half an hour later, right outside the door of the villa, Monanza stopped the car, turned around the front of the car to open the co-pilot, pulled her out of the inside and put her outside the door of Bai's house. Bai Jingqiu cried and asked, Brother Ze, why did you send me home? Monanza's eyes were cold and his tone was serious. He warned word by word, Bai Jingqiu, you heard me clearly. Whether in the past or now, I have never said I love you. Please don't be self-righteous and arrogant. In addition, Su Yan and I are husband and wife. Legally speaking, all my property is half of hers. Nanyang is her home, not your home. You don't have the power to dominate. Chapter 17, Monanza treated Su Yan gently. Bai Jingqiu realized that Monanza was angry, squeezed out tears pitifully, and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, brother Ze, why are you suddenly so cruel to me? Monanza asked coldly, do you really think that there is no camera at home? I didn't know that you were playing tricks to slander Su Yan. Bai Jingqiu's face turned pale in an instant. He looked at Monanza at a loss. He was a little stunned and quickly reacted that Su Yan had wronged me. If you don't change your will, do you really treat me as a straw bag? Monanza's eyes were full of disappointment. Bai Jingqiu knew that he couldn't hide it. He cried like rain and cried guiltily, I'm sorry, brother Ze, I knew I was wrong. Monanza was still restraining himself, taking a deep breath and holding back his anger. If you really know your mistake and want to slander her for stealing a necklace, can you still make grandma angry and hospitalized? In the future, you are not allowed to interfere in my affairs with Su Yan, and you are not allowed to go to see grandma alone. If there is a next time, I will never forgive you. Bai Jingqiu took 2 steps forward, took Mo Nanza's hand and shook it gently coquettishly. Brother, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time, and I will never do it again. Mo Nanza shook off her hand angrily, took a step back, and said coldly, I will ask someone to pack all your things and send them back tomorrow, and I will reflect on myself at home. Putting down his words, Mo Nanza walked over and rang the doorbell. Bai Jingqiu cried and begged, apologized, spoiled, pretended to be cute, and tried his best to figure it out. Mo Nanza was not moved at all. Until the housekeeper came out and opened the door, he handed Bai Jingqiu to the housekeeper and drove away without hesitation. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the street was empty and there were no cars. Mo Nanza drove to the hospital in a hurry. He returned to the hospital ward and gently pushed open the door. In the dim light, Su Yan was wiping her grandmother's hands with a wet towel. She didn't dare to close her eyes for half a moment and has been taking care of her grandmother. Mo Nanza walked in lightly, and Su Yan turned around and looked into his deep eyes. At the moment when the eyes collided, her heart trembled slightly and whispered, I thought you were home, why did you come back? Mo Nanza's magnetic voice is very low. He went back to deal with some things and rushed over when he was done. I'll take care of grandma, and you go to the companion bed next to you to rest for a while. Su Yan shook her head and looked at her grandmother who hadn't woken up yet. I'm not tired and don't want to sleep. Mo Nanza held her wrist and pulled her up in a serious tone. I'm here. You go to bed. The man's palm was warm and thick. Su Yan was like an electric shock, and the numbness spread from her skin to her limbs. She pulled out her hand nervously. Her face was warm and her voice was soft. Then I'll sleep for a while. When grandma wakes up, you must call me. Okay. Mo Nanza responded softly. Su Yan lay down on the companion bed, facing her grandmother sideways, and her feet curled up slightly. Mo Nanza just sat down and glanced at Su Yan, who was not sleeping. He stood up again, took out a quilt from the cabinet, and went to her side to cover her. The man's behavior touched the softness in the deepest part of Su Yan's heart. She was slightly stunned and stared at him. Mo Nanza covered her with a quilt, pulled the curtain in the middle, and closed his eyes. Su Yan's heart was slightly warm and she closed her eyes. The throbbing of the atrium is getting stronger and stronger. She didn't dare to think about what kind of mood she would have to divorce her after her grandmother's birthday. A man like him has the great righteousness of the country, is upright, affectionate and dedicated, cold on the outside and hot on the inside. He must love his country, his family, and his childhood very much. Su Yan slowly fell asleep with envy. At noon the next day, when Su Yan woke up, Mo Nanza was taking care of her grandmother for lunch. She looked at Mo Nanza with a trace of displeasure. Why didn't grandma call me when she woke up? Grandma looked at Su Yan's sleepy eyes, her eyes were full of pampering, and said with a light smile, as I said that you didn't fall asleep until 4 a.m. And let you sleep a little longer. Su Yan's face was slightly hot, and her heart was warm. She took grandma's hand and asked nervously, Grandma, are you okay? How are you feeling? Grandma gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Don't worry, grandma's body is strong. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay. You scared me to death last night. Grandma raised the corners of her mouth and smiled with her eyebrows bent. Grandma is not so easy to fall down. Grandma still needs to take care of her health and help you deal with that difficult stinky little third. Mo Nanza, who was sitting on the side, sank his face and corrected in a serious tone. Grandma, there is no junior in our marriage. Grandma snorted coldly and felt that she was the one who was greened. She said indignantly, what was the one that wasn't Xiaosan last night? I don't believe that the opposite sex in this world has any pure friendship, pure brother and sister. Mo Nanza was speechless when he was told, and he stopped when he wanted to speak. Su Yan couldn't help laughing when she saw that he was speechless. It was ridiculous and not polite, so he lowered his head and pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Mo Nanza caught a glimpse of Su Yan, who wanted to laugh and didn't dare to smile, and his eyes became soft. Grandma gently stroked Su Yan's back. Xiao Wang, I asked someone to prepare clean toiletries and put them on the washstand. You go to wash and come out to eat something. Su Yan responded obediently, okay. She turned around and went into the bathroom. Grandma looked at Su Yan's back and sighed, whether she is Su Yan or Xiao Wang, I think she is very good and suitable for you. You can't divorce her for that woman, you know? Mo Nanza was helpless, but he couldn't gamble on Grandma's health, I know. Grandma rolled Mo Nanza's white eyes, with a little displeasure, and questioned, tell me honestly, do you really have no feelings for Xiao Wang? Mo Nanza pulled the chair closer to the old lady and leaned over. Grandma, I didn't agree with you to make a marriage at the beginning. Whether you misunderstood that she was Xiao Wen or not, you should not use forced means to make a marriage. This is wrong. It's unfair to me and Su Yan. Mrs. Mo, don't change the topic. Let me ask you if you are interested in her. Mo Nanza thought seriously for a moment. She should be a good woman, but I have been married to her for more than a month, and we have only been together for a few days. There is no emotional foundation and we don't know much about each other. Mrs. Mo said solemnly, Grandma knows that you are a responsible man. Since you have married her, you must be responsible for her, and you can't disappoint her with marriage as a child's play. Mo Nanza touched Grandma's silver hair, his eyes full of warmth, and nodded helplessly. Okay, listen to Grandma. Grandma's face was full of smiles. We can cross the same boat for 100 years, and we can sleep together for 1,000 years. We must be together. At this time, Mo Nanza was extremely helpless. He has promised Su Yan that he will divorce after the birthday banquet. It's not his style to go out. At this time, the people of the Mo family came to visit their grandmother and came in, and the ward became lively in an instant. Grandma has Alzheimer's disease and is very forgetful. She doesn't remember what these people look like at all. When they mention their identity, she will have a vague impression. Mom, I'm your son Mo Fan. This is your daughter-in-law, He Dongxi. Your grandson-in-law and your great-grandson also came to see you. Mrs. Mo looked at everyone in a daze and thought about it and said, My son's name is Mo Yang. That's your youngest son, who passed away at the age of 10. I'm your eldest son, Mo Fan. The eldest son? And your grandchildren are all here. Every meeting between the Mo family and the old lady is like a long-lost reunion scene. It should be introduced one by one every time. In the lively and noisy environment, Su Yan came out of the bathroom and was stunned when she saw more than a dozen people in the ward. Every time Grandma is hospitalized, Su Yan will take care of her. The Mo family is also surprised to see her. Chapter 18 Another Identity of Su Yan. Mo's family gathered around Grandma and asked for warmth, caring and prepared. Su Yan felt that she looked too much in the ward, so she came out. She came to the garden corridor on the first floor of the hospital, sat on the stone bench, and looked at the green plants in the distance in a daze. Suddenly, a man's pure and magnetic voice broke the tranquility of this moment. What are you thinking about? Su Yan's thoughts pulled back and tilted her head to look at the source of the sound. Mo Nanza has come to her side and sat down on the stone bench. The man's aura is strong, and everywhere he goes, he feels covered with a layer of frost. Su Yan's heart tightened unconsciously, her body became stiff, and she slowly adjusted her sitting posture. I didn't think about anything. Su Yan responded faintly. Mo Nanza gently raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes were deep and gloomy, and his tone was cold. Did you hear our plan? Su Yan was stunned and looked at Mo Nanza in a daze. Mo Nanza's eyes shifted to her clear apricot eyes. Looking at each other, Mo Nanza found that her eyes were shiny and clear, beautiful and mysterious. Mo Nanza reminds, the fog-finding plan. Su Yan didn't know why he suddenly asked like this, and answered truthfully, I heard a little bit. Mo Nanza's face was slightly gloomy, with a trace of majestic coldness. Our plan has been leaked. What does the disclosure of the plan have to do with her? Do you doubt her? Su Yan is very wronged. Do you suspect it's me? Mo Nanza looked straight at the scenery in front of him and did not answer Su Yan's question directly. Knowing this plan, except for Lord Guotu and several leaders in important positions, only you and I are left. In this way, she is indeed very suspicious. Su Yan understood Mo Nanza's suspicion, but she didn't know the details of the fog hunting plan at all, and she didn't leak the secret. Mo Nanza, it's not me. Natural-colored Silkian said word by word, in a very serious tone and a tough attitude. I don't know your detailed plan, and I haven't revealed any secrets. Mo Nanza squinted at Su Yan with cold eyes and said slowly with deep meaning, I also investigated your identity in depth on this business trip to China. Su Yan was stunned and looked at him without saying a word. Mo Nanza continued, I found out another interesting identity of yours. Interesting? How sarcastic words. Su Yan unconsciously clenched her fists and was so nervous that her stomach was about to convulse. Mo Nanza's eyes and tone are definitely not a good word in the future. Her image has long been unsightly, and now there is still a black material. Seeing Su Yan's nervous look, Mo Nanza said lightly that you had been selected by the Shadow and received special training. Su Yan wondered, what is a Shadow? A very mysterious organization specializing in the cultivation of killers, spies, intelligence officers and beauty offerings. Su Yan only felt a chill on her back, and goosebumps stood up. She was extremely tormented in her heart and said helplessly, Mo Nanza, I understand why you suspect that I have leaked the secret, but I really haven't heard your detailed plan, and I haven't leaked the secret to anyone. It's true that my memory loss is true. If possible, I hope I won't recover my memory in my life, and let my dirty and terrible experiences and memories be buried in the past. The more Su Yan said, the more uncomfortable she felt. Her eyes turned red and her voice trembled. I don't know how to prove my innocence to you. Just like I was falsely accused by Bai Jingchu several times, I can only swallow this breath by myself. If you have evidence, arrest me as a secret agent. Su Yan's attitude of saying this sentence is more or less self-abandoned. Mo Nanza stared at Su Yan with unfathomable eyes, with a suspicious tone. Su Yan, if your amnesia is fake, then everything becomes very reasonable. Su Yan sighed helplessly, lowered her head, and mocked herself sarcastically. I rely on plastic surgery to please my grandmother, so that I can marry you and then lurk beside you. I don't ask for money and status, but only to steal more important secrets of the northern country. If I pretend to have amnesia, I am a very great spy. Monanza, that's true. Su Yan smiled helplessly. Now that my identity is about to be exposed, I can't wait to divorce you. Therefore, it is reasonable for everything to correspond so coincidentally. Monanza was silent. Su Yan looked up at the sky and felt that her chest was blocked and she was so uncomfortable that she almost couldn't breathe. She felt suffocated to death. But she can't deny these things, because she has lost her memory, and even she can't be 100% sure whether it existed. Maybe she was a shadow person before she lost her memory. Is it also the organization's plan to approach Monanza? It's just that I lost my memory in the process of the plan. Su Yan didn't want to explain anymore. It was useless to talk empty words. She stood up and left her without saying a word. Just 2 steps, Monanza's voice came from behind. Su Yan, everything is going so smoothly. Su Yan stopped and turned her back to Monanza. Monanza stood up and looked at Su Yan's slender back, with powerful words. If you are really a member of the shadow organization, I can't master all your information so smoothly. Your family background, your past experience, your photo information before and after plastic surgery, and even your information about entering the shadow organization's special training, I can easily get it without any effort, as if someone deliberately released it to me. This is not the style of the shadow, and there must be something strange in it. I will continue to investigate this matter, and you don't need to worry about it. Su Yan felt a little better when she heard Monanza's words. It is normal for people like her who have such a wide difference in identity background to approach Monanza, and it is also normal to be suspected. Su Yan was silent for a while and said softly, "Thank you for not arresting me." Monanza changed his words and jumped from official affairs to private matters. "I sent Bai Jingchu back to the Bai family. I'm sorry for hurting you by mistake. Are you still going back to live in Naoyo?" Su Yan didn't turn around and still spoke with her back to him. Her face was very bad at this time, and her eyes were moist. She knew that she was in a bad state without looking in the mirror. "Don't reply," she said. "So where do you live? Take it easy and let it go." Monanza felt guilty and said lightly, "Please feel free to contact me if you need anything." Su Yan clenched her fist slightly, and the arteries in her wrist were beating and hurting, and another sadness surged into her heart. Su Yan pretended to be calm about the divorce. Before she finished her words, Monanza's voice came, "I respect your choice." This is the answer that Su Yan wants to hear most. But her contradictory heart was like a needle, tingling and very uncomfortable. Uncontrollable tears blurred her vision. She looked at the road ahead, her voice became hoarse, and she muttered, "Thank you." She didn't dare to stay for another second, for fear that she couldn't help crying, so she hurried forward. The road ahead is long. Every step she takes, she feels confused in life and has no direction. Chapter 19. Bai Jingchu was beaten by Su Yan. The next few days, Su Yan didn't live in Shouyang and did not go back to Naoyo. Instead, she temporarily borrowed thousands of yen from Monanza's card to rent a small apartment and buy some necessary daily necessities. She has no education and doesn't know what kind of work skills she has. So she goes to the flower and bird market to wholesale some flowers and pushes the cart to set up stalls in the night market. Her income was quite stable. In less than half a month, she had spare money to pay for the money temporarily borrowed from Monanza Kari. The simple life is very comfortable. At the same time, she is also carefully preparing her grandmother's birthday present. She knew that her grandmother liked classical things, so she spent half a month embroidering and long green bamboo as a birthday gift. On the day of Grandma's birthday, it was 8 a.m. Su Yan heard the doorbell ringing while she was still asleep. She got up sleepily, strung her long hair and opened the door. Standing at the door is Monanza's special assistant, Lu Qing. He is holding a huge gift box in his hand. "Good morning, madam." Lu Qing greeted politely. Su Yan squeezed out a smile. "Good morning, Lu Tasuka. This is what the fifth master asked me to send to you." Su Yan was stunned and reached out to take it. "What is it?" Lu Qing said politely, "It's an evening dress and some jewelry. I'll pick you up on time at 5 o'clock in the evening." Su Yan held a heavy gift, and a burst of warmth came to her heart. A little flattered. "Say thank you to Monanza for me." Su Yan smiled sweetly. "Okay." Lu Qing left the apartment after saying goodbye. Su Yan closed the door, held the gift and put it on the bed. She pulled open the beautiful bow and lifted the lid. A delicate and generous skirt appeared in front of her. The long skirt made of white hollow-out fabric is noble and elegant, fairy-like, and breathtakingly beautiful. There is also a set of diamond jewelry that looks very expensive next to it, which is luxurious and exquisite. In Su Yan's only memory, she has never worn such beautiful clothes, let alone such expensive jewelry. As a girl, how can you not be moved and unhappy when you see beautiful things? What's more, this was prepared for her by Monanza. Although she was still a little resentful of this man, she was still moved. Su Yan's happiness overflowed. She spread her skirt on the bed and touched it lovingly. Her eyes were bright and her heart was full of expectation. I hope you can have a good performance at the banquet and don't embarrass Grandma and Monanza. At this time, the doorbell rang again. Su Yan thought it was Lu Qing, who fell back and rushed over to open the door. Seeing the person coming, the smile on Su Yan's face gradually stiffened and slowly converged. She said lightly, "How do you know I live here?" Bai Jingchu squeezed a harmless smile and squeezed in without Su Yan's invitation. "Of course, I know what Brother Le knows. Your skirt and jewelry were also chosen by Brother Ze," Bai Jingchu said while looking around. "The single room you live in is really small." Su Yan instantly felt that her skirt and jewelry were not good looking, and she felt very uncomfortable. But on the other hand, this woman is full of lies, and she is best at fabricating right and wrong and provoking separation. "No sentence is credible," she said displeasedly. "I didn't let you in. Please get out." Bai Jingchu completely ignored Su Yan's drive. "Hurry up, walk to the edge of the bed, look at the skirt spread on the bed, and say profoundly, 'Su Yan, I'm here today to advise you to keep a low profile at the dinner party as much as possible. If possible, you'd better not attend, so as not to let others know that a woman like you who can't be on the stage is actually Brother's wife, which has lost his face.'" Bai Jingchu's words instantly shattered the only expectation left in Su Yan's heart. Her face turned pale and she froze in place. She clenched her fist tightly and couldn't find any reason to refute Bai Jingchu. Bai Jingchu saw the embroidery that had not been put away again. She was shocked that Su Yan had such an ingenious craftsmanship to embroider the evergreen bamboo vividly and exquisitely. "Did you embroider it by yourself?" Bai Jingchu pointed to the embroidery with a little jealousy in his tone. Su Yan came back to her senses and immediately walked over, nervously receiving the gift. She wears the speed of the hurry was extremely fast, but he still couldn't catch up with Bai Jingchu. He took out a bottle of red liquid from his bag and poured it directly on her embroidery. The sudden destruction scared Su Yan. The rescue was not timely, and the embroidery was all dyed. She asked angrily, "Bai Jingchu, are you crazy?" Bai Jingchu smiled at the corners of his mouth, didn't take Su Yan seriously at all, and poured the remaining half bottle of red liquid on her evening dress. At this moment, Su Yan froze. Her trembling hands held the destroyed embroidery tightly, and she looked at the red-dyed evening dress on the bed with tears in her eyes. Her heart was bleeding. Half a month of hard work and the first gift Monanza gave her were all ruined. If killing is not illegal, she wants to destroy Bai Jingchu now. Bai Jingchu threw the bottle on her bed, picked up the clean skirt and wiped her dirty hands. The provocative action he was extremely frivolous and careless. "Remember, you are not allowed to attend Grandma's birthday party tonight. Your identity will only embarrass the Mo family, and..." Before Bai Jingchu finished his words, he suddenly slapped him fiercely. Pop. The crisp and pleasant sound made the air quiet. Bai Jingchu covered his painful cheeks and stared at Su Yan in shock and anger. After a while, Bai Jingchu found her voice and gritted his teeth and scolded, "How dare you hit me?" Su Yan bit her lower lip and held back the tears in her eyes, so as not to expose her cowardly side in front of Bai Jingchu. She picked up the skirt splashed with red liquid and covered Bai Jingchu's head fiercely, and rubbed it hard on her hair. "How dare you break my embroidery and clothes, can't I beat you?" Su Yan tried her best and couldn't wait to re-smear all the dyes on Bai Jingchu's head. Bai Jingchu struggled and screamed, "You crazy woman, let go. How can I compare with you when it comes to madness?" Su Yan was not polite, pulled Bai Jingchu's long hair, and dragged it out. Bai Jingchu bent down in pain and screamed, "Ah, let go." Su Yan gritted her teeth, pulled Bai Jingchu's hair with all her strength, shook her fiercely, and threw her out of the door. As soon as the door was shaken, Su Yan immediately locked it. Bai Jingchu's unbearable curse came from the door, "You bitch, I've been out for so long, and no one dares to pull my hair. You wait for me, and I will definitely make you regret it. Damn it, beep." Dog miss. Bai Jingchu's dirty words gradually became irritable, which was the opposite of her usual delicate and cute personality. Su Yan ignored the crazy woman outside the door. She walked to the edge of the bed in a low mood and quietly looked at the embarrassing scene in front of her. Shouldn't she really appear at Grandma's birthday banquet? Will her identity background really embarrass Monanza and his grandmother? Even if she doesn't deserve it, what can't be said properly? Why do you have to use such extreme means to destroy what she cherishes so completely? Su Yan thought about it, and two clear tears came quietly, overflowing her eyes and running through her white cheeks. She took a deep breath, raised her head and closed her eyes, covered her eyes and tears with her palms, holding back herself from crying, and her shoulders trembled slightly. It's so uncomfortable that it's about to collapse. Chapter 20. Su Yan was suppressed by ridicule. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Lu Qing drove to the downstairs of Su Yan's apartment on time. The moment he saw Su Yan, he was stunned. Su Yan didn't wear the evening dress given to her by Monanza. She was wearing a light blue plain skirt, and the only accessory on her body was the light blue bow tied with a ponytail. The light makeup, matched with her beautiful forest dress, looks like a small family jasper, fresh and out of the ordinary. "Madam, you?" Lu Qing stared at her in surprise, and his voice suddenly stopped, thinking that this was not what he should ask. So Yan was in a low mood. After nodding to greet him, she didn't say anything. Seeing that she had nothing in her hand, Lu Qing gently reminded, "Madam, didn't you miss anything?" So Yan, no. Lu Qing said nothing more and opened the car door for her. So Yan got into Lu Qing's car and went to the Mo family's mansion. Outside the Mo family villa, there are more than a dozen majestic and strong bodyguards guarding it. Luxury cars drove into the big iron gate one after another and parked in the square in front of the villa. The housekeeper receives VIPs outside, and the Mo family receives them in the room. When So Yan came to Mo's house, the sunset glow dissipated and the night came quietly. The luxurious villa was brightly lit and lively inside and outside. The people who came to Mrs. Mo's birthday banquet were either rich or relatives and friends. The Mo family was very busy. No one will care when So Yan comes and what she is doing, let alone greet her. The guests were full of guests, the banquet was staggered with cups, and beautiful piano music was played on the stage. So Yan sat alone at the round table in the corner, with a glass of lemonade in front of her, quietly waiting for her grandmother to appear. She wanted to congratulate her grandmother in person and let her know that she had attended the birthday banquet, so that she could leave this place that did not belong to her in advance. "I didn't expect you to be so cheeky that you really dare to come." The woman's sharp voice came into So Yan's ears. She turned her head and looked up at the woman standing next to her Bai Jingchu. Bai Jingchu dressed very gorgeously, with exquisite makeup, expensive jewelry, and beautiful evening dresses, all of which showed her beauty and temperament. In contrast, she looks a little inferior. So Yan didn't intend to pay attention to her. She withdrew her gaze, quietly looked at the piano player on the stage and listened to the music quietly. "Which stall did you pick up your skirt? It's not as good as the lady holding the plate here." So Yan really couldn't stand it anymore. She said carelessly that no matter how well some people dress, no matter how bright and beautiful their appearance is, they can't hide their inner sinister and ugliness. Bai Jingchu's face was pale. "You, Xiao Chuo, why are you here?" At this time, He Dongxin, dressed gracefully, came over. Bai Jingchuo immediately squeezed out a smile. "Auntie, I'm chatting with my sister-in-law." When He Dongxin saw So Yan, her face stiffened slightly and she was stunned. When So Yan saw He Dongxin, she immediately stood up and greeted politely, "Hello, Mom." He Dongxin squeezed a stiff smile and nodded to So Yan in response. "Come on." So Yan, Although He Dongxin doesn't like the little daughter-in-law who married by means, she will still maintain the attitude and quality that the elders should have. "Sit down. If you are hungry, eat something first. Your grandmother will come out soon." "Okay, thank you, Mom." He Dongxin squeezed out a polite smile to So Yan. When she looked at Bai Jingchuo again, her eyes were full of joy and love. She whispered, "Xiao Chuo, your sister-in-law and second sister-in-law are looking for you, saying that there are good things to share with you." Bai Jingchuo smiled sweetly and was so excited that he was a little delicate. "Really? Sister-in-law and second sister-in-law have something good to share with me? I'm so looking forward to it." Bai Jingchuo nodded slightly to So Yan and said goodbye politely and obediently. "Sister-in-law, my aunt and I will go there first and come back to accompany you later." After saying that, the two left happily holding hands. There was a feeling of emptiness in So Yan's heart, and she couldn't tell what it was like. She sat back on the chair and took a sip of lemonade. She was as quiet as an outsider, which was in stark contrast to the lively banquet, which seemed out of synecdoche. 10 minutes later, Bai Jingchuo came again. This time, she came with her sister-in-law Liu Jia and second sister-in-law Chen Lili. "Sister-in-law, look, this is the jade bracelet given to me by the sister-in-law. Does it look good?" Bai Jingchuo pretended to be intimate and asked So Yan. So Yan was disgusted by her. Knowing that her drunkard's intention is not to drink, she came to pretend to be familiar and enthusiastic, but she just wanted to bring her sister-in-law and second sister-in-law to ridicule her. So Yan did not comment on Bai Jingchuo's jade bracelet, but politely greeted her sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Liu Jia frowned and looked at So Yan, squeezed out a sneer, and said sarcastically, "Why is the fifth lady of our Mo family so shabby?" Chen Lili, the second sister-in-law, sneered, "So Yan, your identity background is already quite embarrassing, and now you are dressed so plainly. Are you here to be funny?" Bai Jingchuo blinked his big eyes and pretended to be kind and said, "Sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, don't say that, little sister-in-law. I think she is very beautiful today." Sister-in-law Liu Jia smiled and said, "Xiao Chuo is kind-hearted, he is understanding and so kind and friendly to everyone. I'm different. Things gather people by kind and divide them into groups. I don't have a good face for low-level creatures." So Yan didn't change her face and smiled warmly at her sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. The two sisters-in-law boasted of themselves to be advanced creatures, so they should know that this is grandma's birthday banquet. It's not appropriate to make jokes. The two sisters-in-law originally wanted to ridicule So Yan's idea, but they were annihilated in an instant. At this time, Bai Jingchuo pretended to be confused and asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, what gift did you prepare for grandma? Where is it?" These words directly hurt So Yan's heart, and Bai Jingchuo's eyes became cold and angry. Chen Lili, the second sister-in-law, saw that something was wrong with Su Yan's expression and said sarcastically. Xiao Chu just asked casually. Look at your eyes that are going to eat people. It's really fierce. If you are not prepared, you are not prepared. Grandma doesn't miss your broken things. Let's go. It's bad to stand with her for a while. After saying that, the sister-in-law Liu Jia turned around arrogantly. Chen Lili, the second sister-in-law, followed and left. Bai Jingqiu cast a provocative look at Su Yan, took a step closer, raised a smile on the corners of his mouth, and lowered his voice word by word. Su Yan, you know how to leave now, otherwise, I will let you show off my appearance tonight. Putting down his words, Bai Jingqiu turned around and left proudly, like a winner. Su Yan clenched her fist and trembled slightly. It is easy to avoid the open gun and the secret arrow is difficult to defend. A scheming woman like Bai Jingqiu doesn't know what tricks she has to use. Once there is a conflict, she must be the one who is humiliated, disadvantaged and blamed. Su Yan thought about it again and decided to leave. As soon as she walked to the gate, she happened to meet Mo Nanza who came in. At a distance of 1 meter, the two stopped walking and looked at each other. They felt that the surroundings had become quiet, as if even the air was about to freeze. Chapter 21 My wife, Su Yan. Mo Nanza was wearing a tailor and fitting ink-colored suit, with a straight, noble and elegant, and extraordinary handsome. Su Yan stared at his beautiful black pupils like stars. Every time she saw Mo Nanza, her heart always beat faster involuntarily, as if the blood was flowing backwards, and her whole body was stiff. I was so nervous that I even forgot to say anything. Mo Nanza frowned slightly, looked at Su Yan's dress, and a trace of loss flashed through his eyes. He respected Su Yan's choice and did not force or ask her why she didn't wear the evening dress he gave her. Have you seen Grandma? He asked lightly. Su Yan shook her head and said nothing. Because she is afraid that speaking at this moment will reveal the grievances and discomfort in her heart. Mo Nanza is the kind of man who can bring her a sense of security. She wants to rely on him unscrupulously, confide in him, and ask him for help. But she doesn't have such qualifications. Mo Nanza's face sank and asked in a low voice, I haven't seen Grandma yet. Are you going back? Su Yan lowered her head and acquiesced to his meaning. Mo Nanza sighed helplessly. He really couldn't figure out what the woman was thinking. He stepped forward and held Su Yan's wrist. The man's action scared Su Yan into a daze. She looked up at him nervously with a blank face. Mo Nanza whispered, let's go after the dinner. With that, he took Su Yan's wrist and walked into the crowd. Although it was not holding hands, this kind of intimate contact made Su Yan fall into an inextricable tension. Her heart was palpitating, and an inexplicable warmth ran straight into her heart. With Mo Nanza here, she felt less afraid of society as before, and felt much relieved. Mo Nanza took her to receive VIPs. Whenever people asked who she was, Mo Nanza would generously introduce her identity to others. My wife, Su Yan.it. Was just a very simple sentence, but Su Yan was so moved that she was speechless, like lighting a fire in the snow and lighting a lamp in the dark. It's just that we got divorced after the banquet. Why did he introduce her identity to others? Everyone is curious about when Mo Nanza married his wife, and his wife is rich in which family. Mo Nanza will cleverly avoid these problems. In an instant, Mrs. Mo, with the help of 2 servants, slowly walked to the banquet and sat on the dragon and phoenix mahogany chair on the rostrum. The old lady is elegant and happy. Seeing such a lively scene, she is as happy as a child. Although she doesn't remember the people here, she knows that today is her birthday, and all the people who wish her birthday are relatives and friends. As soon as Mrs. Mo appeared, everyone in the Mo family surrounded her, wished her a happy birthday, and gave her carefully prepared gifts one by one. The old lady was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Everyone gave gifts according to the generation. When it was Mo Nanza's turn, he handed the old lady an exquisite box, said a few wishes, and finally added, this is the gift I and Su Yan prepared for you. This word added Su Yan, which instantly relieved her embarrassment of not having a gift. Grandma was so happy that she took the gift and gently stroked it. She looked at Mo Nanza and Su Yan with a smile, thank you, my little grandson and granddaughter-in-law. You both have a heart. Some of the guests exchanged heads and listened to each other, discussing in detail about when Mo Nanza would marry a wife. Most people are shocked, and at the same time, they are curious about how sacred this woman is. She can marry Mo Nanza, who is powerful in the northern country. Her place must not be simple. At this time, the sister-in-law deliberately picked the thorn in a joking tone, we all prepare our own gifts. Why don't the 5th brother and sister have to prepare when it comes to the 5th brother? Su Yan lowered her head awkwardly. Mo Nanza's eyes sank, and his cold and terrifying eyes shot at his sister-in-law Liu Jia, like a 1,000-year-old ice, cold and bone-chilling. I was too busy to prepare and rubbed my wife's filial piety. Sister-in-law, do you have any comments? As soon as this was said, the sister-in-law Liu Jia was embarrassed at a loss. She suddenly panicked and squeezed a stiff smile to flatter, 5th brother, I didn't mean that, don't get me wrong. Su Yan was very moved and looked up at the man beside her. He is obviously only 1.85 meters tall, but in her heart, he is as tall and calm as a 100-meter mountain. Which shakes people's hearts. Bai Jingqiu came to Mrs. Mo with a scroll and said with a smile, "Grandma, I'm Bai Jingqiu. Do you remember me?" Mrs. Mo's smile gradually disappeared, and she narrowed her eyes. "You little third son, I can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. I don't remember much." Mrs. Mo said lightly. Bai Jingqiu didn't mind, because the old lady already had Alzheimer's disease, and it was normal to forget that she was. She didn't care what the old lady thought. She just wanted to grab the Limyu at the birthday banquet and leave a more perfect image in the hearts of Monanza and everyone in the Mo family. Whether it is her beauty or filial piety, she wants to amaze everyone present. "Come on, move in," Bai Jingqiu suddenly shouted in a high profile. Hearing the sound, several servants came in with several pieces of food and put them together. Everyone present was confused. Bai Jingqiu called his sister-in-law, Liu Jia, for help. He opened the scroll in her hand and put it flat on the 2-meter-long table. A magnificent ink painting was displayed, which amazed everyone present. Bai Jingqiu walked over and helped Grandma stand up. "Grandma, I know you like Chinese culture, love to collect, like classical things, and have a special fondness for ink painting. I have put a lot of effort to auction the real autumn intention of the famous contemporary painter Sumaru to give it to you. I wish you as blessed as the East China Sea and as long as Nanshan." Everyone present was rich and expensive. They bought and sold antiques, collected famous paintings, and also had a lot of research in this aspect. When they heard that it was the real work of the famous contemporary painter Moen, they were very interested and gathered around to take a closer look. Mrs. Mo's mind was thoroughly touched by Bai Jingqiu. She was quite interested in the painting. The smile on her face gradually appeared, and she carefully watched the 2-meter-long ink painting. Master Sumimaru's skills are very good. It is a monotonous black, but it vividly depicts the artistic conception of autumn, such as landscape, sunset, maple forest, sea, boat, and a fisherman in a windbreaker. It is poetic and immersive. At this time, an old man who also loves to collect famous paintings praised, "God, it's really the real work of Moen. The highest painting of his painting has risen to 50 million, which is very valuable for collection." "I know Van Gogh, but who is Sumimaru?" someone asked. Bai Jingqiu was so excited that he couldn't wait to show her knowledge. "Moen, the most famous young painter in China, has a very special painting style. He only paints live online. Every time he completes a work, he bids directly online and donates all the income to charity. No one has ever seen her true face. A pair of jade hands and a pen have created the myth of the new era. Because he never seeks fame and fortune, and every penny he earns from painting is used for charity, he has been praised and sought after by many national institutions, which also made her popular all over the world in an instant. Buying his paintings has not only have the significance of collection, but also become noble, charitable and loved." Su Yan also likes painting, so she is quite interested in the painting in front of her. She looked around the painting and returned to the original point. Mrs. Mo walked to Su Yan's side and muttered in a low voice, "Xiaowan, do you think this painting looks good?" Su Yan nodded seriously. "It looks good, the artistic mood is there, but..." She stopped talking. Mrs. Mo whispered, "It doesn't matter. Just say it." Su Yan whispered in the old lady's ear, "Grandma, this should not be the real thing, but an imitation." Mrs. Mo's eyes widened in surprise, afraid that others would not hear her, so she deliberately shouted, "What, imitation?" Chapter 22 Su Yan fights back with talented Jedi. Su Yan was embarrassed by her grandmother's sudden behavior. The face turned slightly red. Mrs. Mo was determined to embarrass Bai Jingqiu. She pointed to the painting and said, "It doesn't matter if it's an imitation. I've received your heart, but don't say it's real everywhere." Everyone present was dumbfounded. Bai Jingqiu's face turned blue for a while, and he became angry. He questioned Su Yan, "What do you know? Can you paint ink? Have you ever seen the real traces of ink pills? Why do you say that my painting is fake?" Su Yan was very embarrassed at this time. If she made a wrong judgment, it would be a shame. But Mrs. Mo doesn't think so. This kind of famous painting is not a professional who can't tell the difference between real and fake. Now, as long as someone says it's fake, everyone thinks it's fake. Even if they took out the purchase ticket or certificate, everyone thought that Bai Jingqiu was deceived by an old man who loved to collect famous paintings. He quickly took the old glasses, bent down and bowed his head to study deeply. Bai Jingqiu rushed to Monanza's side, hugged his arm, and looked aggrieved. "Brother Ze, you come to judge. Why did Su Yan say that my painting was fake? She doesn't know anything. It's too much to lose my face in front of so many people." Monanza looked indifferent and pushed Bai Jingqiu's hand away with a little irritation. "I don't understand, but whether it's true or false, this is your intention, and Grandma will understand it." White brocade at first, she was so angry that she stamped her feet and felt that Monanza had not protected her as before. She was angry and spoiled. "No, Su Yan deliberately humiliated me." Sister-in-law Liu Jia also held injustice for Bai Jingqiu. It was indeed too much. She didn't know anything and still wanted to be a judge. With the help of her grandmother's trust, she was full of nonsense, which made Xiao Chu's filial piety go down the way. Chen Lili, the second sister-in-law, also answered, "That's right, if you have the ability, take out a real one for everyone to see." Just as everyone was complaining about Su Ye's nonsense, the old man who had been studying suddenly patted the table, scaring everyone around him. "It's fake. It's not real." The old man was righteous and indignant. As soon as these words came out, Bai Jingchu was so scared that he couldn't speak anymore. The old man took off his old-fashioned glasses and continued, "The painting of Moan is autumn. The south wind is blowing, and the boatman goes with the waves and goes north, in the mountains and rivers. At the sunset, the south wind should have been blowing, but the boatman's cloak floated in the wrong direction. Moan would not make such a low-level mistake." The two people who had just spoken for Bai Jingchu were so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to get in. The onlookers booed secretly and talked about it with more or less sarcasm. Mrs. Mo wanted to fool around and embarrass Bai Jingchu, but she didn't expect that this painting was really an imitation. This is an unexpected joy. The old lady was overjoyed and was 100 times happier to learn that it was a fake painting than a real painting. "Haha, is that right? My little granddaughter-in-law's vision is very powerful." Another old man asked curiously, "Can your little granddaughter-in-law identify treasures?" When it comes to her favorite little granddaughter-in-law, Mrs. Mo became more and more proud. "Of course, didn't she just identify that it was fake?" "Yes, it's awesome. Mrs. Mo is like Mrs. Wang selling melons, and she can't wait till there are advantages in front of others. My little granddaughter-in-law can also draw. Those watercolor paintings, oil paintings, sketches, gouache paintings, not to mention how beautiful they are." Su Yan really couldn't listen to it. She was so nervous that she was already busy. She took Grandma's hand and whispered, "Grandma, I can't. Don't be in front of everyone. Like me, I can't get on the table at that level. If you hold your head too far, you will brag, magnify your words, and talk nonsense." Bai Jingchu was so angry that Su Yan ruined her good things. She really couldn't swallow it. When she saw Su Yan so flustered, she felt that Su Yan must not expect anything, but her grandmother's aesthetics were too low. On a Finch, she can't be the only one to be humiliated, and she should also be shamed together with Su Yan. Bai Jingchu smiled politely and said, "Since my sister-in-law is so good at painting, she also knows how to identify famous paintings. It's true or fake? Why don't you show it to everyone at Grandma's birthday banquet? Let's take it as a birthday gift for Grandma." Someone in the guests coaxed, "This proposal is good, and we also want to see the demeanor of the fifth lady." This proposal hit Mrs. Mo's arms. She pushed the boat with the flow. "Okay, I'll ask the housekeeper to prepare some paints and paper. Color oil paintings are quite simple and colorful. No matter how you draw them, they look good. The messy painting can also be called abstraction or art." Bai Jingchu didn't want Su Yan to be fooled so easily. She hurriedly said, "Grandma, I have prepared paper and ink. Why don't you ask my sister-in-law to draw an ink painting?" Su Yan shook her head nervously at Mrs. Mo, and her face was full of panic. Mrs. Mo completely ignored Su Yan's refusal and felt that she was not confident. Su Yan was so nervous that she was at a loss. She didn't want to be humiliated in front of everyone. She turned to look at Mo Nanza. Her eyes were full of help, and she was pitiful. Mo Nanza's heart softened when he saw her eyes. "Really not?" Su Yan shook her head. "No. How do you usually draw at Grandma's place? How do you draw now?" Su Yan lowered her head, her tone was soft, and she whispered without confidence, "No, I drew those indiscriminately, and I can't get on the stage at all. My level is okay to full primary school students." Su Yan's voice was weak. Mo Nanza couldn't hear it clearly. He came closer and pressed his head down to her. The two whispered under everyone's attention. "It looks like a loving newlywed couple. But they don't know it." Mo Nanza asked, "Do you need my help to stop it?" Su Yan nodded. "Don't you really want to draw?" "Don't want to." Mo Nanza straightened up and said to the housekeeper who brought in the paper and ink, "No need, take it down. Don't make trouble. Go away." Mr. Mo pushed Mo Nanza angrily. "Open, pull Su Yan and walk to the middle and say hello to the housekeeper. Come on, bring things and prepare them, so that my little granddaughter-in-law can show off her skills." Chapter 23. Su Yan's vest was stripped. Su Yan looked at Mo Nanza helplessly, and her eyebrows were full of confusion. Mo Nanza felt that his heart was very soft. He never thought that Su Yan's soft and helpless eyes would have such a strong killing power on him. He walked over, leaned his head down against Su Yan's ear, and whispered, "Su Yan, here are all relatives and friends of his family. In fact, everyone doesn't care about the authenticity of the famous paintings and the level of artistic achievements. It's just a birthday banquet that pleases Grandma. Filial piety is in place. The rest are all false reputations. You don't need to care too much, just paint as you want." When Su Yan heard Mo Nanza's words, she felt sublimated to another dimension and felt a little relieved. Mo Nanza asked again, "Can you copy?" Su Yan responded unconfidently, "It should be. It's not difficult to copy. Mo Nanza said calmly, then copy a painting of Master Moen. Anyway, this one is also fake and just in front of you. The arrow had to be fired on the string. Su Yan stiffened her scalp. In front of everyone, she picked up the brush and evenly stained the ink. She rubbed her other hand back and forth on the white paper 3 times, and each time it was so gentle and light. At this time, someone said, even the habit has to imitate Master Moen, and it seems that he is going to copy his paintings. Some people watched it carefully, some people were full of expectations, and some people waited for her to be disgraced. Some people who are not interested will continue to socialize at the banquet. The sound of the piano is melodious and extremely beautiful. Su Yan carefully read Qiu's intention, did not hesitate at all, and wrote down the pen. The moment she drew the first stroke, everyone with painting experience was stunned. Her level is not average. The pen is strong and powerful, and there is no mud and water everywhere. It is smooth and neat. Su Yan only looked at it once and never looked up again. It was like a muscle memory. The priority of each stroke and the outlined lines did not need to be thought by the brain at all. She is getting more and more engaged, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Everyone present was dumbfounded and amazed by the gradually presented perfect paintings. Some people even doubted their eyes and quickly rubbed them. What's more, he thought it was incredible. He quickly took out his mobile phone, opened the platform account of Master Moen, and compared the videos he had released. Su Yan fell into a selfless situation, but she didn't know that there had been a lot of discussion and commotion at the scene. Mo Nanza stood on the side and quietly stared at Su Yan's beautiful face. The way she painted seriously reached a new height of beauty. Such a girl is like a talented girl, with an elegant and unique temperament, like a fairy, which is intriguing. At this time, someone exclaimed, "Oh, my god, she is Sumimaru herself." Yes, I also found that no one can draw so vividly, except Sumimaru himself. Look at this video. Sumimaru and her right hand have a small black mole on the back. Their habits and painting techniques are exactly the same. Sumimaru disappeared 3 years ago, and it is rumored that she is no longer alive. Since then, her works have also risen to the rise. I didn't expect to see Sumimaru in my lifetime, and I didn't expect that Sumimaru was such a young and beautiful girl. Bai Jingqiu and the Mo family were so shocked that they were speechless. They followed everyone's wishes and took out their mobile phones to compare the authenticity. The more I look at it, the more incredible I feel. I can't believe that Su Yan is Moen, and Moen is Su Yan. Su Yan was absorbed until the last stroke. She habitually wrote words, wrote poems and signed. She put down her pen, took a deep breath, and looked up again. The people in front of her looked at her with a particularly shocked look. Su Yan panicked and looked at Mo Nanza inexplicably and confused. At this time, Mo Nanza frowned, his dark eyes were deep and confused, and his pupils were shocked. Su Yan was very uneasy. Did she draw too ugly to embarrass Mo Nanza? Before Su Yan's thoughts had been adjusted, she was suddenly surrounded by several older middle-aged and elderly people. They took turns to hold Su Yan's hand and introduce themselves, full of admiration and excitement. I'm really lucky to meet my favorite painter Sumimaru in my lifetime. It turns out that Sumi Wang is really a girl. I used to watch you draw in the video, and I also suspected that you were a woman. But in your works, there is ambition that only men have, grandeur, and breathtaking power and beauty. Your ink painting is poetic, profound, and meaningful. I really like it. The words made Su Yan dizzy, and her whole body was stunned and could not react at all. Mrs. Mo had already seen it from the side with tears in her eyes, and she was moved. She knew that Su Yan was talented, but she really didn't expect that Su Yan was a famous painter who was hidden. Bai Jingqiu's face turned black with anger. She originally wanted to make a fool of Su Yan, but she didn't expect that Su Yan still had such an identity, which made her stand out and amazed everyone. The people of the Mo family were also stunned and confused in shock. At this time, Lu Qing walked to Mo Nanza's side and respectfully handed over his mobile phone. Mo Nanza took the mobile phone and clicked to play the video. In the video screen, a pair of slender white and tender hands, a piece of white paper, and some pens and ink appeared. Sumi Wang habitually stroked the paper 3 times, and then began to paint. There was a less obvious black mole on the back of her right hand. Lu Qing said, "Fifth master, it's true that madam should be Moen." Mo Nanza turned off the video, returned the mobile phone to Lu Qing, and whispered, "Immediately investigate the account, the company she runs, the person who registered the account behind it, as well as the channels for her auction works, the channels for donating money, and all of them." "Yes." Lu Qing responded and turned away from the banquet. Su Yan finally knew the truth under everyone's enthusiastic talk. She didn't dare to deny or admit it, because she didn't remember her past at all. Until she took the mobile phone handed over by someone else and watched the video inside. Others may see it wrong, but her own hand, looking at it every day, should not admit her mistake. The person in the video is 90% of her. In addition, when she paints, some habits and movements all correspond. Su Yan was shocked by herself and looked at her grandmother blankly. Grandma's eyes were full of excitement and pride overflowed. Su Yan looked at Mo Nanza helplessly. Mo Nanza's calm expression was still cold and thoughtful. In the corner, someone whispered unpleasantly. Second sister-in-law, isn't she doing that kind of profession? Why is she still a painter? A painting can be auctioned for tens of millions, so her value is not low. Sister-in-law, oh, her paintings are just like that. They are just a product of the flow. There must be companies behind her back and market it under the guise of charity. This must be her way to make money. Second sister-in-law, but she is still a famous painter. A talented person like her should not need to make money by selling her body, right? Sister-in-law. He Dongxie was stunned. Husband, did you make a mistake? Our little daughter-in-law turned out to be a noble artist. Mo Fan, it should be right. Look at the ink painting she just painted. Someone has already bought it at a high price for her. He Dongxie was dumbfounded and slowly said, I heard it, millions, but she didn't dare to sell it. It's really stupid. Mo Fan, of course, she dares not sell. If she is not Moen herself, the deal will be a fraud. He Dongxie. Su Ye's mood feels like a roller coaster, the peaks are turning, ups and downs. She waited in a trance until the banquet was over, and Mo Nanza's subordinates personally sent her back to the apartment. Along the way, she thought so much that she couldn't even remember her past, let alone that she still had such an identity. There is no way to equalize a talented and kind person like Sumimaru. There must be something wrong. Chapter 24. Mo Nanza wants to see Su Yan. A few days later, in the office, Lu Qing reported the results of the investigation to Mo Nanza. Fifth Master, the account used by Moen to send videos is the official account of an orphanage in Huaxia. All the income from registration, live broadcast and reward will be directly credited to the public account of the orphanage. The dean said that he had never seen Sumimaru himself. The sales channel of Sumimaru's works is also very special. She bids directly online, and the collection account is orphanages or charities in different regions. All income has never been through the hands of Sumimaru. She doesn't have a company or team to operate, and she doesn't speak during the live broadcast, but just paints silently. 3 years ago, this account stopped updating, and Moen seemed to have evaporated from the world. Mo Nanza leaned on the back of the chair, closed his eyes and listened to Lu Qing's report quietly, thinking about Su Yan. He really didn't expect that such an ordinary woman's background would become more and more confused. In an instant, Mo Nanza's magnetic voice was very low. And he said slowly, Lu Qing, prepare the car. Lu Qing asked, Fifth Master, where are you going? Mo Nanza paused for a few seconds, and his voice was slightly soft, go to see Su Yan. Fengcheng Pedestrian Street. The sunset glow faded, the lanterns were lit, and there were more and more people on the street. Su Yan arranged flowers in a corner as usual. She organized the stall warmly and romantically, which was very beautiful. Occasionally, there will be 1 or 2 small businesses. Sister, long time no see. Su Yan was busy when she suddenly heard a harsh male voice coming into her ears. She looked up, her eyes sank in an instant, slowly put down the rose in her hand, and picked up the scissors next to her. Su Qiang swallowed nervously, took a step back, looked wary, and flattered with a hippie smile, Sister. It's been so long, haven't you calmed down yet? I broke my leg by you last time, and now I can't walk very well. Su Yan didn't look good at all and asked angrily, what are you doing here? Su Qiang, Mom is sick. Can you ask for money again? Su Yan interrupted him, she has called me to ask for money. I know she pretends to be sick. Out of filial piety, I can give it to her. But you, I won't give you a dime. Su Qiang gritted his teeth, cursed secretly, and continued to squeeze a smile and said, Sister, we are brothers and sisters. I was really at a loss this time, so I came to you cheekily. Your flower business is not bad now, so can you help me again? Su Yan took a deep breath and adjusted her irritable mood. She held the scissors and slowly took 2 steps forward. Su Qiang was so scared that he retreated again. Su Yan's tone was very serious. Su Qiang, I am your sister legally, but I have no responsibility and obligation to help you. If you still want to be brother and sister with me and ask for my forgiveness, then you can surrender and atone for what harmed me at the beginning, then I will forgive you. Su Qiang snorted coldly and said sarcastically, I'm not a fool. Why do you want to go to jail by yourself? Su Yan also snorted coldly like him, I'm not a fool. Why should I help someone who harmed me? Su Qiang was speechless when he was speechless. He couldn't ask for money and acted like a scoundrel. Well, if you don't give me money today, then you don't want to do business. I'll stand here to welcome you. I'll see who dares to buy your flowers. Su Yan really feels that her family is all weird. My mother pretended to be sick for 3 days and asked her for money. My father is like a psychopath. Every time he gets drunk, he calls and insults her and commits mental violence to her. Her brother was even more inhumane. After kidnapping and selling her, he dared to come to her for money. Su Yan didn't want to talk nonsense with him, so she took out her mobile phone to dial. Su Qiang sneered arrogantly and said, it's useless for you to call the police. The police don't have time to take care of these trivial things. Su Yan didn't care about his scoundrel behavior and said to her mobile phone, hello, Brother Cannon. Does So Qiang owe you a lot of money? He is in Fengcheng Pedestrian Street now. I'll send you a location. Su Qiang was so scared that his face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and stared at Su Yan. As he stepped back, he pointed at her and scolded, Su Yan, you have a kind. Wait for me, and I will give you some color sooner or later. He put down his harsh words and ran away in embarrassment. Su Yan withdrew her mobile phone and sneered, not taking Su Qiang's warning to heart at all. Not far away, a straight and majestic man stood in the crowd. He is majestic and has an outstanding temperament, which is very eye-catching. Lu Jing stood beside him and sighed in a low voice, Fifth Master, Madam is really principled. Mo Nanza didn't respond and strode over. Lu Jing hurried to follow. Su Yan just sat on a small stool and sorted out the leaves and thorns of roses. A pair of slender legs appeared in front of her, thinking that the business was coming. She stood up with a smile, Hello, what do you need? Do you want? In the last two words, the voice was annihilated in astonishment. When she saw the person coming, Su Ya's heart suddenly jumped wildly. How did Mo Nanza appear on the street of the night market? Su Yan looked around curiously to see if there was a vehicle for him to carry out the mission. Mo Nanza felt that her curious and shocked appearance was quite cute. He opened his mouth without a smile. What kind of flower is more good-looking? Su Yan reacted and hurriedly put down the roses, slightly nervous. Are you sending girls? Or the elders? Mo Nanza said without thinking, a girl. Su Yan's heart was slightly sour. His face drooped unconsciously. There are so many flower shops. Why do you have to come to her to buy flowers for Bai Jingchu? This man did it on purpose, right? Su Yan casually picked up a bouquet of white chrysanthemum, which was very beautiful. Mo Nanza took over the white chrysanthemum. Husband and wife also need to settle accounts clearly. Su Yan said unceremoniously, give me 20. Mo Nanza didn't hesitate at all and took out his mobile phone to scan the code to pay. Su Yan nodded politely, thank you. The sense of alienation between the two is stronger than that of strangers. Mo Nanza stood still. When Su Yan saw that he didn't leave, she asked curiously, is there anything else? Mo Nanza looked around, and there were a lot of people's voices, and many eyes were on him. Let's talk. Su Yan, here? You close the file. His attitude has always been tough and he never whispers to ask for help. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, however, these flowers have not been sold yet, and they will not look good tomorrow. Mo Nanza stretched out his hands in his pockets and stood a little lazy. I want it all. Listening to his tone, Su Yan thought of something inexplicably. She couldn't help laughing, her eyes were clear and shiny, and her soft tone showed a trace of mischief. Do you want to learn from the domineering president in the TV series? Mo Nanza's deep eyes sank. A man's powerful cold air field only needs one look to make people shiver. Su Yan felt that the joke was too much. She hurriedly restrained her smile and corrected her attitude. These flowers are sold to people in need, and you don't have to waste money to talk to me about things. Mo Nanza turned to Lu Qing and said, you stay and help her sell flowers. Lu Qing said respectfully, yes, Fifth Master. Su Yan was stunned. Mo Nanza looked at her in a serious tone. Now, can you come with me? Su Yan was inexplicably nervous when she saw the man's serious attitude. It must be a very important thing. The man is cold and serious, and he doesn't smile. It's scary to stand without saying anything. Oh, Su Yan responded in a soft and glutinous tone. She packed up her personal belongings, briefly told Lu Xing about the variety and price of the flowers, and then left with Mo Nanza. After Grandma's birthday banquet, we have to deal with their loveless marriage. Mo Nanza came to her in person to talk about divorce. Chapter 25, Ambiguous Posture. On the way back, Mo Nanza asked her, go back to Nangying or go to where you live? Su Ya's small apartment is relatively close to the place where the stall is set up, and Nangying is Bai Jingchu's home. She doesn't want to go there. She said, go to where I live. 15 minutes later, the car was parked downstairs of an old apartment. Su Yan got out of the car and took Mo Nanza into the apartment building. The corridor of the old building at night was narrow and dark. Su Yan took out her mobile phone to turn on the light and said awkwardly, the corridor lamp will break down from time to time. In Mo Nanza's opinion, the living environment here is quite harsh. Su Yan opened the lock, went in and turned on the light. She stood on the side and asked Mo Nanza to go in. Mo Nanza stepped into a small studio apartment. Looking at it, it was only about 30 square meters. The first impression was clean and warm. Su Yan closed the door and turned around. The little white chrysanthemum in Mo Nanza's hand handed it to her and sent it to you. His tone was very light, and there was no emotional fluctuation at all, which made people unable to guess what he meant by sending flowers. Su Yan was stunned and looked at the little chrysanthemum in front of her in astonishment. Her heart trembled inexplicably, and the cells all over her body were beating wildly. She thought it was a gift from Bai Jingchu. The sudden surprise made her unable to react. Mo Nanza frowned slightly. Don't you like it? Su Yan came back to her senses and hurriedly picked up the flower in his hand. Her face was warm, her atrium was warm, and her eyes were filled with unconcealed happiness. I like it, thank you. She didn't know what flowers she liked in the past. Anyway, her favorite flower in the future is white chrysanthemum. Su Yan put down the bag in her hand, rushed to the kitchen, took out a vase, and put the little chrysanthemum on it. Mo Nanza stood in the middle of the apartment and glanced down and sat down on the double sofa. Several books on the coffee table caught his attention. He picked up the book on the desk and flipped through it casually. It's all words that he can't understand. Su Yan can speak North Mandarin and Chinese, and now she still reads books from other countries. In an instant, Su Yan came out of the kitchen, put flowers on the bedside table, and poured a glass of warm boiled water. When Mo Nanza saw Su Yan coming with warm water, he asked curiously, "Which country's book is this?" Su Yan looked up and saw the Western country. Mo Nanza was slightly stunned. "Do you understand?" "Su Yan, I was looking for a book in the library and suddenly saw the name of the book, which was very interesting. I was also puzzled at that time that I could understand the words on it, so I borrowed it back." Su Yan walked as she said. When she approached Mo Nanza, she didn't pay attention to the short coffee table under her feet. All of a sudden, her knee hit the corner of the coffee table, and the pain instantly spread all over her body. Oh, she was so painful that her face wrinkled and she fell forward, and the warm water in her hand also fell down. Neither of them reacted to the unexpected accident. Su Yan fell directly between Mo Nanza's crotch, and the warm water in her hand poured all on the inside of his thigh. And she also lay between Mo Nanza's crotch in an extremely ambiguous and embarrassing posture. When Su Yan reacted, the feeling of shyness and embarrassment spread all over her body in an instant. She got up in a panic, her face was hot, her whole body was so ashamed that she was so nervous that she was about to cry. Such a shameful and out-of-state thing would happen to her. She was in a mess, hurriedly pulled out a few tissues from the coffee table, and wiped Mo Nanza's wet thighs randomly. She apologized while wiping. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Mo Nanza's calm voice came from above her head. "No need to wipe, it doesn't matter. I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean it." Her panicked voice was full of guilt and uneasiness. "It's okay." Mo Nanza is a little impatient. However, Su Yan was so confused that she didn't even know what she was doing. Mo Nanza really couldn't stand it. He grabbed her wrist and fixed her with a cold attitude. "I said okay." At this moment, Su Yan looked up at the man in front of her. The four eyes looked at each other, and between the waves of the eyes, there was a faint trace of ambiguous affection. Mo Nanza behaved very calmly, solemnly and coldly, and his eyes were a little hot. In contrast, she looks like a frizzy child. A strange idea flashed through Su Yan's mind. Those supporting actresses in the TV series use such means to seduce men, right? Mo Nanza is so calm. Do you think she is playing tricks, playing green tea, and deliberately seducing him to cause such an accident? Therefore, he was as steady as Mount Tai, and all he saw was calmness and a trace of impatience in his eyes. Su Yan swallowed her saliva, stood up in a hurry, took a few steps back, like a child who made a mistake, bowed and apologized. "I'm so sorry." Mo Nanza sighed without a trace, stood up, and borrowed your bathroom and hairdryer. "Okay." Su Yan hurriedly pointed to the small bathroom and felt that her face was hot. "The hairdryer is in the drawer of the bathroom, you can do whatever you want." Mo Nanza walked into the bathroom unhurriedly. The moment he closed the door, his feet leaned on the washstand with some softness, raised his head, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his throat rolled up and down unconsciously. Damn it! When did his determination become so unbearable? The sound of the hairdryer rang in the bathroom for a while. In an instant, Mo Nanza came out. Su Yan still maintained her original reserved posture and stood next to the coffee table. There is an extra glass of water on the coffee table, and a water insulating mat is also spread on the sofa. Mo Nanza sat down again, pointed to the small wooden chair next to him and said, "Sit down, too." "Okay." Su Yan obediently pulled a small wooden chair and sat opposite him, with a neat posture like a humble interviewer. This man is majestic and domineering, and he feels that he can take the lead wherever he goes. At this time, he is more like the owner here. After Su Yan sat down, she didn't dare to look at him directly. She hurriedly found a topic and said, "I'm ready, anytime." Mo Nanza just wanted to speak. When he heard Su Yan say this, he was stunned. "What are you preparing?" Su Yan was surprised and looked at him with big clear eyes. "Certificate, aren't you talking to me about divorce?" "No, Mo Nanza is stingy and has no intention of getting a divorce at all. Don't worry about divorce, make your business clear first." "Su Yan, what's the matter with me?" "Mo Nanza, your identity." Su Yan said helplessly, "I am Su Yan." "How to explain the identity of Sumimaru?" "How do I know? I can't remember either." Su Yan stood up, turned around and squatted down in front of the bedside table, and took out a report from the drawer. She returned to Mo Nanza and handed him, "This is my DNA report." Mo Nanza took the report and looked through it. The above is the inspection report of the authoritative hospital, which is the DNA test of Su Yan and Su's family. Su Yan explained, "I woke up in the hospital and had lost my memory. The doctor said that I had too much plastic surgery and my appearance had already changed. I found my ID card on me, and then found my family. My family couldn't tell whether my current appearance was their daughter or not, so they did a DNA test. Monanza looked at the report in his hand, frowned, and asked again solemnly, was it inspected under the supervision of the police? Su Yang affirmed, of course, without anyone's hand, the blood was directly drawn and sealed. The report was also received by myself, and there would be no falsehood. Monanza, your artistic achievements are so high that you can make more money by painting. Why should you sell your body to make money, and even marry an old man with a lot of money? Chapter 26. Su Yan aroused Monanza's desire for protection. Hearing these words from Monanza's mouth, Su Yan felt somewhat uncomfortable and asked unhappily, what if I'm not Moan? I'm just an amateur who loves copying. Monanza released the DNA report, with a cold tone with a hint of jokery, then you have a lot of hobbies, and painting is comparable to the paintings of famous masters, and it is fake and real. Not only do you like reading books, but you also know everything about chemicals. You don't have any pressure to read even this pile of difficult foreign texts. Su Yan's heart is blocked, so you still suspect that I am a spy sent by the shadow. Monanza was silent. He has always been very vigilant, and Su Yan's identity is the opposite of her temperament and skills. She talks elegantly, has an excellent temperament between her hands and feet, and her personality shows an uncompromising tenacity. This kind of temperament is either cultivated by the original family from childhood or acquired high-intensity special training. Su Yan pondered for a moment and proposed, well, you put a eavesdropper on me and send me into the old nest of the shadow, so that the truth will be revealed. This woman's idea is indeed naive. Monanza hooked the corners of his mouth and leaned closer. Do you know what kind of organization the shadow is? Those who are not qualified for training will die in the end. If you are a shadow person, you will die if you don't complete the task and go back. If you are not a shadow person, you will die faster. Su Yan raised her cheeks angrily, then you can kill me and kill me. I'd rather kill you by mistake than let me go. Monanza had a faint headache, frowned speechlessly, and his attitude was a little gentler. You woman, why do you always say negative words? The man, who usually doesn't smile, actually talks to her with such a gentle attitude at this time. Su Yan was suddenly distracted. Just as she was distracted, suddenly a lightning struck the sky and crackled. The sudden loud noise was very harsh. Su Yan was so scared that she was escaped and screamed, ah! She suddenly covered her ears and squatted on the ground, sweating coldly and shivering. Monanza was not scared by the lightning, but by Su Yan's strong reaction. Without hesitation, he left the sofa and squatted in front of Su Yan under one knee. His thick palm covered the back of his hand in Su Yan's ear. Are you afraid of lightning? Monanza asked in a low voice. Su Yan didn't hear it, and her body was shaking. After the lightning, there was a dull thunder, and a gust of wind blew into the balcony. This changeable weather, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, come when you say it. The strong wind mixed with raindrops floated into the balcony. Seeing the storm outside the balcony, Monanza immediately stood up and ran to close all the windows. The thunder stopped. Su Yan trembled and hurried to the bedside table to look through. Her voice was trembling. Where are my headphones? Where are the headphones? Seeing that she was in a hurry, Monanza wanted to go and help her find it. Just as I got close to Su Yan, another lightning struck. This loud noise feels like the earth is cracking a big bit. Immediately, the lights in the room went out, and the whole earth fell into pitch black. Ah! Su Yan covered her ears and screamed in horror. When he turned around, he bumped into a thick and warm body. She seemed to fall into the deep sea and struggled desperately. Suddenly, she climbed to a life-saving driftwood. She tried her best to hold the man's waist. Monanza's body stiffened and his whole body was tense. Su Yan's body was soaked with cold sweat and trembled slightly. Perhaps it was overflowing with pity. Monanza did not resist or hesitate at all, and raised his hand to cover Su Yan's ears tightly. The next second, Monanza faintly heard the cry. This kind of timid cry came from the mouth of the woman in her arms. The sobbing sound was weak and frightening, like an injured kitten squatting in the wilderness. He could feel that the woman was really afraid of the bad weather and the sound of thunder and lightning. For the first time, Monanza was hugged by a mature woman's waist so intimately. Her body is plump and soft, and her hair is full of seductive fragrance. Monanza felt that his body and the tip of his heart became soft, knowing that he should not have such impolite thoughts. But he just can't control his body, and his heart is very uncomfortable. This was also the first time he heard Su Yan's cry. Her cry was so similar to Xiao Chu's when she was a child. The protective desire he had buried in his heart for 10 years was instantly aroused. In the first year of Bai Jing's coming, he often cried coquettishly. While coaxing, he felt irritable. He thought that he had grown up and became cold-blooded, and he no longer had the ignorant and green touch of Bai Jingchu in his childhood. Unexpectedly, he actually found the green throbbing feeling of his childhood in Su Yan at this moment. In the dark room, I can't see my fingers. The rainstorm outside is like a note, and there is no preparation to stop. In the room, the hot air was filled with the sound of breathing and heartbeat. After Su Yan slowly calmed down, she leaned on the man's thick chest ear and heard the heartbeat clearly. Her body became tense, and she gradually realized that she had passed too much. Unexpectedly, she held his waist and leaned against his arms. Monanza didn't push her away because he was a gentleman, and he covered her ears, right? Su Yan's hand slowly let go of him. Monanza felt that the warmth in his waist had disappeared, and an inexplicable emptiness surged. He put down his hands, and his hoarse voice was low and gentle. Are you okay? Su Yan couldn't see the man's expression, and she seemed to be angry when she heard the tone. I'm going to find my headphones. There will be thunder later. Why are you afraid of thunder? Her voice trembled slightly. I don't know, I often have nightmares. In the night of thunder and lightning, I was pressed into the sea to pour water, which was terrible and terrible. Monanza took out his mobile phone, turned on the light, and rummaged through her bedside table. He caught a glimpse of a very good occlusive headphone on the other side of the pillow. He knelt on the bed on one knee and reached out to bring headphones to her. After Su Yan put on the headphones, her heart calmed down a lot. She hurriedly connected her mobile phone, turned on the song, and turned on the volume to the maximum. She sat slumply on the edge of the bed and wiped her tears. Monanza took the light and looked at the light bulb and said slowly, let me check the circuit for you. What caused the power outage? Wearing headphones, Su Yan couldn't hear him. Monanza took his mobile phone and turned on the light and walked out. Su Yan was so scared that she rushed over and grabbed his clothes. After wearing headphones, she also spoke louder, Monanza, don't leave. Chapter 27 Sleep Together. Monanza suddenly froze and felt that his clothes were tightly pulled by the woman's hand. He turned around and looked at Su Yan in the dark. A flash of lightning flashed outside, illuminating the whole earth in an instant. Su Yan's tearful eyes stared at him earnestly, and her soft eyes were pitiful. Just a flash of eye, his heart softened inexplicably, and his heartstrings were confused. He picked up Su Yan's headphones, leaned closer, and put his thin lips to her ear and whispered, I didn't leave. I'm going to check the circuit. Su Yan felt the fragrance of the man's body coming to her nose, the hot breath sprayed on her cheeks, and her skin was hot. His voice was magnetic and beautiful, which made her heart tremble slightly, and she slowly let go of the man's clothes. Seeing that she was so scared, Monanza couldn't help touching her head. Don't be afraid, I'll be right back. He put down his words and left the apartment. But he didn't know how shocking his inadvertent action left a shocking impact on Su Yan's heart. Like a fool, she slowly touched her head that had been rubbed by him. The heart is like a wild deer hiding, and it can't stop for a moment. After the throbbing, a burst of heartache surged, and sadness came from it. She found that she liked this man more and loved him more and more. What should I do? She doesn't want to get a divorce. Knowing that he had a white moonlight in his heart, his love for him did not diminish but increased. In an instant, the door was pushed open again. Monanza came in listening to his mobile phone. You take the flowers back to the dormitory building to see who has a wife or girlfriend. Those who buy flowers can take a day off tomorrow. Don't pick me up. I won't be back tonight. After explaining, Monanza hung up the call, closed the door and came in. The whole apartment is out of power. The main gate should have been damaged by lightning. When it clears up, the people from the Power Supply Bureau will come up to repair it. Su Yan pulled off the headphones when he came in, and heard everything he said. At this time, her mood eased, and a knot hidden in her heart needed to be untied. She asked in a soft and sticky voice, Monanza, when you shot at the person who held me hostage, did you ever think that you would kill me by mistake? Monanza didn't expect that after so long, Su Yan still regretted it. Suddenly asking in such a situation made him stunned for a moment. Su Yan cares about how tall and perfect the image of this man is in her heart. Monanza turned off the light of his mobile phone, went to the sofa to sit down, and said calmly, the title of my sharpshooter is not a false name. What's more, the man is one head taller than you and so close that he is a living target that can't hit you. Hearing this reason, Su Yan couldn't laugh or cry. It turns out that Monanza is such a confident and conceited man. You already know that Bai Jingqiu framed me, don't you? Su Yan asked again. Monanza paused slightly, was silent for a few seconds, and then responded lightly, I know. Su Yan felt a burst of uncomfortable emotions surging from the bottom of her heart. So what if you know? He is so affectionate and dedicated. He loves Bai Jingqiu so much that he will definitely tolerate all of Bai Jingqiu's shortcomings and accept Bai Jingqiu's good and bad. Bai Jingqiu is the only heroine in Monanza's life. A person like her, who is not even a supporting actress, is destined to be a passerby in Monanza's life. Monanza was deep, so he coughed gently and said slowly, I hurt you by mistake that day. I'm sorry to you. It's just a misunderstanding. Su Yan squeezed her lips and smiled lightly. She shook her head. It doesn't matter. It's just rubbing the skin. It will be fine soon. After the two fell silent, there was a sultry heat in the air. Monanza picked up his mobile phone and took a look at the time. It was only more than 9 o'clock. Do you want to go to bed early? Su Yan panicked in her heart. What about you? I'll be here with you until the thunderstorm passes. Monanza's tone was as calm as a big brother, and he told him, "Don't play the music in the earplugs too loud, it will hurt his eardrums. Are you going to sit all night?" Although a strong man like him can't be tired of this little hard work, Su Yan will still be distressed. "Monanza, it's okay. Go to sleep." Su Yan thought for a more and tentatively said, "If you don't mind, why don't you sleep in bed? This bed is 1.5 meters wide, which is enough for 2 people to sleep." Monanza was silent. Su Yan was a little flustered and hurriedly explained, "I promise not to sleep on you like last time, and I can also tie a rope to my wrist." Just as Su Yan was at a loss and still wanted to explain, Monanza's tall and strong figure came to her. She hurriedly shrank into bed and moved to the other side. The man didn't say anything. He took off his shoes and lay down directly, looking polite at all. Su Yan sat on one side with restraint. "Obviously, I invited him to sleep, but at this moment, she is pretentious and can't let go." She was very uneasy because of her own ambivalence. In an instant, Monanza whispered, "Lie down and let's chat." Why can this man's voice be so magnetic, deep and seductive at night? Su Yan's heartbeat missed the beat. She lay down obediently and did not dare to move her hands and feet. "Oh, what are you talking about? Have you taken off the headphones? Picked? Are you tired?" "I'm not tired. I usually go to bed after 11 o'clock. He asked calmly, "How did you meet my grandmother in the first place?" Su Yan didn't hesitate at all and told her truthfully, "I was very confused after I had no memory, and I didn't know what I could do. I went to the nursing home to work as a nurse. One day, my grandmother came to visit her old best friend and met me. She liked me very much at first sight. I also like my grandmother very much. I fell in love with her and became her private nurse." Monanza was silent for a while. After a while, he asked again, "In the 3 years you have been a nurse for Grandma, we have only a few opportunities to meet, and the conversation is not deep. Why do you believe Grandma's words and think I like you and want to marry you?" This stopped Su Yan's question. She is not the kind of woman who has no self-knowledge. Why do you have such an illusion? In the end, she liked this man so much that she fell in love at first sight, and then heard his many great achievements from her grandmother's mouth, so she admired him uncontrollably and fell in love with him. The moment she learned that she could marry Monanza, how could she have normal thinking? "I thought I had a little grace, which attracted him. Who knew that he was forced to die by his grandmother, let alone his ignorance, which destroyed his relationship with Bai Jingchu?" The more Su Yan thought about it, the more guilty she felt. She said without any strength, "I'm sorry, Monanza." Although she loves Monanza very much, she hopes more than anyone else that he can be happy, be with the woman she likes, and have a happy marriage. In fact, it can still be saved. Su Yan's voice became weaker and weaker, with a faint choking, "We are going to divorce tomorrow. I know that Bai Jingchu has been waiting for you. Maybe this kind of weather is suitable for talking, or maybe the room is too dark and the atmosphere is just right." Monanza exposed his heart in front of Su Yan for the first time and said calmly, "I don't want to deny that I have always liked Bai Jingchu very much. The year she left me, she was only 14 years old and I was 18 years old. At that time, I really loved her. But she is too young. I have never confessed to her. She is the first girl who let me taste the taste of secret love and heartbreak, which is quite uncomfortable." Su Yan listened silently to the love story between him and Bai Jingchu, and her tears couldn't help slipping down and dripping on the pillow. She bit her lower lip and didn't dare to squeak, for fear that Monanza would hear her crying. She is both envious and jealous of Bai Jingchu. Why is Bai Jingchu so lucky to be deeply loved by such a good man? And we have loved for so many years from the beginning to the end. Monanza continued, "The year before last, Bai Jingchu came back, and his appearance and temperament have changed a lot, but my feelings for her are still 10 years ago. Now she may feel strange and disappointed because of the influence of her living environment and educational environment. I'm not sure if I still love her. I don't owe her anything. But I owe you." When Su Yan heard his last sentence, she was shocked. She secretly wiped away her tears, moistened her throat, and asked, "What do you owe me?" Chapter 28. Su Yan moved back to the Mo family. Monanza changed his posture and lay on his side to face Su Yan. "You can't see anything in the dark." His voice is low and beautiful, like the broadcast host in midnight. Even his breath is so charming and intoxicating. "For Grandma's wish, I don't like you to marry you, which is disrespectful and irresponsible to you. A man who is self-reflection, responsible and respects women is rare in the world, not to mention a man like him who dominates power and financial resources." Su Yan couldn't help turning around and lying on her side. Facing him, she put her hand under her cheek and asked softly, "Monanza, there must be many women who like you, right?" "I don't know. No one has ever confessed to me." He said lightly, "What about you? Do you have someone you like?" "Yes." Su Yan is Kate Gout and wants to confess to him more than once. But she didn't dare. He always has a cold and handsome face, doesn't smile, and is full of domineering. When a girl approaches, her feet feel weak. Who dares to confess? Monanza was stunned for a few seconds and asked again, "Do you two like each other?" So Yan, no, he has a sense of belonging, and it is impossible for us in this life. Mo Nanza concluded, that's why you want to marry me. So Yan smiled helplessly. The relationship between the two eased, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. She smiled and said, what kind of brain circuit are you? So Yan, marriage is not a child's play. Why don't we try it? Mo Nanza said lightly. Hearing this sentence, So Yan was dumbfounded. Her blood was boiling, and her heart was beating wildly as if it was about to explode. She thought she had auditory hallucinations. Her nervous voice trembled a little. You. What did you say? Mo Nanza is still as calm as water. Grandma doesn't want us to divorce. Let's get along for a while. If it's not suitable, let's separate. You. Don't you mind my identity background and my past? So Yan was so excited that she almost couldn't say it completely. Mo Nanza, who hasn't had some unbearable past? People will grow up. I think you are fine now, and there is no big problem. What about Bai Jingchu? Mo Nanza was silent. In the dark room, the air became oppressive. The man didn't say anything, and So Yan was so nervous that her hands were sweating. For a long time, he said slowly, if one day, I still feel that I love Bai Jingchu in my heart, I will confess to you. So Yan knew that he was delaying his divorce from her for her grandmother's wish. How can he not love Bai Jingchu? Even so, she still couldn't control her excitement. She turned her back to Mo Nanza and secretly wiped her tears. Although Mo Nanza doesn't love her, he is willing to give each other a chance to cultivate feelings so that this marriage will not leave any regrets. She also knows that if she doesn't divorce now, she will only sink deeper and deeper in the future. But for the sake of Mo Nanza, she is willing to fly to the fire. Even if she didn't get his heart in the end, at least it proves that she worked hard. What's wrong with you? Mo Nanza asked in a soft voice. So Yan felt that there was no way to talk any longer, and her voice was slightly choked. Mo Nanza, I want to sleep. Don't bother me, okay? He responded faintly. Immediately, the room became quiet and fell into the dull heat. The thunder that night became no longer so terrible. So Yan didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was sunny outside, and the man around him has long been unknown. She bent her knees and patted her head gently, recalling the conversation with Mo Nanza last night. She actually forgot whether she agreed to Mo Nanza's proposal. Why didn't she agree to such an important thing as soon as possible? So Yan was worried all morning about this matter. It was not until she picked up her mobile phone that she found that Mo Nanza had sent her a message. You didn't reply to me. I assume you agreed. I'm usually busy with official business, and I can't get along with you day and night. I will try my best to take time to go home to see you. After reading Mo Nanza's message, So Yan felt that her whole body was light, indescribably warm and happy. She held her mobile phone and rolled around on the bed like a fool, and the smile on her mouth never disappeared. After rolling a few times, I couldn't help looking at the message again. Mo Nanza didn't say sweet words, but her heart was as sweet as eating honey. She lay on the place where Mo Nanza lay down last night, closed her eyes, and recalled the little things she spent with him last night. At noon, So Yan was eating instant noodles when the doorbell rang. She put down her chopsticks and hurried to open the door. Lu Jing stood at the door, with several large bottles of flower arrangement beside him. He handed over the money and said respectfully, Good afternoon, madam. This is the money for selling flowers. So Yan looked at a stack of change in surprise and asked curiously, Didn't it thunder and rain all night? Why are they all sold out? The fifth master asked me to take it back to the dormitory to sell. So Yan couldn't help laughing when she remembered the phone call Mo Nanza made last night. I took the money handed over by Lu Qing in a good mood. Thank you. Lu Qing said again, Madam, the fifth master asked me to take you home. So Yan was stunned and stunned. When she thought of Bai Jingchu, she never wanted to step into Naoyan again in her life. After thinking for a moment, So Yan asked, Does Mo Nanza mean to let me go back to Naoyan? That's what the fifth master means, but he respects your wishes. If you insist on not going home, rent a bigger house again. So Yan hesitated for a while and said, Go home, but don't go back to Naoyan. Lu Jing was stunned. Which house are you going to, madam? So Yan said firmly, Mo family. Since Mo Nanza is willing to take a step towards her, she needs to work harder to move towards Mo Nanza. She wants to live in the Mo family and spend time and effort to get the approval of the Mo family. So Yan simply packed up her things, left the house, and followed Lu Qing back to Mo's house. Next, there was a tough battle waiting for her. For the sake of Mo Nanza, she didn't want to retreat anymore. The moment So Yan stepped into the Mo family, she thought that everyone would look down on her, dislike her, and judge her as before. But on the contrary, the sister-in-law, who usually looks down on her the most, is very enthusiastic and has a very obvious attitude when she sees her. Oh, it's So Yan. Are you coming back to live? So Yan was neither humble nor arrogant, and said politely, Sister-in-law, I'm going home to live. If there is anything wrong in the future, I hope you can forgive me. What Liu Jia saw in her eyes was shiny money. She usually likes to see the wind steer. Now she knows that Su Yan is a famous painter, and a painting can be worth millions. She didn't even have time to please, and she looked flattering. If you say this, you will see the outside. Uncle Zhong, hurry up and clean up the room for the fifth lady. Su Yan smiled awkwardly and politely and went upstairs with her things. In a remote and damp warehouse, the dark light swayed, and two shadows appeared in the corner. A deep man's voice sounded. Did you find the fog? Not yet. The shadow behind her responded in a delicate voice, which sounded like a woman. The man scolded angrily. 2 years of special training, 1 year of search. Have you been eating shit these 3 years? Boss, Monanza is also looking for fog. Once Monanza has news, I can take the lead in finding fog. The man asked again, isn't the woman you replaced just an ordinary lady? Why is he still a secretly identifiable charity painter? Woman, the boss, I was also shocked. I didn't expect that she was also a famous charity painter. Man, if you think she is in the way, kill her. Woman, she is Monanza's wife now, which is a little tricky. The man turned around and slapped her hard in the face. Pop, a crisp slap resounded through the sky. The woman was beaten down, and immediately got up and stood respectfully. The man scolded angrily. At the beginning, in order to get you closer to Monanza smoothly, he spent a lot of financial and material resources to help you steal the identity of this rich man. You saved her life, but now it has become an obstacle. In the end, you still have no way to marry Monanza. Instead, she became Monanza's wife without any effort. You waste. Woman, boss, I will kill her as soon as possible, then marry Monanza, steal more useful secrets of the north, and even find out the whereabouts of Fog. Now, the only engineer who knows the identity of Fog is dead. No one in the world knows what Fog looks like anymore. Is it a man or a woman? The man was full of emotion and said coldly, there is too little information, just like looking for a needle in the sea. Woman, the boss, don't worry, I will live up to my expectations and complete the task. Chapter 29. Don't associate with S. The next morning. The clear scenery of early spring, the sun has not yet appeared, and there is a trace of coolness in the haze of fog and flowers. Su Yan was awakened by the noise outside the room. She put on a thin coat and went out of the room. At this time, several servants on the second floor carried large and small things downstairs. In the hall downstairs, He Dongxi and Mo Fan were wearing pajamas and hurriedly pulled the old couple to persuade. Lao San, why do you want to move out if you are so neat? You know that your parents like a tidy family, so you can live at home. Su Yan leaned against the railing and looked down, vaguely understanding what was going on. The gossip sister-in-law soon rushed to the living room. Sister-in-law Liu Jia did not hesitate to pierce this film. Lao San, Su Yan just moved back yesterday. You are going to move out. You obviously dislike her. We are all a family. Why do you have to do so? As soon as this was said, the old third couple didn't want to pretend. The third sister-in-law said displeasedly, Sister-in-law, you are the tallest, and anyone can live with you. I'm different. My family is a scholar. My father is a university professor, and my mother is a Beishi musician. I have received higher education since I was a child and have never been associated with S. The third sister-in-law continued, my husband is the president of a software company, and at least I am also the wife of the president. My husband and I have no way to live with such a person at their own expense, and we feel that it is a shame. The third sister-in-law picked it out clearly, stepped on her high heels arrogantly and mercilessly, and walked out of the gate of the Mo family with her head held high. Lao San also has soft ears. After saying goodbye to his parents, he went out with his tail. Su Ya's face was gloomy, and she couldn't help clenching her fists, feeling unspeakable distress and suffocating in her heart. Don't associate with S. This sentence deeply hurt her heart. He Dongxi watched her third son leave home, lowered her head and secretly wiped her tears, sobbing, Lao Wo is busy with official business, and he hasn't come back several times a year. Lao Su has been away from home for 5 years, and he doesn't know whether he is alive or dead. Now my parents-in-law are going to move away again. My family. Whoa, it's going to break up? Mo Fan helped her and comforted her in a low voice, honey, don't cry. There are some things you can't stop. Let them go. He Dongxi sobbed and asked, if Su Yan lives at home all the time, won't Lao San come back for the rest of his life? The two old men didn't notice Su Yan upstairs, and Mo Fan also said without hesitation, it shouldn't be long. Azur has always liked Xiao Chu, and they will divorce sooner or later. He Dongxi was anxious, how long will it take? Sister-in-law Liu Jia pulled He Dongxi's clothes and looked up, Mom. He Dongxi reacted, and the moment she looked up, she suddenly fell silent. Mo Fan also saw his little daughter-in-law, coughed awkwardly twice, and said softly, Suyan, I'm sorry. The old couple are going to move out. Your mother is in a bad mood. I'll say a few words to comfort her. Don't take it to heart. Su Yan pretended not to care, and her tone was gentle, it doesn't matter. After saying that, she turned back to the room and closed the door. She leaned weakly against the door panel, so uncomfortable that she was about to collapse. Her eyes were soaked. I don't know whether this persistence is worth it or not. In the following days, my parents-in-law were quite polite to Su Ye. The eldest brother and sister-in-law are only for profit, and they are also willing to welcome Su Yan. A week later, sister-in-law Liu Jia asked Su Yan to attend her best friend's activity. Su Yan refused at first, but Liu Jia persuaded her with Monanza as the starting point. Su Yan, if you want to go out to meet the world, you should know more people from the upper class, otherwise how can you be worthy of Monanza? And his friends will also participate in this activity. Don't you want to get to know his friends? Su Yan was persuaded to attend under Liu Jia's careful dress. When she arrived at the event site, she knew that this was not an ordinary activity. This is a world-class rare and precious item sales meeting held on a luxury cruise ship. Moreover, there are many illegal antique treasures and rare products at the sales exhibition. Su Yan found that the painting she copied at her grandmother's birthday banquet was also among them. She pointed to the painting and questioned Liu Jia, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean?" Liu Jia's eyes flashed and pointed around and said, "Su Yan, look, today we are all rich tycoons and celebrities and noble women from the upper class. As soon as they make a move, they will spend millions of dollars. As long as our paintings are sold, it will be a considerable income." Su Yan's unhappying tone increased. "I want to ask you, why is this painting here?" Liu Jia smiled awkwardly and said in a low voice, "Grandma received so many gifts at the birthday party, one more is not much, one less is a lot, not to mention that Grandma also accepted the fake gift from Bai Jingqiu." Su Yan clenched her fists and endured, saying word by word, "So, you led the sheep by the way." Liu Jia hurriedly waved her hand to explain, "It's not me. How dare I do such a thing? It was brought back by my husband." Su Yan was so angry that she couldn't speak. She understood. This is not her best friend's activity, but a sales meeting of rich people buying and selling treasures and luxury goods. Seeing that Su Yan's face was ugly, Liu Jia whispered in a flattering tone, "Well, the activity party charges a 1 cent of the handling fee, and you 6 and me for the rest, okay?" Su Yan's eyes were firm and she was still silent. "Liu Jia, you 7 and I 3, can't be more." Su Yan's attitude was serious, his tone was cold, and there was no wave. "Sister-in-law, if I were Moen, then all the income from this painting must be used for charity. If I'm not Su Kewan, it's a fake. You're cheating." Liu Jia frowned with a headache and said to Su Yan, "You are so poor that you can't get along with money. Forget about doing charity. At least you have a good reputation, but you still don't leave a name for charity. Is there something wrong with your brain?" When he spoke, Liu Jia also became speechless. "Are you an angel or a savior? The man who used his body to save the world and the money to save the poor in the world did not do well and caused a bad reputation." Su Yan's face sank, stinged by her words, and also damaged her self-esteem. She doesn't even know who she is. How can she know who she was in the past? Su Yan didn't say a word and directly picked up the scroll and put it away. Liu Jia panicked, hurried to pull her arm, and asked anxiously, "Su Yan, what are you doing? You can't take it. I paid a deposit to the event party. If you take this painting, the deposit will not be refunded." When the sales consultant at the venue saw someone collecting the painting, he came over with joy, thinking that he was going to place an order. "Madam, do you want to buy this masterpiece of Master Sumimaru?" Su Yan said coldly, "This painting is a fake I imitated, so I won't sell it." As soon as this was said, people around gathered around to watch the fun. Liu Jia's Rui abacus was destroyed, and she said angrily to Su Yan, "Su Yan, this painting has been identified by experts and is authentic. I also paid the deposit. It must be sold, otherwise, you will compensate for all my losses." Chapter 30. Su Yan's talent was exposed and she can speak 8 languages. Hearing the words, everyone present exchanged heads and heard each other and discussed a lot. Su Yan held the scroll tightly and looked at Liu Jia unbearably. "My sister-in-law is really greedy and self-interested. She didn't compromise at all and had a tough attitude. Sister-in-law, your loss has nothing to do with me. I originally painted this painting for Grandma. As for why it appeared here, you can explain to the police." Hearing the word police, Liu Jia's face turned pale in an instant, and she was stunned at a loss. At this time, a gentle voice of a man came. After the cruise ship sailed into the high seas, no country had the right to interfere in the ship's transactions. Everyone followed the sound and looked over. The man who speaks is about in his 30s, wearing a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses. He is polite and elegant. When Su Yan saw the man's handsome face, a thin cold sweat came out of her back inexplicably, and a panic surged into her heart. It's obviously a strange face. Why does it make her feel a trace of fear? Su Yan took a step back uneasily. When Liu Jia saw the man, she was overjoyed. It turned out to be Dr. Bai. "Did you accompany Xiao Chuo on the ship?" The man shook hands with Liu Jia and politely. "Yes, Xiao Chuo was looking at the jewelry over there." Oh, Liu Jia looked over curiously. Bai, he went to Su Yan. Su Yan was a little short of breath, staring at the mysterious deep eyes under the man's glasses, panicking. "Su Yan, we meet again." The man's tone is gentle and light, and he is very spoiled. Su Yan was stunned. "Did we know each other before?" The man smiled helplessly and whispered softly, "I'm your ex-boyfriend, Bai He. Are you deliberately pretending not to know me?" "Ex-boyfriend? White wheat?" Su Yan was shocked and stunned. I heard that she had dated a lot of men before, but she didn't expect to meet one. Sister-in-law Liu Jia smelled the smell of gossip. Dr. Bai, have you dated Su Yan before? Bai he looked at Su Yan with burning eyes, smiled gently, and nodded to admit generously. The sister-in-law smiled and joked, are you Monaza's good friend and Su Yan's ex-boyfriend? Even Bai Jingchu's uncle. This relationship is really bloody. Su Yan froze and felt her scalp numb. It took a long time to say to Bai he that I got married. Bai he held his glasses and smiled gently. I know that you married my friend Monaza, and I thought you were taking revenge on me. Su Yan shook her head. No, I lost my memory. I really don't remember you. Bai he, I won't believe this ridiculous excuse. Liu Jia was not in the mood to listen to them catch up. She wanted to take advantage of Su Yan's lack of attention to grab the painting in her hand. As soon as she approached Su Yan, the moment she stretched out her hand, Su Yan reacted, put her hand behind her back, and stared at Liu Jia. Liu Jia said, Su Yan, give me this painting first and don't break it. This painting can't be sold. Su Yan said seriously. Liu Jia gritted her teeth, her eyes became fierce, and she was about to get angry. Bang! A huge gunshot suddenly filled the whole cabin banquet hall, scaring everyone present to panic and scream. Some people are ring around, and some people are squatting with their heads. Bai He's first reaction was to pounce on Su Yan, hold her head and squat down. Liu Jia screamed in fright and immediately squatted down. When Su Yan looked up, she saw several pirates with guns standing at the entrance and exit. They wear animal masks and powerful new rifles on their bodies, which is powerful. I don't want to die. Hold your hands and squat down obediently. Pirates speak the Dingguo language. Almost all the people present couldn't understand. A woman stood up in a panic and said timidly, I'm sorry, Before I finished speaking, several rifles aimed at the woman and swept across. The huge sound of gunfire was very terrifying. More than a dozen shots in a row hit the woman to the point of blood and fell directly to the ground. The scene was full of screams, and no one dared to move randomly. Su Yan was also stunned, and her palms were sweating coldly. Feeling that Bai He's hand was still pressing on her shoulder, she gently pushed it away. Bai He's tone was a little nervous and muttered in a low voice, don't move around. Su Yan slowly raised her eyes and glanced at the pirate who had just spoken. Pirates wore masks and rifles and walked back and forth in the venue, looking at the antiques and rares in the exhibition hall. He said slowly, this sea area is my territory, and all your things belong to me. Money, treasures, antiques. However, these are all secondary. What I want is a gram of light molecules. Who is it in the hands? Hand it over obediently. Su Yan was extremely shocked when she heard the light element. As long as you hand over the light people, I will immediately give you a speedboat to send you out of here safely. If you don't hand it over, I will kill one person in a minute until I kill all of you here. The more Su Yan listened, the more nervous she became, and her heart was hairy. Bai He muttered in Su Yan's ear, what is he talking about? Su Yan looked at Bai He in astonishment and looked surprised. How does Bai He know that she can understand? Bai He saw Su Yan's confusion and whispered, you have had an amazing language talent since you were a child. The year you left me, you had already learned the 8 languages. Su Yan was shocked and stunned when she heard his words, since childhood. 8 languages? Bai He was stunned and added, at the age of 22, you are also very small. She didn't even know that Bai He actually knew that she knew the 8 languages. Just as Su Yan was lost in thought, the gunshot of murder came from one side. A minute later, a person was killed, and the audience exclaimed in horror. When she killed the third person, Su Yan couldn't stand it and shouted, Dingyu, regardless of the danger, don't kill them, they can't understand Dingyu at all. The pirate glanced around and didn't know who made the voice. He asked, oh, really? I always thought that Dingyu dominated the world. In this case, please stand up and help me translate. Su Yan stood up slowly. Bai He nervously pulled Su Yan and didn't let her get up, for fear that she would be in danger. Su Yan shook off Bai He's hand. The moment he stood up, the pirate was stunned by Su Yan's beauty, and an intriguing smile appeared under the mask. Sure enough, she is a big beauty with courage and courage. The pirate put the gun on his shoulder, put on a pose that he thought was very cool, and said proudly, Beauty, translate what I just said to them. If you do a good job, help me find a gram of light people, I won't kill you. Su Yan looked around the scene. The people who were killed were lying in blood in the crowd. Everyone squatted and trembled, and some people covered their mouths and sobbed in horror. It can be said that it is miserable and chaotic. Su Yan summoned up the courage to comfort her gently. Don't be afraid, don't move around, they are pirates, and he needs to find. At this point, Su Yan suddenly caught a glimpse of several black shadows slowly approaching the pirates at the entrance. They were holding sharp daggers and preparing for battle in a very professional posture. In an instant, an armed soldier appeared behind each pirate. Their dagger quietly circled from behind to the pirate's neck, and the blood sealed the throat. All the pirates fell to the ground in an instant. The pirate standing in the center saw that Su Yan suddenly stopped talking and asked angrily, "Why don't you translate?" Chapter 31. Su Yan amazed Monanza again. Realizing something was wrong, the pirate turned around in a hurry. Before he could pick up the rifle on his shoulder, the two pistols were already on his left and right brain. The pirates were stunned. At this time, a large number of armed combat uniforms in black, majestic and domineering, righteous and dignified armed guns rushed in. In the team, there was also a domineering, dignified and cold man, who came like a king. "It's the military war group, it's Monanza." Su Yan was extremely excited at this time. When she was in the most critical time, Monanza always appeared so timely. "Although I didn't come for her, I was also very moved." At this time, Bai Jingchu stood up from the crowd and shouted excitedly, "My brother came to save me." Su Yan was stunned, and her face instantly darkened. Bai Jingchu ran to Monanza excitedly. Monanza's eyes were stern and pointed at her and ordered to scold, "Step back." Bai Jingchu couldn't listen at all. He walked capriciously and spoiled him. "Brother, you finally came to save me." Woo. When Bai Jingchu passed by the pirate, he was pulled by the pirate's arm to his chest and pulled out a sharp knife and put it against her throat. Everyone present was speechless by the wayward woman and fell into a burst of tension. The knife in the pirate's hand was against Bai Jingchu's neck, and the sharp blade cut through the skin of her neck. The blood slowly oozed out. Bai Jingchu was so scared that his face turned pale and cried, "Brother, woo, save me. Kill him, save me." The pirate gritted his teeth and said, "Tingyu, let me go." Monanza's eyes became more and more gloomy, and Wei Anjianshua's body slowly took a step forward. "What does it mean?" The monkey said a lot of words again. Monanza frowned and asked the special assistant beside him, "Lu Qing, what did he say?" Lu Qing shook his head. Monanza looked at Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao also shook his head. Monanza glanced at the people present until his eyes fell on Su Yan. His dark pupils trembled slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Su Yan to appear at the cruise ship banquet, and he was dressed so beautifully that he was stunned for a moment. But he was on official duty, and he didn't have time to deal with private affairs, and his eyes soon looked away. He asked solemnly and coldly, "Who knows what the pirate said? Come out and translate it." The whole audience was silent and slowly looked at Su Yan. The pirate's knife became deeper and deeper, and he said a lot of words. Bai Jingchu cried in pain, "Woo woo woo woo. Brother Le, save me, I'm going to die, save me, shoot me." Su Yan looked at Monanza's hesitation at this moment, and she felt very uncomfortable. He was also held hostage. This pirate was also a high-headed head. Isn't it a living target to be so close? Why has Monanza never dared to shoot? Are you afraid of hurting Bai Jingchu by mistake? How much does he love Bai Jingchu to be so patient? As long as she doesn't translate, the pirate will definitely kill Bai Jingchu when he is in a hurry. This is a good thing for her. Even so, Su Yan can't do this kind of thing that destroys humanity. Su Yan endured the distress and slowly said, "As long as you let him go, all the treasures here will be given to you. He will also release Bai Jingchu and give you a gram." Su Yan's words stopped abruptly. Everyone present looked at her with anticipation. Lu Qing and Cheng Hao, as well as a group of soldiers of the military battle group, were shocked beyond words. "Madam, how can you listen to such a small country language with no international status?" Monanza was also shocked. He couldn't see anything with his steady and cold look, but his eyes were full of shock. Monanza calmed down his shock and asked, "1 gram of what?" Su Yan was worried about his task, and it was difficult to express it in public. After thinking for a moment, she said, "The scarce element you have been looking for." Monanza's black pupil flashed a cold light, looked at the masked pirate, let her go, handed over things, and gave you a way to live. Seeing that Monanza cared so much about Bai Jingchu at this moment, Su Yan felt so uncomfortable that her chest hurt. But she still translated it in Dingyu to the pirates. The pirates spoke again. Translated by Su Yan, "He wants a speedboat." Monanza ordered, "Prepare a speedboat." Immediately, the monkey took Bai Jingchu hostage and walked out. The soldiers of the military battle group also aimed their guns and followed them out. Su Yan also went out and continued to work as a translator. When the pirate left, he said a lot of words. Su Yan only translated a few of the words she could say. Immediately, in order to survive, the monkey pirate willingly took out a black glass bottle and threw it at Monanza. The small black glass bottle drew a perfect arc in the sky and fell into Monanza's hand. He held it tightly, and his eyes were like torches. Su Yan asked Monanza in a low mood, "Don't you shoot at this distance?" Monanza squinted his deep eyes, looked carefully at the black bottle in his hand, and did not answer Su Yan's question. In an instant, Monanza looked at Su Yan and said lukewarmly, "Tell him that he can leave after Bai Jingchu is released." Such an obvious discrimination really kills her. Even if he is 100% sure to kill this pirate, doesn't Monanza want Bai Jingchu to make a mistake? How can you let go of this murderous pirate? Disappointment filled my heart. She turned around and translated the last sentence with the pirate wearing a monkey mask, and turned around and walked into the cabin without turning back. Su Yan just returned to the cabin. Liu Jia walked to her side by side with Bai He. Liu Jia took a scroll of painting in her hand and rushed to Su Yan. She asked in a very bad manner, Su Yan, when did you tear a corner of the painting? Once the painting is damaged, it will be worthless. Su Yan pretended to be confused. Sister-in-law, is the painting broken? I really didn't do it. I was too scared just now, and now I don't feel well. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Hearing the words, Bai He came forward and took Su Yan's arm, full of concern. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Su Yan shook Bai He's hand angrily, and her attitude was alienated and indifferent. Mr. Bai, I have no memory of you at all. In my eyes, you are just a stranger. Please pay attention to your behavior and don't cause me trouble. Putting down her words, Su Yan strode towards the guest room. Liu Jia was stunned. What's wrong with her? Your eyes are wet. Are you really scared? Bai He looked at Su Yan's back with his eyes full of distress. This child has always been so sentimental. She is very strong, but also very crying. Liu Jia snorted indifferently and left with the painting. Chapter 32 Monanza cares about Su Yan. Outside the cruise ship. After the pirate let go of Bai Jingqiu, he got on the speedboat and left. Bai Jingqiu covered his injured neck and rushed into Monanza's arms. At the first time, he pointed to the monkey's fast boat and shouted, Brothers, let your men shoot quickly. You can still hit him at this distance. Hurry up. Monanza pushed Bai Jingqiu away from his arms, pulled her hand away to check the wound, and said lightly, I didn't hurt the artery. It's okay to bandage it. It's. Bai Jingqiu shouted angrily, Shoot, brothers, he's leaving. Monanza turned a deaf note and turned to Lu Jing and said, Take her to bandage her. When Bai Jingqiu saw the pirate's speedboat disappearing in front of him, he stamped his feet in anger. When he turned his head, Monanza had already led his team to the cabin. Brother, won't you bandage me? Bai Jingqiu followed, and the coquettish clip voice chased and spoiled. He almost died just now, and now he is still scared. Monanza strode, and Cheng Hao and Lu Qing followed. Lu Xing asked in a low voice, Fifth Master, how to deal with him? Monanza asked in a low voice in a serious tone, Is the ship loaded? Installed. Send someone to follow, find his old nest first, and annihilate him in one fell swoop. Yes. Cheng Hao responded respectfully and immediately turned around and left. Bai Jingqiu still didn't give up. He trotted to catch up with Monanza. Monanza frowned and told Lu Qing, You deal with her injury. Fifth Master, don't you know Miss Bai's spleen yet? She now asks you to bandage her. If you don't help her, she probably won't give up until the wound heals. Monanza stopped walking. Bai Jingqiu caught up with his breath, hugged Monanza's arm and cried without tears in his eyes, Brothers, how can you be so cruel to me? Do you want to watch me bleed and die? Lu Qing hurriedly explained, Miss Bai, the time of the Fifth Master is very precious. He still has a lot of important things to deal with. Let me help you with this little thing. I'm injured. How can it be a trivial matter? Bai Jingqiu roared angrily, Get out of here. I don't want you to help me. I want brothers. Monanza was extremely helpless. He grabbed Bai Jingqiu's arm with anger and walked to the infirmary in the cabin and said, Okay, I'll help you. Lu Qing looked at the backs of Monanza and Bai Jingqiu and sighed. The Fifth Master has such an annoying childhood sweetheart, which is also helpless. 10 minutes later. Monanza bandaged Bai Jingqiu's wound and sent him back to the cabin to rest. As soon as he came out of Bai Jingqiu's room, he met Bai He. For this friend who is a few years older than him, because he has known him for too long, Monanza does not say two polite words. The two greeted each other with their eyes. Are you coming, too? Monanza opened his mouth first. Bai He smiled awkwardly and was dragged up by Xiaoqiu. When it comes to Bai Jingqiu, Monanza felt a headache and said slowly, Now that she has become like this, you can't do without it, right? Bai He frowned and wondered, What do you mean? Monanza, she is spoiled by you. Bai He smiled helplessly and leaned his back against the wall. It's not my favor, it's my brother and sister-in-law who passed away, and I can't help it. Monanza also leaned against the wall with Bai He and raised his head slightly. I'm married. Do you still like her? If you like her, just marry her away. Bai He couldn't figure out whether Monanza was serious or joking. I know you are married, and your wife is my ex-girlfriend. Monanza's face suddenly sank, and his body tightened in an instant. He was stunned, and his eyes became deep. The heart pulled inexplicably, a little tight. Seeing that he was silent, Bai He continued, Although I am not Xiaoqiu's uncle, the kinship still exists. In addition, you like Xiaoqiu so much that I don't want to rob a woman from my best brother, and I have long given up my fantasy. In these years in China, Xiaoqiu often mentioned you, and I know that she also has you in her heart. Therefore, 3 years ago, I talked to a woman. Although she has a lot of love history, she is beautiful, generous, intelligent, and talented. She is the most attractive woman I have ever seen. I just didn't expect her to become your wife today. Mo Nanza put his hand in his trouser pocket and clenched his fist slowly. He endured the discomfort in his heart and asked softly in a light tone, was it before she lost her memory? Her memory loss is fake. Bai He explained confidently, she just wanted to avenge my abandonment, pretending to be amnesiac and pretending to be strange to me. What Su Yan said flashed in Mo Nanza's mind. He asked, do you have someone you like? Su Yan replied to him, yes, but the other party's heart belongs to him, which is impossible in this life. You mean Bai He, right? Mo Nanza took a deep breath and felt something stuck in his chest, which was indescribably stuffy. He slowed down and sighed. Her original family and experience did not match her talent. Bai He smiled softly. The ancient geisha was one step better than the princess in the palace. You can't have a stereotype of her because of her original family. It makes sense. Mo Nanza looked at Bai He, and his deep black pupils were extremely sincere. Bai He, wish us happiness. Mo Nanza's tone was very casual, but he was solemn and announced his sovereignty to Bai He. The muscles in the corners of Bai He's eyes twitched, and he looked at Mo Nanza in astonishment. What did you say? Mo Nanza said word by word, I didn't inform you of my marriage because we haven't held a wedding yet. As old friends for many years, I hope you can bless us. Bai He's face gradually turned pale, and he was a little embarrassed. You used to like Xiaochu so much, and your feelings were so dedicated. You are not the kind of man who easily changes your mind. Xiaochu is my niece. How can I bless you? Mo Nanza knew that it was not because of Bai Jinchu that he couldn't bless. It seems that we have to be on guard in the future. Mo Nanza said meaningfully, in the world of adults, there are not so many casual and romantic deaths. She is the daughter-in-law chosen for me by my grandmother. After marriage, I will be responsible for her to the end. Bai He's face became more and more ugly, and he was silent without saying a word. Mo Nanza patted him on the shoulder gently. He still had something to do. Let's get together next time when he is free. Bai He reacted and squeezed out a stiff smile. Well, okay. Looking at Mo Nanza's distant back, Bai He held his glasses, and a gloomy light flashed in his eyes. Night fell, and the stars were shining. The sky and the sea are black, and the lights of the cruise ship are bright, which looks strange and dazzling in this dark night. Su Yan felt hungry, so she came out of the room and prepared to go to the cruise restaurant to get something to eat. When she walked along the corridor, the three strange women walking side by side in front of her were talking about Mo Nanza. This is the first time I have seen the fifth master of China's military war group. Oh, my god. I used to think that the legendary man was exaggerating, but I didn't expect that he was more handsome and domineering. His figure and appearance were simply amazing. Me too, me too. Everyone else calls his fifth master. I thought he was an old man, but I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. He is so charming. With his team protecting me here, I'm not afraid at all now. Of course, don't be afraid. Our national defense weapons are all built by military war groups. Some time ago, the launch of the Sharp No.1 missile, which caused a sensation in the world, many countries trembled with fear. With the fifth master here, any pirate, robber or emperor thief, you have to take a detour. But several people still died on the ship. Now the whole ship feels gloomy. I want to dock and go home quickly. Not so soon. The people of the military battle group were investigating everyone on the ship, as if they were looking for something very important. What is it? I don't know. Anyway, someone came to question me today. I didn't know anything and was confused when asked. Me too. I've been asked, too. With so many people, how long will it be checked? It is estimated to be several days. Su Yan followed them. She was puzzled in her heart. They all have to check. Why doesn't anyone come to question her? Chapter 33. Su Yan's arch anger provoked Mo Nanza to react. Su Yan came to the cafeteria, took out a tray, casually put some vegetables and fruits in a plate, added a cup of fruit tea, and walked back with it. When she returned to the door of the guest room, she stopped and was stunned. Mo Nanza was knocking on the door, and when he turned his head, he also saw Su Yan coming back with food. The four eyes are facing each other, and there is still a sense of alienation between the collision of eyes, which is more like the politeness of respect for each other. Mo Nanza went to her and took her tray. I'll help you. Su Yan quickly refused. No, I myself. But before she finished speaking, the tray in her hand had been taken away. She was also embarrassed to grab it again, so she opened the door first. After the two went in, Su Yan closed the door with her backhand. Mo Nanza glanced at the room and put something on the table. Su Yan looked a little reserved. Every time she was alone with him, her whole body was tense. It's both nervous and excited. I haven't seen him for a week. Before today, I miss him almost all. But now, there is more bitterness and resentment in her heart, and the grievance has been filling her heart. Can you be full after eating so little? Mo Nanza looked at her. Su Yan went to the table and sat down. She took the fork and ate the fruit by herself. She chewed the food and did not respond to his questions and ignored him. Mo Nanza's eyes sank slightly and he sat opposite her. He sat calmly and leaned on the back of the chair. Why didn't he say anything? Is it okay to ask? Su Yan felt that the fruit was not sweet anymore. She put down the fork angrily, picked up the tea and took a sip, and looked up at him. Su Yan's clear and moist apricot eyes are very beautiful, and her eyes have a gripping sense of purity. Monanza's atria was faintly throbbing, waiting for her to open her mouth. Su Yan wanted to lose her temper with him, but the man's powerful cold air field was dangerous and terrible. A glance could make her breathless and did not dare to make a second. She hesitated for a while, and said aggrievedly in her voice, "Aren't you bragging that you are a sharpshooter?" Brag. Monanza frowned when he heard this word. He felt that Su Yan cared that he let go of the pirates, but he didn't think about her jealousy of Bai Jinchu at all. Monanza explained, "We can't kill all of them. We need to leave a living mouth to lead the way, otherwise how can we clear the nest?" Clear nest? Is it to destroy the pirates' nest and recover the gold and silver treasures stolen by them? Su Yan suddenly woke up and suddenly became clear. She shrinted her mouth and lowered her head and continued to poke the fruit in front of her. Her tone was sour. "Are you afraid of hurting Bai Jinchu by mistake?" Monanza sneered and asked, "What does it have to do with her?" Su Yan bit her lower lip to prevent herself from revealing her happiness. The apple grains on the plate were about to poke her into mud. Monanza adjusted his sitting posture, pressed his arms on the table, leaned towards Su Yan, and asked curiously, "Dingguo, a small country that has been in war all year round, why do you speak the language of this country?" Su Yan was stopped by the question. What to do? She doesn't know the reason. Could it be that the guests she used to receive came from all over the world, and in order to better serve these international friends, she went to learn various languages? Su Yan felt that this reason was reasonable, but she couldn't say it in front of Monanza. Her eyes flashed, and she was at a loss to change the topic. She forked up a watermelon grain and handed it to Monanza with a smile. "Do you want to eat?" As soon as she said this sentence, Su Yan's whole body froze and was frightened by her impulsive behavior. How dare she feed Monanza with the fork she has eaten? She must be crazy. Su Yan reacted with hindlights, looked embarrassed, squeezed a stiff smile, and slowly retracted her hand. "Sorry, I..." Before she retracted her hand, Monanza held her wrist and put the watermelon into her mouth. Su Yan looked like a nerd, looking at the fork touched by Monanza's thin lips in shock and astonishment. Well, that's what she just ate. Is this an indirect kiss? Su Yan just thought about it. Her face instantly became warm, her heart beat faster, and her whole body was tense and a little uneasy. Monanza was extremely calm. He took 2 bites and swallowed it. It was quite sweet, but the amount was too small. Su Yan pursed her lips, lowered her head, and dared not look directly at him. She whispered, "Sorry, I forgot, I just ate the fork." She just wants to apologize. Monanza, who had no distractions, was reminded by her. His heart seemed to be hit by an electric current. In an instant, it spread all over his body. His lips and tongue were a little dry, and his sight became hot. He couldn't help staring at Su Yan's pink cherry lips. Su Yan slowly pursed her lips, and her face was red like a steamed shrimp. Monanza was heartbreed by her words, and his mouth was dry. He couldn't figure out why a woman with a rich love history and countless men had no vulgar atmosphere or mature charm, but had a clear simplicity. Like a little girl who doesn't know the world, she is easy to be shy, easy to blush, and even easy to shed tears. What is this what it should look like in society for more than 10 years? Monanza cleared his throat and pretended to be calm. "I don't dislike what you used, but now you dislike me for touching it." Su Yan suddenly panicked. "No, I don't dislike it." After saying that, she took the fork and ate other things seriously. Monanza looked at her shy appearance, and her red round face was a little like Bai Jingchu when she was a child. This feeling has become stronger and stronger after getting along with Su Yan for a long time. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down was a little awkward. Monanza thought of business and asked in a low voice, "Su Yan, the pirate said more than that little to you today, right? Is there anything else that hasn't been translated?" Su Yan swallowed a mouthful of vegetables, put down the fork, drank a sip of tea to moisten her mouth, and leaned close to him. Su Yan lowered her voice very low, for fear of having an ear across the wall. He said that the thing in his hand was 1 gram of light molecules, which was robbed by a chemical engineer, and 1 gram is now on the ship, and the other party is also a chemical engineer. Monanza's face was gloomy, and he was silent without saying a word. Su Yan was afraid that he couldn't hear him, so she leaned her whole body towards him, pressed her elbows on the table, put her lips to his ear and muttered in a whisper. "He also said that this thing is useless for you. Without that scientist, it is garbage." Monanza slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing became slightly rapid. It's not that what he heard was so powerful, but that Su Yan was too close. The hot and fragrant breath sprayed on his ears, and the numbness spread all over his body, causing him to have an untimely physiological reaction. Su Yan didn't know that she was angry at all. She thought that he was uncomfortable hearing these contents. She asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Chapter 34. Monanza has a desire for Su Yan. When Monanza just suppressed his inner restlessness and turned his head to Su Yan, his eyes swept to the snow-white chest of her neckline. Su Yan leaned on the table and leaned towards Monanza, but she didn't find that her clothes were a little loose. "Don't look at it." Mornanza consciously looked away, opened his lips slightly and exhaled. His heart was itchy, which was both strange and tempting. His determination, which he has always been proud of, feels like it is about to turn into a joke. Didn't you say anything else besides these? Mornanza's voice became hoarse and low. So-Yeon shook her head. No more. Mornanza pressed So-Ye's shoulder and asked her to sit down to find something to divert attention. But the woman's eyes are watery like light, and her skin has no blemish, just like a peeled boiled egg, white, tender and seductive. Her pink lips. Mornanza's eyes were hot, staring at her lips, the throat knot rolled up and down, and swallowing saliva could not solve the dry heat wave. He had to suspect that he was crazy. Unexpectedly have a desire for So-Yeon? But on the other hand, he is a normal man with strong blood, and So-Yeon is his wife. Isn't it normal and legal for him to have lust? Mornanza hides his embarrassment and tension, and his magnetic voice is very low. Is it convenient for me to sleep with you today? This sentence is extremely ambiguous. So-Yeon looked at him in astonishment. She was a little flustered by his hot eyes, and felt that Mornanza was different from usual. So-Yeon asked back, is there no room on the cruise ship? Mornanza's breathing became deeper and thicker. Yes, but I want to sleep with you. Don't you understand what he means? Can't she understand such an experienced woman? So-Yeon felt more and more that Mornanza's tone and eyes were a little wrong today, as if he was a little uncomfortable and a little urgent. She didn't think deeply. After all, they often sleep in the same bed. Mornanza loves Bai Jingchul so much that he won't touch her. So-Yeon looked at the double bed not far away and agreed cheerfully, yes, you can sleep here. Getting permission, Mornanza felt excited, and his voice became more and more low and hoarse. Are you full? So-Yeon cleaned up the table and said slowly, I'm full. Mornanza, do you want to take a shower? I have washed it. So-Yeon pulled her loose pajamas. You wash them. Mornanza took a light breath and slowly clenched his fists, trying to get rid of his inner distractions and impulses. Have you exercised too little recently? Are you full of lust? But he has no sexual experience, so he should not have such bad thoughts. Is it pure desire, or is it in love with her? The flashing thought made Mornanza panic. He stood up in a hurry and turned around to enter the bathroom. It's definitely just a simple desire. Usually, he only needs to take a cold shower to extinguish such thoughts. Half an hour later, So-Yeon leaned against the bedside and read a book. The bathroom door was pushed open, and a noise came. So-Yeon looked up and looked over. The next second, she was dumbfounded. Mornanza came out with only a bath towel around his lower body. His short hair is half dry, and his wheat-colored skin contrasts with his strong chest and abdominal muscles, and the mermaid line around his waist outlines seductive sexiness and wildness. He has strong and slender calves, and his sense of strength is bursting. This is the scene of a handsome man who is tempting to commit crimes. The book in So-Yeon's hand slowly slipped and fell on the bed. She hurriedly picked up the book, her face was hot, and her eyes, which had nowhere to put, floated everywhere, but she couldn't help floating on the man's body. So-Yeon pressed her red face with a book, and her voice became out of tune for the first time. You. Why did you run out without wearing clothes? Mornanza wiped his short hair with a dry towel, put it to the side, and walked towards her. His voice was low and hoarse. I'll take it off later. It's too troublesome. So-Yeon understood this sentence and was a little flustered. She looked at his deep and confused black pupils in shock. She didn't dare to look at them randomly. She asked nervously, why do you have to take off your clothes to sleep later? Mornanza was stunned and fell silent. He saw So-Yeon's blank and innocent face, and the shyness of her red face. He said that her amnesia was a pretend. So is her simplicity and ignorance at the moment also a pretend. While Mornanza was silent, So-Yeon quickly pointed to the wardrobe and said, there are clean spare pajamas in the wardrobe of this ship. Put them on. Mornanza squeezed his lips bitterly. It turned out that he had misunderstood. So-Yeon didn't think about sex from beginning to end. Mornanza suddenly felt helpless. He walked to the wardrobe and took out a set of pajamas to put on. When he returned to the big bed, So-Yeon had already laid down and turned her back to him. He understood. I don't want to force myself. At the beginning, because So-Yeon wanted to sleep on the floor, he said a few angry words. Now if you take the initiative to have sex with her, wouldn't it be a proper slap in the face? Mornanza put aside his distractions, lay down and turned off the light. The room fell into a quiet darkness. The bright moonlight came in through the window, hazy. Because of nervousness and those inexplicable desires, both of them's breathing was a little rough, which was clearer in the quiet night. For a long time, Mornanza broke the silence and said dumbly, do you still remember Bai? So-Yeon's body stiffened slightly, and her hands slowly tightened the quilt. Her heart panicked inexplicably. Deep down, I was very afraid that Mornanza would mind. It took me a long time to mutter, I have met you today, but I don't know him. This sentence of not knowing made Mornanza relieved, and he was not sure what kind of mentality he had. Mornanza smiled bitterly and didn't ask any more questions. In the silent darkness, So-Yeon did not hear Mornanza's questioning. She was flustered and confused. She is looking for a topic uneasily. Do you also care about catching pirates? Mo Nanza whispered, never mind. Su Yan asked again, so did you and your troops appear on this ship so timely to save by Jingchu? No, I didn't expect to meet pirates on this mission, let alone meet so many acquaintances. Especially I'm surprised to see you here. Su Yan also felt that she should not appear on such an occasion. It was to trick the sister-in-law to get on the boat. She didn't explain and continued to ask, are you looking for a light element? Mo Nanza closed his eyes. It was inconvenient to talk about these confidential work. He said lightly, it's late. Go to bed. Su Yan understood what he meant and said softly, good night. This night, for Mo Nanza, was long and torturous. Desire can't be relieved, and it corrodes his will in his mind. Control and desire fought all night. I can't sleep all night. Chapter 35. The mystery of the identity of the fog is revealed. Early the next morning. The door was knocked. When Mo Nanza heard the knock on the door, he woke up and took a look at Su Yan, who was sleeping next to him. He hurriedly lifted the quilt and got up. He went to open the door. 5. Lu Chun just wanted to say hello, but the voice hadn't come out yet. Mo Nanza's eyes were serious and his movements were slow. He signaled Lu Qing with his fingers not to make a sound. Lu Qing was stunned. Mo Nanza looked back at Su Yan in the room again. He was relieved to see that she had not been woken up. He slowly went out and closed the door gently. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. When did the fifth master become so considerate? After closing the door, Mo Nanza lowered his voice and asked, what's the matter so early? It's past 7 o'clock. Is it still early? Don't you usually get up at 7 o'clock on time for morning exercise? Lu Qing thought to himself, but he didn't dare to say it. He hurriedly said business, fifth master, I found it, and the chemistry professor found it. Mo Nanza's eyes flashed with an imperceptible excitement. I changed my clothes. Mo Nanza explained and immediately turned around and entered the room. Lu Qing stood outside the door in a daze. He couldn't figure it out even though he wanted to break his head. Why didn't the fifth master like his wife and often ran to sleep with her in the same bed? 5 minutes later, Mo Nanza changed into a handsome black armed suit and strode to the interrogation room for the temporary requisition. In the room, there is a grey-haired 70-year-old male. He wears thick black-rimmed glasses, thin and bony, and looks a little vicissitudes. The old man was questioned for more than an hour and looked tired. When he saw Mo Nanza, he went straight to the point. General Mo, I know you want this gram of light element. Take it. I don't want anything. Just give me a way to live. Mo Nanza picked up the information and took a look at it. He sat opposite the old man. Professor He, what I want is not only the light molecule in your hand, but also the information about the fog and how to find the fog. Professor He pushed his glasses, pondered for a moment, and sighed, I don't know where to start. Mo Nanza pointed to the small black glass bottle on the table. How did you get this thing? Professor He, Lao Liu has been my colleague for decades. I saved his life, and he gave me this lightweight as a reward. Mo Nanza asked, who is Lao Liu? Professor He is the assistant of the light fog and the only person in the world who has seen the light fog, but he died. Mo Nanza was stunned. Light fog? Lu Qing hurriedly took out his notebook to record, and this information was simply a breakthrough progress. Professor He nodded, looked helpless, and smiled bitterly. Yes, a genius scientist who develops light molecules. Her name is Jingwu, and she is a very young and beautiful girl. Mo Nanza looked excited and looked unbelievable. The scientists he had met were all a little older. He thought that fog, like Professor He, was for an old man in his 70s. Lu Qing looked at Professor He with a serious face and said sternly, you have to answer truthfully. If you dare to fool us, you will know the consequences. Professor He pushed his glasses nervously and looked at Lu Qing sincerely. This master, what I said is all true. Although I have never seen light fog, Lao Liu often mentions her to me. Lao Liu is the most powerful professor of chemistry in our research institute. He has participated in many major projects that have caused a sensation in the world, won many honors, and also has buzz knowledge. A successful chemist like him can only be an assistant to a little girl. He was unwilling, so he stole 2 grams of light molecules of light fog. He took 1 gram and gave me a gram. Our idea is very simple, just to study this element, develop the top of the weapon that shakes the world, and become famous in the world. But we never expected that this thing was worth 5 billion per gram, which was what all countries wanted, and even became our talisman. Lao Liu lost his life because of this light molecule. Because of this thing, I was almost killed by pirates yesterday. I don't want to die yet. I don't want this thing. You take it. Mo Nanza listened to Professor He's words and fell into meditation. He couldn't believe that Wu was a young girl. Lu Qing listened and recorded it. After Professor He finished speaking, he continued to ask, where is Qingwu from? Chinese people. How old are you? The real age is uncertain, but I heard from Lao Liu that she was only 19 years old when she developed the first milligram of light molecules, and this molecule was named after her. Who is in her family? I don't know, such a first-class secret big man. It is estimated that even Qinghua's family doesn't know what their children do and where they work. Except for her assistant, Lao Liu, who else has met her? Do you have any photos? Professor He smiled indifferently. Photo. This thing, don't even think about it. Lao Liu is just an assistant. All his personal information has been handled completely, let alone Qingwu himself. Lu Qing, where is she now? Professor He was stunned and looked at Lu Qing nervously. Mo Nanza saw the change in his mood, leaned over and asked coldly, do you know where she is? Professor He sighed and sighed in a sad tone. There are very few chemical geniuses like her in the world, and China's identity information is kept secret. Because Lao Liu was too jealous, he betrayed the information of light fog, so that the whole world knew about the existence of light molecules, and they all wanted to have this kind of substance. With such a genius chemist, they all wanted to share a piece of the cake. 3 years ago, Huaxia State sent someone to the light fog transfer laboratory. During this period, she was killed, and the remaining 48 grams of light molecules also disappeared. I heard that the light fog died. Mo Nanza's face became more and more gloomy, and he was extremely heartbroken. He has tried his best to track down the people for so many years, but they are already dead. He was jealous of his talents. He couldn't accept such news for a while, and his mood became more and more depressed. Lu Qing was stunned. How did you know that Qinghuo was dead? Professor He said, Huaxia State values her very much for a big figure in the heavy weapons of the country, such as light fog. In order to protect her personal safety, with her permission, a small vital sign monitor was implanted in her body. This small thing can observe her physical health and vital signs, and also has a tracking function. 3 years ago, after being attacked by light fog, the first-class search team traced that she had sunk under the Central Pacific Ocean and had no vital signs. Professor He took off his glasses, pulled up the corner of his clothes and wiped the thick lenses. He regretted that she should have sank into the deep sea of the Pacific Ocean after being assassinated. The stronger the ability, the higher the danger. This world is so ugly. Mo Nanza picked up the black glass bottle and turned it gently. His eyes were like torches, staring at this colorless, tasteless and bodiless thing. In an instant, he said depressedly, have you studied it? Chapter 36, Mo Nanza competes for Su Yan. Professor He nodded, I have studied it, but I don't understand its principle at all. Without light fog, it is a worthless waste. Mo Nanza glanced at Professor He, stood up with something, and said to Lu Qing, let him make a price. I bought this thing. Putting down his words, Mo Nanza turned around and left. Professor He panicked and stood up, shook his head and shook his hand. No need to pay. Mo Nanza left the room, and Lu Qing came to Professor He and said seriously, the market value of this thing is 5 billion per gram. As long as it does not exceed this price, you can open your mouth at will. Professor He was scared. Below 5 billion, do you want to bid casually? After he retired, his family was in the middle of his life. His wife was seriously ill and needed money for treatment. His life was tight, so he wanted to take this thing on the boat and sell it. He didn't dare to calculate in billions, which was impossible for him to earn in his life. Professor He slowly stretched out a finger. He wants 1 million, not much, right? Lu Qing immediately agreed, 100 million. Thank you. Professor He waved in a hurry. No. Too much. 10 million? Thank you so much. North will remember your generous contribution. Lu Qing put down his words and immediately took out a piece of paper and handed it to Professor He. You can go to the headquarters of the military warfare group with this certificate to pick up the check within 3 days. Professor He was dumbfounded. After Lu Qing finished explaining, he turned around and left. In the evening, the cruise ship returned to the waters of Beiguo and was moored at the dock. The people on the boat left one after another. When Su Yan followed her sister-in-law, Liu Jia, out of the cruise ship, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. The majestic team lined up in 2 rows on the dock, orderly, spectacular and powerful deterrent. The people who passed by the team were the rest of their lives after the robbery. At this time, all of them had a sense of awe and pride. Walk out of the dock. Su Yan saw Bai Jingchu and Bai He waiting by a luxury car on the side of the road. Liu Jia came forward and chatted with Bai He for a while. Su Yan didn't want to talk too much with those 2 people, so she took out her mobile phone and prepared to take a taxi. At this time, there was a calm and powerful sound of footsteps behind. Before Su Yan turned around, Bai Jingchu had rushed over with a smile on his face and passed by her, brother. Hearing the words, Su Yan also turned around. Bai Jingchu rushed into Mo Nanza's arms and put his arms around him and said coquettishly, brother, we haven't seen each other for a long time. We are going to separate soon after we met. He can't bear to give up on you. Su Ye's heart was sour, and her eyes felt hot, so she lowered her head and didn't want to see this dazzling and heartbreaking scene. Liu Jia and Bai He walked over. Liu Jia smiled and said, Xiao Chuo, you, brother, still have a lot of things to deal with. He doesn't have much time to talk about love with you. Bai He deliberately encouraged, Xiao Chuo, if you can't bear your brother, let's go to the military battle group with him for a few days. Bai Jingchu was as excited as a child. He hugged Monanza and jumped and stuck to him. Okay, I'm going to Brother's weapon production base to play. Monanza's face was gloomy, and he pushed Bai Jingqiu away more and more irritably, and scolded in a low voice, "Speak well, don't lean on me like a boneless old man." Lu Qing and Cheng Hao stood on the side, frowning at Bai Jingqiu's untimely and unidentified sticky movements, and his face smelled like shit. Lu Qing, the image of the fifth master's tall and mighty has been ruined by you. Cheng Hao, it's disgusting. Fortunately, I don't have any childhood sweethearts, only my little brother. Liu Jia looked at the time and shouted to Su Yan, "Su Yan, it's not early. Let's take Dr. Bai's car back." Su Yan picked up her mobile phone and took a look at the taxi platform. There were 5 customers waiting in line in front of her. She doesn't want to stand here and watch such a terrible scene. Okay. Su Yan responded weakly and turned to Liu Jia. A happy smile appeared on Bai He's beautiful face. He hurried over and opened the co-pilot's door. Yan Yan. Suddenly, a gentle and intimate call came, which shocked everyone present. Su Yan was the most shocked and turned to look at the man who called her Yang Yang in astonishment. It turned out to be Monanza. Did she hear it right? Monanza pushed away Bai Jingqiu, who was stuck to him. Bai Jingqiu was pushed back and watched Monanza walk towards Su Yan. No one expected that the steel-tough man, who had always been incompusive, would call a woman's name in gentle words, and this woman was Su Yan, who had a bad reputation. Monanza walked to Su Yan, took her hand directly with a frightened face, and whispered, "When you went to bed last night, didn't you say you wanted to go to see our drill?" Su Yan was even more confused. She didn't know that they had drills. How could you say such a thing last night? Bai He's face sank. He immediately closed the car door and walked to Su Yan's side. His eyes were cold and he said slowly, "You are so busy that it's not appropriate for her to disturb her." Monanza looked at Bai He, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, held Su Yan's soft palm tightly, and pulled her to his side. No matter how busy he was, he could still find time to accompany her to watch the drill. If this small request could not satisfy his wife, then I, as a husband, was too failed. He said the words wife and husband very clearly, which meant to show off. Bai He's face was a little ugly. Su Yan felt that her heart was beating wildly and her breathing was chaotic. The man's palm was thick and warm, holding her tightly and not letting go. She seems to be a god in space and has no idea what's going on with Monanza. Of course, she won't expose Monanza's lies. I just vaguely felt the dark waves surging between the two men. What about Xiao Chu? Bai He asked displeasedly. Chapter 37 Jealous. Monanza said slowly, "Then please send her home as an uncle. She caused a big disaster in the group last time. Now, several professors in the scientific research building have a deep grudge against her, and it's hard for me to deal with her." When Bai Jingqiu heard the words, he rushed over angrily. "Brother Le, I don't want to go home. I also want to go to the drill." Monanza was resolute and ordered to go home with your uncle and don't let your grandparents worry. Putting down his words, he led Su Yan to turn around and walk to the heavy armed vehicle of the military battle group. Looking at Su Yan being taken to the car by Monanza, the convoy left in a huge way. Bai Jingqiu looked unwilling and unconvinced. She bit her lower lip, clenched her fists, and a cold and gloom flashed in her eyes. The sister-in-law smiled awkwardly and said, This. Forget it, Xiao Chu. Let's take your uncle's car back." Bai Jingqiu turned a deaf ear and said word by word, "Bai He, drive me to the military battle group." Bai He's attitude is extremely indifferent. "I have to go to work tomorrow, and several surgeries are waiting for me. I'm not free. You can take a taxi by yourself." Putting down his words, Bai He turned around and left with a cold face. The sister-in-law stood on the side and looked dumbfounded. What's the matter? Aren't these two very close uncle-nephew? Why did he suddenly become so cold, and Bai Jingqiu still called his name directly? Bai He drove away alone. Bai Jingqiu took a taxi to catch up with Monanza's team. The remaining sister-in-law stood in place and was stunned, understanding the situation. The vehicle is on the way to the border. Natural-colored Silkian sat restrainedly and restlessly, staring at the scenery outside the car window, wondering where Monanza would let her get out of the car. It's better to be close to the subway entrance or the station, so that she can take a bus back to Mo's house. The car has left Fengcheng, and the man didn't mean to stop. Su Yan plucked up her courage and turned her head to look at him. The man's side face is angular, outlining his strong and handsome facial features, which is very beautiful. He sat upright, and his upright posture showed a cold and arrogant temperament, which made people feel a sense of frustration that was unattainable and reserved. Su Yan plucked up her courage and asked carefully, "Are you really going to take me to the border?" When Monanza heard Su Yan's words, he recovered from his meditation and turned his head to look at her. He has a gentle tone. "Do you want to go?" Su Yan was a little speechless. She has been taken out of Fengcheng. Can she not go? She doesn't like the border. But she wants to be with Monanza. If this man really wants her to go, she is willing. But the current situation is not what she thinks. All she sees is the competition between Monanza and Bai He. It's not Monanza's sincerity. Su Yan was silent for a moment and said word by word, Monanza, for me with amnesia, Bai He is a stranger. I won't have any contact with strangers, so you don't have to worry about being cheated. Green. Monanza's eyes darkened and he was silent. You don't have a good relationship with Bai He, do you? Su Yan guessed and asked. She was quite depressed. She looked away from him and didn't look at him. In order to make him angry, you called me Yang Yan in such a disgusting way, and made up a lie to take me away. Is it really necessary? Monanza hooked the corners of his mouth bitterly, leaned on the back of the chair, and asked coldly, do you feel sorry for him? Su Yan suddenly got stuck. It's you that I feel distressed about. I don't want you to embarrass yourself, say something against your heart, and do something against your heart. Su Yan's words were stuck in her throat and swallowed into her stomach. She didn't say anything for a long time. Monanza glanced sideways at the rearview mirror in front of him and said slowly and logically, there are people chasing you behind where you don't want to go. Su Yan heard that he had something to do. It should be Bai Jingchu who chased him. Thinking of the scene they showed their love in the military battle group before, and Monanza's care and love for Bai Jingchu, she felt as uncomfortable as a needle. She lowered her head and said nothing more in a melancholy. Monanza stared at her gloomy and dull-eyed face, his deep eyes became gloomy, and his handsome eyebrows frowned slightly. His atrium is a little stuffy and uncomfortable. Are you so unwilling to be with him? Are you thinking about Bai He? Monanza struggled for a moment, but he still couldn't bear to make her feel uncomfortable. Where did he want to get off? When Su Yan heard this, she bit her lower lip, and her heart was sour. In the end, let her get out of the car. Whatever, she said angrily. Lu Qing, the co-pilot, said in a hurry, Madam, you are already on the highway and can't get off the bus. Cheng Hao, who was driving seriously, couldn't help interrupting, Madam, let's go to the group for a few days. The people in our group like you very much, especially several professors in the scientific research building. They often ask you when you will come. Since Su Yan lost her memory, she has only heard her grandmother express her love for her, and has not heard anyone say that she likes her. Suddenly, when I heard Cheng Hao say that many people like her, he suddenly felt cheerful. He leaned towards the driver's seat and asked with a slight smile, really? Cheng Hao, it's true. Professor Liu and others always mention you. Su Yan found a step for herself and went there, then I'll go and see them. Cheng Hao smiled, Madam, this time, I will teach you self-defense seriously, and I won't tease you like last time. Su Yan hummed softly and was in a good mood, with a sweet smile on her face. Will you admit that you deliberately teased me last time? After several times, Cheng Hao felt that his wife was gentle, generous and tolerant, and did not care about these. He smiled and said, I apologize, it's my fault, but I will never do it in the future. I will teach you what you want to learn without reservation. Su Yan sighed, but I'm not strong enough. Cheng Hao said in a gentle voice, strength can be practiced, eat more protein. Before Cheng Hao finished his words, a man's dignified voice came from behind him, drive seriously. Monanza's tone was more or less angry. Cheng Hao was shocked and immediately corrected his attitude. Yes, the fifth master. He smelled some vague sour taste and didn't dare to chat with his wife anymore. Su Yan felt that the atmosphere had just relaxed, became serious and depressing in an instant. She leaned back on the back of the chair, lowered her head, took out her mobile phone and browsed the web sullenly. In an instant, a light whisper suddenly sounded in my ear. If you want to learn self-defense, I will teach you. Su Yan was stunned and looked up at the man beside her. Monanza looked serious with his side face. He sat down and looked ahead. But she heard it right. This is what Monanza said. Learn self-defense from Cheng Hao. She has no distractions and can still learn it. She blushed and beat her heart when she had a little physical contact with Monanza, and she was too shy to control her behavior and consciousness. Just thinking about it, I feel that my heart beats faster and my whole body is weak. Forget it, she doesn't want to be hummed in front of Monanza. Su Yan thought for a moment and refused softly, no, I don't want to learn. Monanza responded lightly without any waves, He didn't say anything more and closed his eyes to rest. The big hand unconsciously clenched into a fist, the chest was a little blocked, and the breathing was not smooth. The strange feeling of uncomfort also made him feel extremely bad. Chapter 38, Monanza is gradually moved. Border, the headquarters of the military war group. The convoy drove into the strong arms production base of the fortress one after another and stopped in front of a towering luxury building. Su Yan had never been here before. When she got off the bus, she followed Monanza into the building and took the elevator directly to the top floor. In the huge conference room, dozens of people wearing all kinds of uniforms bowed to Monanza in an orderly manner. Hello, Fifth Master. Su Yan was stunned. Some of these people are men and women, some wear laboratory white coats, some wear armed military uniforms, and some wear technical and scientific research uniforms. There are also many uniforms that she has never seen. The leaders of more than a dozen departments must have come. Monan Zoe sat down on the chairman's seat seriously and coldly. Chung Hao invited Su Yan to the leisure room next door and brought her tea. Madam, the fifth master has an urgent meeting to hold. You should rest here for a while first. Su Yan nodded in response. Okay. After Chung Hao left, Su Yan looked at her mobile phone for a while. But on the other think, why did she wait for Monanza here? What can we do after him? Su Yan felt hungry, so she went downstairs and left the building. The sunset is in the afterglow, and the twilight is vast. Su Yan felt a little tired and was getting hungrier and hungrier. Although she had been here once before, the area of the camp was like a small town, and she still got lost. Su Yan unconsciously walked to a small park with a basketball court. The more she walked, the more wrong she felt. The spring breeze blew, and it was a little cold. Su Yan took out her mobile phone and looked for Monanza's number. Thinking that he was in a very important meeting, she dispelled the idea of asking him for the way. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound came. Su Yan was so scared that she turned around and looked behind her nervously. The twilight is dark, and nothing can be seen except the dense green plants. Su Yan felt that she couldn't go any further, so she went back the same way. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged from behind the trunk of the big tree and rushed straight to Su Yan. Ah! Su Yan screamed in fright. She couldn't see the shadow at all, and was pushed down by the powerful force of the other party. She fell to the ground and was held down. Suddenly, a sharp knife stabbed her heart. Help! Su Yan called for help and struggled desperately. When the tip of the knife stabbed her, she subconsciously caught it with her hand. She grabbed the dagger, and a scratching ting came from her palm. But the other party was stronger than her, and he pressed it suddenly. She shifted her body, and the dagger was directly inserted into her chest. The shadow raised his knife and wanted to stab it again. At the critical moment, an uncontrollable voice came. Stop! Chung Hao ran over with a 100-meter sprint. The black shadow raised his eyes, and his agile body instantly ran into the dense thicket. Su Yan lay on the ground and gasped, and tears blurred her vision. She looked at the dark night sky and trembled with fear. The pain from her palm and chest made her soberly aware that she was still alive. The fear of the rest of her life after the robbery made her lose her soul, and a sense of fear of déjà vu was born. Chung Hao ran over, picked up Su Yan, and rushed to the infirmary in a hurry. He was nervous and his voice trembled. Madam, it will be all there. Hold on, you must hold on. Su Yan slowly closed her eyes and was very moved. Chung Tasuka, thank you for saving my life. In the camp hospital. After the doctor's bandage, Su Yan stopped bleeding and her mood stabilized. She lay on the hospital bed and recalled the little things that the killer had committed against her. Suddenly, a rush and heavy pace came from outside the corridor. Suddenly, the door was rudely pushed open. Su Yan was shocked. When she raised her eyes, she saw Monanza rushing to the edge of her bed, panting. His face was gloomy, his eyes were worried, his breathing was very rapid and thick, his chest was undulating, and his breath was very messy. It was the first time Su Yan saw Monanza, who was so panicked, and she was also stunned by his state. After the man came in, he didn't say a word. Su Yan moistened her throat and whispered, "Thank you very much for Chung Tasuka's timely rescue. I'm fine." Monanza didn't say half a word, and his rapid breathing still couldn't calm down. Su Yan vaguely felt that the man's aura was very terrible, and the murderous spirit enveloped her little by little, and even spread to the innocent her, which made people's hearts angry. Su Yan raised her injured hands and explained patiently that the murderer wanted to stab my heart with a knife. I had no choice but to catch it with both hands. The knife was inserted. The doctor said it was just a skin injury and it would get better soon. Looking at Su Yan's white and slender hands wrapped in straps, Monanza slowly clenched his fists, and his finger bones made bursts of terror-tightening sounds. It feels like the next second, he will burst out with murderous anger. Su Yan is afraid of Monanza like this. Obviously, she was injured. At this time, she needed to be comforted and cared for most. On the contrary, it turned out that she was comforting the uncontrollable Monanza. She comforted her for so long. The man not only didn't speak, but also showed such a terrified anger, which really scared her. Su Yan could no longer hold back the tears of a grievance. It came quietly, and her voice was weak and light. I didn't want to cause you trouble. I don't want to do this either. Monanza couldn't suppress his anger and fear in his heart. He sat on the edge of the bed, pulled Su Yan's upper body up, hugged her in his arms, and hugged her tightly. At this moment, he could feel the temperature of Su Yan's body, and his mood slowly calmed down. Su Yan was frightened by the sudden action and opened her hands in a daze. For the first time, I was hugged tightly by Monanza, and I felt that my body was about to be rubbed into my body. Through the thin clothes, she felt her soft chest tightly against his thick and hard chest. It hurts, the wound hurts for a while. She endured herself and fell into a daze. She couldn't figure out why he did such a thing. It's so intimate that she doesn't feel comfortable. For a long time, the man's deep and guilty voice was very light, and he whispered in her ear, "I'm sorry." Su Yan's heart missed the beat, and the wound on the chest was getting more and more painful. She couldn't stand it and whispered, Monanza, my wound hurts so much. Can you let me go? Monanza hurriedly let go of her, looked at her body up and down, and said anxiously, where is another wound? Su Yan pointed to the side of the heart. Monanza stretched out his hand to lift her clothes. Su Yan was so scared that she blocked it with her arm and shrank back. She stared at him in shock and panic, panicking, what are you doing? Let me see the wound. His face is full of worry. Su Yan's face turned red in an instant, and she was nervous, no need to look at it. The doctor has bandaged it, but it's just a skin trauma, and it will get better soon. Monanza asked, is it hurt? Su Yan's face was as red as a hot shrimp. She was shy and embarrassed. She hurriedly interrupted, no, it's really just a skin injury. The doctor said that it would not affect the beauty, and if it was well cared for, it would not leave scars. Her injury was too close to her chest, which was indeed a little embarrassing. Monanza didn't ask to see her wound anymore. His voice was dignified and low. It was normal for spies to appear in a group of tens of thousands of people, but he dared to murder my wife in my territory, and I, Monanza, would dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. The 4 words of my wife were thrown into Su Yan's already restless heart like a pebble, and it was rippling in an instant. Because of Monanza's words, her heart was throbbing. Chapter 39, Monanza is nervous about Su Yan. After his mood stabilized, Monanza realized that he was a little too nervous and over the past. He stood up and asked in a cold tone, tell me, what are the characteristics of the person who assassinated you? Is it a man or a woman? Su Yan thought carefully for a while and shook her head. He was black all over, wearing a black hat and a black mask. I couldn't see him. Monanza, what about your height and body type? Su Yan, he. At this time, an urgent voice came. Brother Ze. Brother Ze. Bai Jingqiu rushed into the ward with a surprised face. Brother Ze, it turns out that you are really here. As soon as I arrived here, I found that the plants and trees outside were full of soldiers, and the guard was strict, and the people who came and went were investigated intensively. What's going on? Looking at Bai Jingqiu rushing in, Su Yan lowered her head upset and was speechless. Bai Jingqiu stared at Su Yan on the bed, his eyes widened, and his expression was exaggeratedly shocked. He asked with pity. Oh, my God, Su Yan, are you hurt? What's the matter? Why did you get hurt? Who hurt you? Does it hurt? A series of concerns and questions, but gloating in the heart. Su Yan said lightly, I'm fine. Bai Jingqiu looked at Monanza and asked nervously, Brother Ze, what's going on? Monanza replied indifferently, it's still under investigation. Bai Jingqiu blinked his eyes and looked puzzled. Su Yan, have you offended someone? Su Yan is extremely speechless. Who can I offend? Who knows? I heard from my uncle that before you fell in love with him, you had dated many men of all kinds of men. At that time, you were arrogant and offended many people. Su Yan listened to what she said and was so angry that she was weak, but she didn't know how to refute. Especially in front of Monanza, I feel ashamed and embarrassed. But the more Bai Jingqiu said, the more energetic he became. Maybe there is your old love in the group. He has been hurt by you before. Now he sees that you are well married, and his heart is unbalanced, so he retaliates against you. Su Yan was angry. Where is the evidence? Bai Jingqiu sneered. What else can be other than this reason? He is not Brother Ze's enemy, because everyone knows that Brother Ze doesn't like you, and his enemies can't kill you. Su Yan endured and said slowly, Miss Bai, you are so good at compiling, and it's too talented to not to write a book. Bai Jingqiu still wanted to talk, but and Monanza beside him had already turned black. He held Bai Jingqiu's wrist and said in a low and cold voice, come out with me. Bai Jingqiu felt that Monanza's grip on her wrist was very strong, almost as if he was about to break her bones, and the secret anger surged. She pretended to be calm and said goodbye to Su Yan with a smile, have a good rest. Brother Ze and I first. Leave. Before she finished her words, she was rudely dragged out of the ward. Su Yan slowly closed her eyes. She retracted her head into the quilt and couldn't help shaking and sobbing. Her never-passable past is like a pillow of shame nailed into her life. It makes her feel inferior, shameful and dirty, which is not worthy of Monanza. A man like Monanza will never like a woman like her. What on earth is she expecting? Insist on what? At the end of the corridor, outside the ward, Monanza threw Bai Jingqiu fiercely into the corner of the wall. Bai Jingqiu's shoulder hurt when he bumped. He frowned in pain, rubbed his wrist that was about to be clenched, and said coquettishly, Brother Ze, what's wrong with you? It hurts others. Monanza crossed his waist and raised his head to take a deep breath. He was so angry that he felt uncomfortable all over. He paused for a moment before speaking. What about your quality? What about your education? Where did you throw it all? Bai Jingqiu pretended to be confused. Why did I have no quality and no education? Monanza sank his face and said word by word, expose people's scandals, dig out people's shortcomings, and ridicule the other party's pains in front of them. Is this your education? Then, I just suspect that her assassination was just an emotional entanglement. Monanza's eyes were gloomy, and his voice was like the cold air of the ice cellar, as cold as the blade of a knife. He scolded word by word. Emotional entanglement is only for words, and you don't need a long talk. Bai Jingqiu pouted, brother, I know I'm wrong. I didn't mean it. I don't mean to talk. Don't be angry, okay? Is this talking without the brain? This is obviously deliberately hurting Su Yan with words and a personal attack. Mo Nanze grabbed her arm and continued to walk out. As he walked, he explained, I asked someone to send you out of here. Don't come in the future. Bai Jingqiu struggled to withdraw his hand. Brother, I'm not leaving. I just arrived. I want to accompany Brother The here. I don't need you to accompany me. Brother Le, let me go. I won't leave. Bai Jingqiu was rudely carried away like a chicken, and her struggle did not have any effect. Bai Jingqiu burst into tears, and the patrolling team on the road was stunned. Seeing that he couldn't break free, Bai Jingqiu asked angrily, Brother, do you like Su Yan? Mo Nanze's steps stopped, and his whole body was stunned. Like being hit by an electric current, the heart was paralyzed for a moment, and he was a little panicked and uneasy. When he lost his mind, Bai Jingqiu broke free from his hand and stepped back a few steps, wiping his tears and accusing, Brother, are you worthy of me? Mo Nanze stared at Bai Jingqiu and said impatiently, why should I be sorry for you? Bai Jingqiu squeezed out tears pitifully and choked up and said, we have been in love with each other since we were young and liked each other. These are all unspoken things. Although you have never confessed to me, I have defended myself for you for 25 years and rejected hundreds of good men. What about you? For the sake of Grandma, I was reluctant to marry a notorious rotten woman. You are now seduced by her charm and fell in love with her. She looks innocent and lovely, gentle and intelligent, but these are her tricks. Brother Le, you don't even think about how the men before her were seduced. Like you, they were all deceived by her appearance and disguised behavior. My uncle was one of them, but he knew that her water-based poplar nature could not be changed, so he endured the pain and broke up. Bai Jingqiu said solemnly, Brother, can you wake up? Mo Nanze felt a throbbing pain in his heart, and he couldn't listen to it any longer. He was furious and gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice, are you done? Bai Jingqiu wiped away his tears and cried, Brother, why do I keep attacking Su Yan so uneducated? Isn't it all for you? I can only use this method to remind you constantly. I hope you don't fall deeper and deeper. I'm afraid that you will be cheated of money, sex and heart by her. In the end, only you will be hurt. Mo Nanze felt uncomfortable in his chest, and even his breathing was faintly painful. He didn't know why it was so uncomfortable. There is a sense of powerlessness. I didn't like Su Yan, and I wouldn't be fooled by her, let alone be deceived. Go back. Don't add to my traffic jam here. Bai Jingqiu turned around secretly and ran to the dormitory apartment building. As he ran, he said, I will immediately go back and think about it behind closed doors. If I have nothing to do, I will never leave the door for half a step, so as not to block Brother. Looking at Bai Jingqiu, who was running away, Mo Nanze had a splitting headache and was irritable. Good girl, why have you become so evil after going abroad for 10 years? Is she still saved? Chapter 40 I really love him. The night is quiet, and the moon shines brightly. Outside the hospital, the rustling sound of the treetops is more quiet. Mo Nanze walked into the ward with light steps. The nurse stood up in a hurry and wanted to say hello. Mo Nanze stretched out his hand and pressed her, signaling her to stop talking. The nurse understood in a second and gently exited the room. On the hospital bed, Su Yan was sleeping soundly. Mo Nanze sat down on the chair beside the bed, sitting freely and casually, and his deep black pupils stared at her sleeping face. A woman's round and fair face has no blemish and no rouge embellishment. It looks beautiful and pure, which is very beautiful. Her eyebrows are curved, her eyelashes are densely covered, her nose is straight, her cherry lips are pink and moist, and she is more sweet and quiet when she sleeps soundly. Her personality is tough and talented. She is so gentle and virtuous, simple and lovely. Can these really be disguised? Is there something wrong with his observation, or her disguise is too strong? The night is getting deeper and deeper. Mo Nanze accompanied Su Yan in the ward for several hours and did not leave until after 4 a.m. Early the next morning, the nurse took over the shift, washed and changed clothes for Su Yan, delivered breakfast, and changed medicine. In her spare time, Su Yan reads books to speed time. Since Mo Nanze left with Bai Jingqiu's hand, he has never come to see her again. She pretended to be strong and acted indifferent. She should eat and drink. She seemed to have nothing to do, but she felt so uncomfortable that she almost couldn't stand it. Until late at night on the third day, Su Yan was awakened by a nightmare. She was so scared that she was sweating profusely, her body trembled suddenly, and she opened her eyes. She gasped slightly, as if she had been indulging in the water for a long time, and finally breathed fresh air. She was thirsty and reached for the bedside table. Her fingers touched a cup of warm tea and suddenly froze. At this time, the nurse saw Su Yan wake up and hurried over. Madam, why are you awake? Do you want to drink water? Whose tea is this? Su Yan sat up and looked at the cup of tea. It's the fifth master's. Su Yan's heart trembled, shocked and stunned. Has Mo Nanze been here? During the 3 days when the lady was injured, the fifth master came over after 11 o'clock every night and didn't leave until dawn. So Yan was stunned and lost her reaction. Nurse, the fifth master came to watch you all night and never closed his eyes to rest. I was afraid that he couldn't survive, so I made him hot tea and added some boiling water when it was cold. Suya's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she lifted the quilt with rapid breath, slightly anxious. Where is he? The nurse pointed outside. It's almost 5 o'clock, and the fifth master has just left. So Yan hurriedly put on her slippers and rushed out. The nurse chased behind with a thin coat. Madam, you wear a dress. It's cold outside. In the past 3 days of injury, she thought that Monanza was indifferent to her, but she didn't dare to think that he would come to keep her up all night every day. Her chest was full of emotion, and she wanted to see Monanza immediately. Even if she doesn't know what to say, what to ask, or her wishful thinking unrequited love, or even misunderstanding, she also wants to see Monanza immediately. It's not dawn yet, and the fog is hazy. So Yan ran out of the hospital, stood on the secluded road, looking at the deserted street. The street lamp is dim, the breeze is cool, and Monanza is no longer seen. The nurse chased out and hurriedly put his thin coat on Soya's shoulder. He was distressed. Madam, it's not dawn yet, and there is fog everywhere. Be careful not to catch a cold. Auntie, does he really accompany me every night? Soya's eyes were red and moist. The nurse nodded. I work the night shift every day, and the fifth master is coming. So Yan lowered her head, and her aggrieved tone was very depressed. Why didn't he come to see me during the day? Did he wait until I fell asleep? The nurse gently stroked So Yan's back, like a gentle mother. Madam, don't be sad. The fifth master is really busy. The group has a lot of official affairs to deal with. Recently, he has been arranging drills. Moreover, when you encounter an attack, the whole military battle group has entered a state of emergency, and everyone will be investigated. He can't leave his official duties to accompany you during the day, so he sacrifices his rest time to accompany you. The fifth master still cares about you in his heart. So Yan heard her aunt's words. Her aggrieved and hurt heart was a little better. Like a helpless child, she rushed into the arms of the nurse to seek comfort. Does he really care about a woman like me? Careful heart. I stroked her back painfully. Although I didn't get along with my wife for a long time, she was not bad at all. Why should I be arrogant? So Yan seemed to have found a tree hole where she could confide. She leaned tightly on her shoulder and cried, Auntie, I really love him. What should I do? What should I do? The nurse smiled and sighed. Silly child, he is your husband. It's normal for you to love him. If you feel sorry for him staying up late to accompany you, then you can leave the hospital early and go back to the dormitory apartment building, and the fifth master will have time to rest. But my hand is not well yet. It will be very inconvenient to live in the dormitory building. So Yan sniffed and left her aunt's shoulder. The nurse's eyebrows are bent and she smiles. Aren't your fingers quite flexible? You can also eat and drink water. So Yan frowned and looked embarrassed, but my wound can't touch the water, and I can't change the medicine by myself. Hey, what did I think? Auntie smiled lightly and thought it was not a big deal. It only took more than 10 minutes to take a shower and change medicine. The fifth master still has this time to help you. So Yan didn't even dare to think about it. When she was told this, her face instantly became hot. She lowered her eyes and whispered shyly, he can't. The nurse was stunned. Ah, what can't be? So Yan took her aunt's hand and walked to the hospital. She whispered, Auntie, I want to go back to live. Could you please come and help me take a shower and change my medicine every night? I'll give you extra money. My salary is paid by the fifth master, and the wife said that the money was too out of the outside. Auntie, did you promise? If you don't want to bother the fifth master to take care of her, it's just right for me to take care of her. So Yan was overjoyed, and her heart flew back to Monanza. Thank you, Auntie. As soon as it was dawn, So Yan couldn't wait to pack up her things, put on her own clothes, and went back to the dormitory building. Downstairs in the apartment, So Yan saw many armed soldiers guarding the gate with guns. Everywhere is heavily guarded. The guards all knew So Yan. After bowing politely, they let her go. So Yan went upstairs and stood outside the door. She took a deep breath nervously and paused for a moment before entering the password and pushing the door open. In the room, Monanza had just put on a black shirt and was shocked by So Yan, who suddenly came in before he had time to fasten the button. So Yan was stunned and looked at the man's exposed chest muscles. Her face turned red inexplicably. She lowered her head at a loss and turned around to close the door. With her back to Monanza, So Yan felt inexplicably heavy when she thought that he had only rested for 2 hours and had to go out to work again. Monanza came back to his senses, continued to fasten the button, and took the lead in speaking to break the sense of restraint between the two. Why did he come back? I'm all right. So Yan Wanwa turned around and faced Monanza. Monanza only fastened 2 buttons, walked to So Yan, and pulled up her palm. The wound was scabbed. Chapter 41 Warm Time. Monanza's approach made So Yan's whole heart tense. She felt surrounded by his temperature, and the refreshing fragrance of shower gel came to her nose. Her heart beat faster and she twitched her hands nervously. Mornanza held her hand with a very steady force. She couldn't pull it out, so she let him take off the gauze and check it. Seeing that the red wound on her palm had not been removed and there was no scab, Mornanza's face sank slightly. Su Yan pulled her hands with a guilty heart. Mornanza held it tighter and carefully bandaged her again. She couldn't touch the water before she scabbed. I don't mind helping you take a bath and change the medicine, but are you willing? He is serious and speaks lightly. Su Yan felt that her face was getting hotter and she muttered shyly, I asked my aunt to come and help me. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. Try not to go out until the murderer is caught. If you want to go anywhere, tell me, and I will send someone to protect you. Su Yan stared at his action of wrapping gauze, and her heart was sweet. I wish this gauze could be a little longer. It would be great if I couldn't wrap it all the time. Are you going out? Su Yan looked up at him. He lowered his eyes and looked so calm and handsome for her to carefully wrap the strap, which made her unable to help sinking. Mornanza skillfully tied the strap and said in a low and warm voice, well, get ready to go out. You only slept for 2 hours. Aren't you tired? Mornanza was slightly stunned. After a few seconds, I understood the intention of her sudden return. Mornanza put down her hand, turned around and continued to fasten the buttons of her clothes. I was not so weak. Then you are not a body of steel. You should rest more to have enough energy to work. Mornanza put on his shirt, picked up a thin coat and put it on, and his handsome movements were completed in one breath. He walked to the bedside table, picked up his mobile phone and watch, took out a pistol from the drawer and put it on his waist. Su Yan stood in the middle of the room and looked at him quietly. He packed up his clothes and walked past Su Yan. He gently touched her head with his big hand, and his movements were extremely natural and smooth. He said, have a good rest and call me if you need anything. The sound of the door opening and closing came. He left handsomely, so angry that he didn't hesitate. Su Yan felt empty in her heart. After a while, she began to miss Mornanza again. In the office, Professor He, who sold a gram of light molecules before, came to receive the money. Mornanza signed, and the finance department gave Professor He a check of 10 million yuan. Professor He was so excited that he muttered in a low voice with tears, my wife has been saved. Mornanza stood up and walked to Professor He. Professor, you have worked in China for so many years, and your skills and knowledge must not be shallow. Why don't you come to work in our group? Professor He was stunned and looked at Mornanza in shock. It took him a long time to find his voice. I'm so old that I can still work in the highest level arsenal in the northern country. Mornanza is categorical. I have always looked at people's ability, age, identity and geography are not a problem. Professor He took off his glasses and lowered his head to wipe the tears in his eyes. Thank you for General Mo's appreciation. I will definitely live up to your trust and strive to contribute to the national defense cause of the North. You don't have to call me General so serious. Thank you, Fifth Master. One more thing. Mornanza put his hands in his pockets, leaned against the edge of the desk, and frowned. Why do light molecules evaporate when they encounter air? Professor He sighed, put on his glasses, and looked serious. Yes, this substance is very unstable. Except for light fog, no one knows its principle and derivation, and it is impossible to create the king of weapons that will shake the world. I hope you can overcome this problem with Professor Liu Nang, a famous country in the north, and maximize the role of light elements. Professor He responded sincerely, but he was not sure at all. At noon, Cheng Hao was cooking in the canteen with a tray. He didn't know what his wife liked to eat, so he had a spoonful of everything. A wide and upright tray full of all kinds of food. It seems that the weight of a normal man has several meals. Cheng Hao walked out of the canteen with food and met Mornanza and Lu Qing. Good afternoon, Fifth Master. Cheng Hao said hello. Mornanza nodded slightly in response. Lu Qing looked at the food on Cheng Hao's tray and joked, are you the reincarnation of a hungry ghost today? Can you finish eating so much? Cheng Hao was helpless. I didn't know what my wife liked to eat. Just a little bit of each. I didn't know that there were so many varieties that the tray was piled up all of a sudden. Lu Qing smiled and said, seeing that the lady has such a good figure, I know that she has a light diet, likes to eat vegetables and fruits, and has less carbon water and less meat. Cheng Hao stuffed the tray in front of Lu Qing. You know so well. In the future, you will be responsible for delivering food to your wife. Lu Qing smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to take the tray, a figure suddenly came and quickly picked up the tray between them. The two were stunned and turned their heads to take a look. Mornanza is serving the food. I'll do it. The two thought it was an auditory hallucination and were dumbfounded. How can the general of really Wangji be responsible for such rough and time-wasteful trivial things as tea and meals? They don't want to lose their jobs yet. Lu Qing explained in a hurry, Fifth Master, I'll just come. Cheng Hao stretched out his hands and timidly wanted to take it back to the tray. Fifth Master, I'm just joking with Lu Qing. I'm very willing to deliver food to your wife. I will carefully ask her taste and preferences, so as not to waste or casual, and I must take good care of your wife's 3 meals a day. Monanza was silent and didn't say anything. He walked in and took a set of spoons and chopsticks. When he came out, Cheng Hao and Lu Qing were still nervous and at a loss. Monanza paused and pointed to the canteen. "You guys go to eat." Putting down his words, he strode towards the dormitory apartment building. Looking at Monanza's distant back, Lu Qing and Cheng Hao were dumbfounded. Lu Qing said in a daze, "Cheng Hao, did the fifth master go to deliver food?" Cheng Hao nodded in astonishment. "Yes. Why did the fifth master become so sympathetic to us? I think he wants to see his wife." "Does he like his wife?" "The lady is beautiful, gentle and likable." "Doesn't the fifth master like his childhood sweetheart?" Cheng Hao reacted and said disgustingly, "Which normal man would like this kind of annoying spirit? It's not uncomfortable to talk with his throat in his throat every day." He was sobbing, tea in the tea, crying at any time, and spoiled at any time. "I was annoyed when I saw her." Lu Qing nodded in agreement. "That's right. If the fifth master had liked Bai Jingchu, he would have married her long ago. How can there be a wife today?" Cheng Hao put Lu Qing on his shoulder and turned around and walked into the canteen. "Let's go." After dinner, he still had to continue to investigate the murderer who attacked his wife, and prepare for the exercise. There are still a lot of official duties waiting for us. Hey, eat, eat. Chapter 42 Kiss. Have sex? Do it every day? The door was gently pushed open. Su Yan put down the book in her hand and looked up at the door. She looked surprised when she saw Monanza coming in with food. "Why did you deliver food to me?" Su Yan stood up. "Come back and get something, and help Cheng Hao deliver your meal, by the way." With that, Monanza put the food and tableware on the table, calmly walked to the front of the bedside table, and gently opened the drawer. He didn't take anything and closed the drawer again. Su Yan was scared when she saw the food piled up as high as a mountain. She stood in front of the table and didn't know how to eat it. Monanza came over with a smile on his lips. "This is Cheng Hao's care for you." Su Yan frowned and looked at Monanza with her eyes asking for help. "There were too many, and I couldn't finish eating a few meals." Monanza Wan's posture showed a stern aura, and he said lightly, "Don't waste food." Su Yan knew that he would say so she felt embarrassed. She thought for a moment and asked in a hurry, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Monanza deliberately looked at the time of the watch. Su Yan hurriedly picked up the tableware and handed it to him with her hands, looking forward to it with a sincere request, "If you don't mind, just eat with me. I really can't finish eating so much." Monanza paused, reluctantly took the chopsticks she handed over, and sat down. Su Yan looked around and saw if there were any clean dishes and chopsticks to share the food. Monanza grabbed her wrist and pulled her to sit down. "No need to divide, just use a dinner plate." Su Yan was stunned and surprised at first, but she was still very excited and whispered nervously, "Do you need me to feed you?" Monanza glanced at her palm wrapped in a strap. Su Yan's slender white fingers gently picked up the spoon and scooped up an egg in front of him. There was no need to feed it. It was not convenient to use chopsticks, but the spoon was fine. Monanza watched her put the egg custard into his mouth, and then he ate the food with peace of mind. Because the two of them used a dinner plate, Monanza deliberately sat closer to Su Yan. The atmosphere of the meal is a little quiet. He sits upright and eats boldly without losing his elegance. On the contrary, Su Yan can't let go of the man she likes and is very restrained. Seeing that she ate little, slowly and was very reserved, Monanza took a tissue, wrapped the chicken leg root, picked it up and brought it to her. Su Yan was stunned and looked at the big chicken leg handed to her by Monanza, dumbfounded. "Take it and eat it." Monanza is like a majestic big brother, caring but arrogant. Su Yan shook her head in a hurry. Firstly, she didn't like meat very much, and secondly, she had no image. Monanza knew her concerns, and her tone was a little more serious. "Eating more protein is conducive to wound recovery. Do you eat it yourself or should I feed you?" Su Yan stared at the chicken leg and explained with difficulty, "It's too big for me to eat so much." Monanza refused without her. He held her hand and forced her to catch it. If he could finish it, he would eat it. If he couldn't finish it, it would be left to me. Monanza sent the chicken leg to her hand and said such intimate words. If she refused again, she would be pretentious. "If I can't finish it, won't it be good for you to have leftovers?" Su Yan is worried that he will mind. Monanza sighed softly, took a tissue to wipe his mouth, put down the tableware, and leaned closer to her. Su Yan was frightened by his sudden closeness and looked at him nervously. Her body was a little tense, and she looked at a loss for words when holding the chicken leg. Monanza's deep black pupils had a hint of teasing. "Madam, it has been almost 2 months since we got married. According to the normal process, more intimate things such as kissing and going to bed should be done every day. Are you still struggling to eat a chicken leg with me? Kiss? Have sex? Do it every day? What kind of words are these?" Monanza didn't feel shy at all. He said so boldly and unruly. Su Yan felt that her heart exploded instantly, and her whole body was surrounded by fire. It was hot and hot. The heat wave instantly hit her cheeks, spreading from her scalp to her limbs and skeletons. She was so ashamed that she lowered her head and unconsciously gnawed the chicken leg. She was so nervous that her hands trembled a little. Mornanza watched Suye's face turn from white to red, and even her ears turned red. The transient visible to the naked eye is very cute. He couldn't help stretching out his index finger and gently scratching her face. Why did you blush like this? Her slippery skin is a little hot. Mornanza didn't expect that a burst of numbness spread from his index finger to his whole body, and his heart was pounding. Suyan shrunk her head, dodged his touch, lowered her head and bit the chicken leg, denying that she would blush, but I didn't. Mornanza restrained his restless heart. You can't tease her anymore. Otherwise, if he can't eat well, he will also be itchy. Mornanza ate the meal seriously, and Suyan also unconsciously gnawed the chicken leg clean. She put down the bones, dried her sticky fingers, and chewed the chicken gently. Mornanza immediately put down the tableware, turned around and went to the bathroom, took out a warm towel, grabbed her hand, and gently wiped her fingers. Suyan looked at his careful movements and was a little stunned, and her mouth was still chewing meat slowly. Mornanza looked at her face. Her little round face was already a little baby fat. At this moment, her mouth was stuffed with chicken, and her bulging cheeks were particularly cute. Mornanza couldn't help laughing. Suyan was stunned and stared at him with big apricot eyes. What is he laughing at? She still smiles so handsomely. Is there something on her face? Suyan touched the corners of her mouth nervously and asked vaguely, is there anything on my face? Mornanza realized that his smile was a little impolite. He deliberately took a tissue and wiped Suyan's face. Well, it was clean. Did you really get something? It's a shame. You can still put some food on your face after eating a meal. Suyan lowered her eyes awkwardly. Thank you. Mornanza put the towel aside and picked up her chopsticks. Eat some more. I'm full. I don't like to eat vegetables. Please help me get some more vegetables. This is Mornanza's request for her, and Suyan was a little excited. In fact, she can eat some more. Okay. Suyan took the chopsticks and continued to eat without restraint. She even gnawed the chicken leg, and her face was stained with something to make him laugh. There was nothing more embarrassing. Chapter 43, Mornanza's concern is ready. Happy times always pass quickly. After lunch, Mornanza didn't stay long. After telling her to have a good rest, he left the room with a dinner plate. Outside the door of the apartment building, Lu Jing and Cheng Hao saw Mornanza walking down with a clean dinner plate from afar. Lu Jing leaned in Cheng Hao's ear and whispered, the fifth master's meal time is a little long this time. Cheng Hao, I guess the lady is eating too slowly. Lu Jing, he seems to be in a good mood. Cheng Hao predicted, it will be bad soon. Mornanza approached. The fifth master. The two said hello in Yuan Sun. When Mornanza passed by the two of them, his eyes instantly became serious. He handed them the dinner plate and said lightly, take it to wash. Yes. Cheng Hao was holding a tray, shouldered by side with Lu Jing, and followed Mornanza. Mornanza asked in a serious and cold voice, have you found the murderer? Lu Jing, 12 people have been locked and are still under investigation. How's the work going in the laboratory? Mornanza asked as he walked. Lu Jing repeatedly tried and failed. Several professors are already anxious, and the new professor he has nothing to do. Mornanza's face was gloomy, his eyebrows became deeper and deeper, and his steps became rapid. Is the procedure of light-speed bullet normal? The program has been invaded by mysterious hackers, repeatedly destroyed, and the progress is very slow. When is the exercise scheduled? Lu Jing was embarrassed and silent for a few seconds. Mornanza was upset, and a lot of headaches were waiting for him to solve, each of which was full of difficulties. Say. He is a little impatient. Lu Jing's tone was depressed, and he was notified by his superiors that pre-buried explosives were found at the exercise site, so it was temporarily cancelled. Mornanza stopped, his strong body stood straight, and his back was extremely heavy. Lu Jing and Cheng Hao felt unspeakably bitter for the heavy burden on the shoulders of the fifth master, but there was nothing they could do but feel distressed. Cheng Hao reported timidly, Fifth master, there is one more thing to tell you. It's all bad news, and there's one more. Mornanza threw a voice on the ground, say. Miss Bai ran to the scientific research building to play again, and also had some small friction with several professors, which was very unpleasant. She. Mornanza took a deep breath, and her fingers gently pinched the eyebrows between the bridge of her nose. It was Bai Jingchu again. It was really a headache. What's the matter again? Mornanza asked impatiently. She smashed the corner of Professor Liu's eye with a bottle from the laboratory. Mornanza clenched his fists fiercely and was upset one by one. Only Bai Jingchu couldn't stand it the most. He ordered angrily, tie her up and send her back to Fengcheng. Cheng Hao realized that the fifth master was angry and swallowed nervously. The fifth master, Miss Bai, knew that you would be angry and hid secretly. She hasn't found her yet. Fearless, arrogant and unreasonable. Bai Jingchu, you really take yourself seriously. Mornanza was full of anger, and he held his iron fist tightly and strode to the office building. Cheng Hao and Lu Jing followed behind tremblingly. It was quiet in the middle of the night. The clock on the wall shows 23:55. Su Yan was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes. Auntie came to bathe her and took the medicine. She should have gone to bed long ago. But she was still thinking about Monanza in her heart, worried that he would hurt his body because of too much work. She was so anxious that she couldn't sleep. In an instant, the doorbell rang. Su Yan jumped out of bed excitedly, ran quickly to the door, and opened the door with expectation. What caught my eye was Cheng Hao. He took a cup of hot milk and served it respectfully. Madam, drink a cup of hot milk and rest early. The fifth master doesn't know what time he will be busy tonight before he will come back. Su Yan took the hot milk in despair. Thank you. You're welcome, madam. Su Yan lowered her head. How do you know that I haven't slept yet? Cheng Hao hurriedly explained. Madam, I absolutely didn't peep. I also worked overtime in the office building. It was the fifth master who asked me to come back to bring you a cup of hot milk and told you to rest early. Su Yan was surprised and turned her head to look outside the balcony. Does Monanza know that I haven't slept yet? Cheng Hao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, afraid of being misunderstood that he was peeping. He pointed to the front and looked out of the balcony. On the top floor of the tallest building, across several avenues, the fifth master could see this side of the dormitory. The whole dormitory building, only the ladies' room, is still lit. Of course, the fifth master knows that you haven't rested yet. Su Yan squeezed her lips and smiled lightly, and her longing for Monanza turned into worry and heartache. I hope he can come back to rest early, and I hope he can finish the work smoothly. There was some conflict in her heart. She rubbed the warm glass with her hands and asked carefully, Cheng Tasuka, can you tell me what your fifth master is doing? Cheng Hao hesitated for a moment and picked up what he could say and said, the exercise was cancelled due to an accident, and Miss Bai caused trouble for the fifth master again. The fifth master was treating her aftermath. By Jingchu. Su Yan's heart tightened, and there was a burst of sourness. Why does Monanza always indulge Bai Jingchu so much? If he makes a mistake, he will take care of her. It's really enough to spoil her. Cheng Hao thought for a while and said, Madam, there are still many things that I can't explain to you in detail. The fifth master is really too busy and tired, and there have been a lot of trouble recently. The more Cheng Hao said, the angrier he became. Just last time, Bai Jingchu accidentally broke our green glass liquid, and 80 million yu was gone all of a sudden. Now, it took a lot of effort to get the new green glass liquid, but it was mixed with impurities by unscrupulous institutions abroad. Now, all professors are refining the purity, but they have failed repeatedly, and everyone is anxious. Well, if you can't mention it again, you must buy it again, or spend money to send it abroad for those scientists with technology to refine the purity, the fifth master. Before Cheng Hao finished speaking, Su Yan hurriedly shouted to stop. Wait. Cheng Hao's voice stopped abruptly. Su Yan drank a whole cup of warm milk in one breath, then put the cup of milk on the table, pulled up a thin coat and went out. Cheng Hao was stunned. Madam, where are you going? Su Yan put on her clothes and turned off the light. I know how to purify the blue glass liquid. Take me to the laboratory. She closed the door and walked out. Cheng Hao didn't have time to stop him and followed Su Yan. Madam, don't be kidding. Dozens of professors in the laboratory have been busy for a week, and there is no way to propose high-purity blue glass liquid. How can you do it? Su Yan accelerated her pace and just wanted to solve the problems for Monanza. She didn't have too much thought, and I don't know how to do it. But when you mentioned the purification of the green glass liquid, some ideas came to my mind. You might as well have a try. Cheng Hao thought of the poisoning phenomenon caused by the mixing of green glass liquid with another element last time, and it was also his wife who saved everyone. Even Professor Liu praised her for her extraordinary talent. Cheng Hao didn't question anymore. He went down from the dormitory building with Su Yan and drove her to the office building. Chapter 44. Su Yan's sharpness amazed everyone. In the early morning, there are also many senior leaders gathered in the office building. Everyone was shocked to see Su Yan appear in the building in pajama pants and a thin coat. Monanza's eyes sank and he walked over quickly. Didn't he ask you to rest early? The laboratory is in Science and Technology Building No. 5, right? Su Yan asked urgently. Monanza was suspicious. What's the matter? Su Yan's clear and moist apricot eyes looked at him and whispered sincerely, I just heard Cheng Hao say that your green glass liquid has not been pure. I want to try it. Monanza's cold eyes shot directly at Cheng Hao, which scared Cheng Hao to break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly shrank his head and took a step back, feeling guilty. Let him go back to appease his husband. When people fall asleep, he is good. Not only did he not appease people, but he also told her some annoying things, which made her anxious. Can you? Monanza was surprised. Su Yan shook her head and nodded again. She was not sure. I knew the method, but I didn't know whether it was feasible. You all tried for a week without success. Why don't you let me try it once? Monanza stared at her hand and frowned helplessly. Do you want to try it with your injured hands? Su Yan smiled awkwardly, lowered her head and muttered helplessly, you can give me 2 assistants. Mo-Nanza was in a relaxed mood all day. After seeing her, he relaxed inexplicably. All the anxious things became less important in an instant. He couldn't understand his mood at the moment, but he resolutely let her try. How long will it take? So-Yan shook her head. I don't know. Mo-Nanza raised his wrist and looked at the time. It was too late. You go back to rest first and try again tomorrow. So-Yan muttered softly, I'm here. Try to go back. Everyone present had already been shocked and looked at the fifth master, who was usually meticulous and majestic, and chatted with his wife in a low voice at this time. His gentle attitude at this moment is the opposite of the serious and cold attitude just now. Everyone doesn't know what they are talking about. Suddenly, Mo-Nanza turned around and ordered Lu Qing, call Professor Liu and ask him to arrange 2 assistants to come out and prepare to experiment again. Yes. Lu Qing responded and hurried out to call Professor Liu. Mo-Nanza took So-Ye's wrist and walked out of the office. Everyone followed closely. The vast convoy went directly from the office building to the No. 5 Scientific Research Building. Professor Liu Nong, who received the news, had been waiting downstairs for scientific research for a long time. When he saw the fifth master appear with So-Yan, he was shocked with a trace of joy. Madam, so it's you? So-Yan had met Professor Liu before and nodded modestly and politely. Good evening, Professor Liu. Liu Nong frowned and looked at So-Yan's hands. Madam, is your hand hurt? It's okay. I'll come to help you refine the purity of the blue glass liquid. My hands are not sensitive enough for the time being. I need 2 assistants to help me. So-Yan showed her hands and looked a little embarrassed. At this time, He Jitian came over with his glasses and looked shocked. Are you the little sister who translated Ding Yu on the cruise ship? Liu Nong pushed Professor He. What a little sister, she is our wife, the wife of the fifth master. He Jitian hurriedly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, madam, excuse me. So-Yan smiled. It doesn't matter. Are you Professor He? Yes? He Jitian said respectfully. Liu Nong looked respectful. Madam, Professor He and I will be your assistants. Do you think it's okay? So-Yan bowed and thanked the 2 professors. Thank you for your trouble. Liu Nong made an invitation gesture. Madam, please. So-Yan was modest, polite and generous. There was a gentle nobleness between her hands and feet, which made Mo-Nanza a little distracted. At this moment, So-Yan is confident, generous and charming, which is very different from her, who usually has extremely low self-esteem when talking about the past. Mo-Nanza thought about it. Lu Qing slowly approached and asked in a low voice beside him, Fifth Master, is it okay, madam? Mo-Nanza doesn't have any hope. So many well-known professors can't handle it well for a week. Do you think she can do it? So you still ask your wife to try it? Mo-Nanza's tone was cold, but he was invisibly spoiled. If she wanted to try, let her try, otherwise she would not sleep well. Mrs. Raw also destroyed the precious blue glass liquid like Miss Bai, which is not a small amount. Mo-Nanza is extremely confident that she won't. Lu Qing nodded in agreement. At this time, the onlookers at all levels in the Science and Technology Building were discussing. Mo-Nanza took the lead in walking into the lobby of the Science and Technology Building and waited quietly in the leisure area. The voice of other people's discussion vaguely flowed into his ears. It's nothing more than thinking that it's nonsense, wasting time, wasting materials and wasting energy, which is simply impossible. Mo-Nanza was deaf. Take advantage of the free time to close your eyes and recuperate. Half an hour later, the elevator door suddenly opened. Liu Nong rushed out in laboratory clothes. He was so excited that his hands trembled slightly. He tore off his mask and shouted, Fifth Master, we succeeded, succeeded. Mo-Nanza suddenly opened his eyes, and his heart tightened. He just closed his eyes and fell into a dream. But the commotion around him reminded him that this was not a dream, but a real thing. Lu Qing and Cheng Hao were very excited, as if they had a baby. They rushed over and took Liu Nong's hand. Professor Liu, is it true? Did you bring it up? Liu Nong nodded excitedly. After a week of hard work, he couldn't solve the problem, but he asked his wife to solve it in half an hour. He was more excited than anyone else and proposed it. It was 100% purity, and the lady also gave us the method. She even separated 2 rare molecules from the green glass liquid, and there were many other uses. She also... Cheng Hao quickly suppressed his excitement. Enough, we don't understand what you said. It's good to succeed. If we succeed, we can have a good sleep. Everyone present was shocked and ecstatic. Mo-Nanza stood up solemnly, and his pupils trembled slightly. Shocked, his emotions surged in the bottom of his heart, and he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 45 Desire is getting stronger and stronger. All the chemical scientists and professors were shocked beyond words. Some people even hurried to search on the internet, how many scientists in the world can refine the purity of blue glass liquid? At this time, a chemistry professor came to Mo-Nanza's side. And his excited voice trembled slightly. Fifth Master, I have checked that there are less than 10 chemists in the world who can separate the purity of blue glass liquid, and these are all confidential technologies of developed countries. These countries make money with this technology and are not passed on. Mo Nanza recovered from the shock. Which 10 people? The personal information of these chemists is not disclosed in the literature. If you don't ring, it's amazing. More and more senior leaders gathered around Mo Nanza and asked him, how can Madam be more powerful than the top scientists in our northern country? Fifth Master, where did Madam learn the technology? Madam solved the poisoning case of Qingli liquid last time. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? The lady must have something hidden. Fifth Master, you have something to say? Mo Nanza's face became more and more solemn. You asked me, who should I ask? But it's nothing. It's a good thing to purify the blue glass liquid successfully. Let's all go back to rest. Yes, Fifth Master, you should also rest early. Everyone left with shock and discussion. After a while, the elevator rang again, the door opened, and Su Yan came out of it calmly. As soon as Mo Nanza stepped out, Su Yan was surrounded by the professors of the scientific research room. Those scientists, who are usually upright, are uncontrollably excited at this moment and keep asking her about the knowledge of green glass liquid. That kind of eager look is like an idol meeting. And this idol is not only not pretentious, but also very modest. If you have any questions, you will answer them and enjoy them. As time went by, the group of scientists and old professors were not only not tired, but also more and more excited. Mo Nanza glanced at Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao understands it and walks over to stop it. Everyone's enthusiasm, dear professors, it's too late today. The lady still has a wound on her body and needs to rest. Why don't we wait for the lady's health to hold an exchange meeting with you to conduct academic exchanges thoroughly, deeply and without reservation? Okay, that's great. It's really late. Madam, go back to rest first. Good night, madam. The professors quickly sent Su Yan away. Su Yan followed Mo Nanza into the car. For a few minutes back, both of them fell into their own meditation and had no communication. In the room of the dormitory, Mo Nanza took off his coat, went to the wardrobe, took out his pajamas, and was ready to take a shower. He said in a warm voice, it's late. You go to bed first. Su Yan sat uneasily on the edge of the bed. Mo Nanza is different from others. Everyone is shocked, excited and happy, and wants to communicate with her more. And Mo Nanza was a little too calm, and even became deeper. She guessed that Mo Nanza was doubting her identity again. Mo Nanza walked to the bathroom, and suddenly, Su Yan's voice came from behind him. Mo Nanza. 3 words, slightly cold. Mo Nanza stopped, froze, and turned his back to her and said nothing. Su Yan nervously untied the strap in her hand, and her voice became weak. Are you unhappy? Mo Nanza turned around and looked at her, looking free. At least I'm a few years older than you, and I'm still your husband. You always call me by name. Can I be happy? Su Yan was stunned. I suddenly confused my thoughts and hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, but I'm not talking about this matter, but about Qingli liquid. Mo Nanza walked to Su Yan, his dark pupils were deep and confused, and suddenly he leaned down. Su Yan was so scared that she fell back and fell on the bed, and the deer in her heart collided wildly. Mo Nanza knelt on one knee on the bed, put his hands on both sides of her, and stared at her condescendingly. The man's dangerous male breath instantly enveloped Su Yan. She was breathing disorderly, nervous and at a loss for words. He joked sincerely, Madam, do you want me to hold you around twice, or throw you upside down a few times? That's not what I meant. Su Yan was so scared that her face turned pale. Why was his tone so sincere and serious when he was joking? After I came out of Building 5, you seemed to be unhappy and didn't talk to me much. Su Yan swallowed nervously and tried to express her thoughts as clearly as possible. Mo Nanza hooked the corners of his mouth and said lightly that the purification of the green glass liquid was successful, which not only saved me a lot of money, but also made our technology take a big step forward. Of course, I am happy. So you are doubting my identity again, is that why you are like this? From the beginning to now, I have never stopped doubting your identity. Why is it again? Su Yan frowned and looked at him dissatisfiedly, guessing his mood. Mo Nanza didn't want to see her distressed and uneasy look. He comforted her, don't think about it, I'm not unhappy. I'm very excited, but I need some time to digest the shock and shaking you brought me, understand? Su Yan shook her head. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Go to bed quickly. Mo Nanza pointed to the clock on the wall, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Su Yan sighed, I can't sleep. Mo Nanza's eyes flashed an imperceptible heat, and his voice became low. How about we do something that consumes energy when I come out of the shower? As soon as he finished his words, Su Yan immediately closed her eyes and was ashamed. I was sleepy. Mo Nanza squeezed his lips bitterly and slowly stood up. Looking at Su Yan's rejection of his husband and wife's sex life, he felt a little lost. Who on earth is she protecting herself for? He went into the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, the light in the room had been dimmed, and Su Yan also lay down and fell asleep. He lay on the big bed, and there was a distance between Su Yan. In the past, even if he slept in a big bed with Su Yan, he could sit still and would not have any affection and desire. Now, he feels that his body is getting more and more out of control, and the desire for her body in his heart is getting stronger and stronger. It's another sleepless night. Early the next morning, the warm sunshine poured down on the balcony. So-Yan rubbed her hazy eyes and woke up from her sleep. At this time, the seat beside her was empty, with only a thin quilt folded square. Monanza was gone, and her heart became empty. This feeling is very uncomfortable. So-Yan got up and brushed her teeth, wiped her face with a wet towel, changed into a set of casual clothes, and went to the door in a long dress. As soon as she walked out of the room, she met Bai Jingqiu, who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Bai Jingqiu leaned against the wall, his hands overlapped in front of his chest, and his standing posture was a little sly. So-Yan was stunned and frowned at her. The corners of Bai Jingqiu's mouth rose up, and his tone was light, "TSK TSK TSK. It's amazing. You have now become a big celebrity of the military battle group." So-Yan didn't care what she said. She said lightly, "You don't have to wait. He is not in the room." Bai Jingqiu snorted coldly, "Who said I was looking for Brother Ze? I'm waiting for you." So-Yan was stunned. Bai Jingqiu is looking for her. That must not be a good thing. I don't know what tricks they are playing. Chapter 46, Who dares to touch my Monanza woman? So-Yan didn't give her a good face and asked coldly, "What's the matter with me?" Bai Jingqiu shrugged his shoulders. "It's not fast or slow. It's nothing. I just want to ask you when you plan to divorce Brother Ze." So-Yan walked past her, "And we didn't plan to divorce." Bai Jingqiu snorted coldly and rushed to So-Yan, opening his arms like a dog blocking the road. "Do you really regard yourself as a general's wife? I don't want to think about your identity. I lost the face of Brother Ze when I said it. The person I like is me. You are just a third party who interfered in our relationship." So-Yan endured and explained to her with the cultivation she should have. 3 years ago, Grandma once asked Monanza to marry me. Monanza should have been waiting for you at that time, so he refused Grandma's request." Bai Jingqiu was stunned. So-Yan continued, "Later, you came back. Before I married Monanza, you came back for a year, right? If he likes you, why doesn't he marry you? Instead, he will marry me? That's..." Bai Jingqiu was speechless. So-Yan added, "That's because he has no intention of marrying you." Bai Jingqiu stamped his feet in a hurry, "You're talking nonsense. If he still loves you, he will definitely divorce me and marry you." Bai Jingqiu clenched his fists tightly, his face was so angry that his face sank, and he gritted his teeth. "He said he liked you." No, So-Yan told the truth, only hoping that this woman would not be entangled again. Hearing this answer, Bai Jingqiu was very proud. "I think so. Normal men don't want to wear rotten shoes." So-Yan took a deep breath. "If you are bitten by a dog, you can't bite back, can you? It's tiring to say one more word to such an unqualified person." So-Yan ignored her, walked past her and entered the elevator. Bai Jingqiu followed So-Yan into the elevator. The door closed, So-Yan pressed the first floor, stood straight, and looked up at the number of the elevator. Bai Jingqiu leaned against the edge of the elevator like a soft bone, and a touch of gloom flashed in his eyes. "Where are you going?" So-Yan didn't answer her question. Bai Jingqiu deliberately used words to stimulate, "Can't stand the loneliness, go out to find a man." So-Yan clenched her fist faintly, and there were bursts of pain in the wound of her palm. She tried her best to endure. "Bai Jingqiu, I hope you can pay attention to your words and don't overdo it." Bai Jingqiu raised his eyebrows and sneered, "I'm just telling the truth." So-Yan's chest was stuffy and painful. The education and quality of a famous family like Bai Jingqiu is not involved in the education and quality she should have. On the contrary, she is arrogant, barbaric, and vicious. It really upsets her. The elevator opened, and So-Yan walked out faster. When crossing the middle hall, Bai Jingqiu suddenly trotted to catch up with So-Yan, grabbed her arm, leaned against her ear, and said a few words. So-Yan's face turned pale in an instant. She couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her directly. Bang! A crisp slap sounded. So-Yan slapped Bai Jingqiu, but the wound in the palm of her hand was as painful as tearing. Her eyes were full of tears, and her whole body trembled slightly with anger. After being beaten, Bai Jingqiu was not only not angry, but also showed a strange and cold smile. When So-Yan saw Bai Jingqiu's sinister look, she became more and more panicked, so she ran out faster. Bai Jingqiu was reluctant to chase behind. So-Yan ran out of the lobby on the first floor, and there were 6 steps at the door. Under the steps, 2 guard soldiers are turning their backs to them. The next second, Bai Jingqiu had come to So-Yan, held her wrist and pushed her hard. "Don't!" Bai Jingqiu screamed in horror, and then rolled down the stairs. She rolled down fiercely and finally hit the stone statue under the steps. Bai Jingqiu's forehead bled instantly. "Killing!" Bai Jingqiu cried and climbed to the side of the soldier, terrified. "Help me, So-Yan is going to kill me." The soldier hurriedly helped Bai Jingqiu up and looked at the lady on the steps at a loss. So-Yan was dumbfounded and speechless to the extreme. Falsely accuse her again and again. By Jinchu's tricks, she has been taught many times, but she didn't expect them to be more cruel. Bai Jinchu covered his bleeding forehead, hid behind the soldier and trembled, crying pitifully, "Call the police for me quickly, Suye is going to kill me." At this time, more and more people were watching. Everyone knows Suye's identity, so they dare not talk nonsense or call the police. On the highway to the capital, after answering the phone, Chung Hao, the co-pilot, looked solemn and hurriedly turned to Monaza in the backseat and said, "Fifth Master, it's not good. Madam has an accident." The information in Monaza's hand is covered. "What's the matter?" The lady hurt Miss Bai, and Miss Bai called the police officer to arrest her. Monanza clenched his fists, his face suddenly changed, and he turned around in front of him. Chung Hao looked at the time, but immediately, Monanza was furious. Yes. No one dares to disobey orders. After half an hour, Monanza's car only took 15 minutes to return to the military battle group. Outside the dormitory building, it was full of people. The two factions are facing each other with guns. The soldiers in black uniforms protected Suyan tightly. The police officers in brown police uniforms also showed no weakness and aggressively wanted to arrest people. Chief Liu said, "If you are engaged in national defense weapons, you should do your weapons well. Injuring people is a criminal case, which is under our control." The soldier looked serious and scolded angrily, "Without the order of the fifth master, no one can take his wife away from us." Bai Jinchu stamped his feet angrily and pointed at a group of soldiers and scolded, "Are you blind? I am the woman you fifth master loves the most. We are childhood sweethearts. We grew up together and are more close than our relatives. Now, Suyang wants to kill me, and I should be the one you want to protect." The soldiers couldn't listen to these words. They were stubborn. The fifth master had ordered that when he was not there, he must protect the lady well and never let her slip. Suyang stood behind the soldier with a sense of security. Hearing what they said, she was very moved. Chief Liu glanced at Bai Jinchu's injury, and then looked at the strength of the soldiers of the military battle group to protect the master. He was very unhappy. Chief Liu gave an order, "Whoever dares to resist, I will be caught back and punished together." All the policemen pulled out the bumpers and raised their guns to prepare for battle. "Take your wife away." The soldier protected Suyan and retreated. Chief Liu was furious, "I want to leave, but I have no way." The soldier was full of anger and warned, "If you dare to hurt your wife, the fifth master will never let you go." Chief Liu didn't care about it and was full of arrogance. "I didn't like the surname Mo. This is my territory. As long as there is an illegal crime, I must take care of it. If I want to take this criminal away, whoever dares to stop him will die. It's time to draw a sword and a crossbow." A majestic and domineering voice came. "Who dares to touch my Monanza woman?" Chapter 47. The truth is invisible. Everyone followed the sound and looked over. Monanza looked angry and walked over quickly, followed closely by his left and right assistants Lu Qing and Chung Hao. The fifth master. The soldiers of the military battle group hurriedly saluted. When they saw Monanza appear, their morale also rose. Suyan, who was standing behind the soldier, had always been very calm. It could be seen that the moment Monanza appeared, her eyes were instantly wet. At this time, she was in a panic. She is not afraid of being falsely accused and doesn't care about other people's opinions. But she was afraid that Monanza would misunderstand her and hate her. Monanza had a strong aura and stood in front of Chief Liu, which was outstanding. He was upright and strong, and he was as strong as a mountain. Chief Liu's aura converged in an instant, and his attitude was a little gentler. "Fifth Master, now there are illegal crimes in the area under my jurisdiction. I am arresting criminals. I hope your people can collect the weapons and give them to me. Don't make it difficult for me to do it." Monanza glanced coldly at Bai Jinchu next to him. Bai Jinchu swallowed nervously, hurriedly squeezed out a few tears, and rushed to Monanza. "Brother Ze, Suya is going to kill me, woo. You have to help me take the lead." Monanza stretched out his hand and supported Bai Jinchu's forehead to prevent her from approaching. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. Seeing this, Lu Qing and Chung Hao immediately stepped forward and stepped back with Bai Jinchu. Bai Jinchu cried, "Wu, Brother Ze, Suyan is going to kill me. You are righteous and you are fierce. You are deeply righteous. You can't favor the murderer." Suyan was at a loss. She wanted to explain to Monanza, but she was speechless and couldn't speak Bai Jinchu's mouth at all. Chief Liu sneered, "I also have a deep sense of justice and righteousness, so I must take this criminal away today." Monanza's deep cold eyes sank slightly, and he ordered in a serious tone, "Bai Jinchu, withdraw the case." Bai Jinchu wiped her tears pitifully and shook her head timidly. "Brother Ze, I can't. Suyan wants to kill me. I must send her to prison." "I didn't." Suyan's aggrieved voice suddenly came. Monanza followed the voice and looked at Suya. Suya's tears flashed. The tenacity and weakness in her eyes formed a clear impact, and she stood anxiously on the side. Once upon a time, if someone dared to hurt Bai Jinchu's hair, he would never let him go. The girl he has been guarding with his life since he was a child. Now, the taste has changed. This feeling actually transferred to Su Yan. Seeing the tears in Su Yan's eyes, Mo Nanza's heart softened. Give an order, Lu Qing, adjust the monitoring. Before Lu Qing responded, Chief Liu took the lead in saying, I have seen the surveillance. In the lobby, the murderer slapped Miss Bai. As for the surveillance at the door, it was broken. Broken? Mo Nanza said coldly, none of the machines in our group are broken. Chief Liu looked confused. Mo Nanza said word by word, Lu Qing, send the engineers of the program department to bring the equipment. Yes. Lu Qing turned around and left. Mo Nanza's majestic voice rose again, Chang Hao. Fifth Master, I'm here. Chang Hao came forward. Bring me a chair. Yes. Chang Hao turned around and left. Chief Liu smiled. The Fifth Master doesn't have to be too polite. I always do things fairly. Mo Nanza couldn't listen to a word. Chang Hao came over with a chair. Chief Liu and Yang Yusa would mistakenly continue, it's useless for you to be polite to me. I still have to deal with the case, and the person I want to catch must be caught. Mo Nanza, send it to your wife. Chang Hao, yes. Chief Liu was stunned by embarrassment. Bai Jingqiu was dumbfounded and watched Chang Hao come to Su Yan with a chair and asked her to sit down. Even Su Yan was a little flattered. Bai Jingqiu was so angry that he stamped his feet. Brother Le, I was the one injured. Do you still have a heart? Mo Nanza was deaf. In an instant, several program engineers came with equipment. As soon as the computer was put on, the projector was connected, the monitoring video was exported, and the repair was immediately carried out on the spot. Lu Qing slowly walked to Chief Liu and introduced confidently, our military battle group has the highest technical level of procedures in the northern country. Engineers, even the most complex missile data deviations can be easily repaired, not to mention the surveillance video. At this time, the most panicked was Bai Qingqiu next to him. She covered her forehead, fell weakly on the shoulder of a soldier, and shouted softly, Brother Ze, I can't do it. I have a headache. Can you take me to the hospital quickly? Mo Nanza was silent, like a tall pine and cypress, as steady as a rock, standing still. A few minutes later, the engineer calmly said, Fifth Master, the repair is successful, and you can vote. Throw. There was a sound of Mo Nanza throwing on the ground. The projector shot directly into the white wall in the lobby. The light in the lobby is relatively dim, and the picture of Su Yan and Bai Jingqiu walking out of the elevator appeared on the projection screen. Bai Jingqiu pestered Su Yan endlessly and said something in her ear. Su Yan didn't say a word, turned around and slapped her. Seeing this, Bai Jingqiu cried again and pointed at Su Yan and scolded her. She was so cruel that she slapped me inexplicably. Everyone present was stunned. Only Mo Nanza, his face became more and more ugly, and his deep eyes shifted to Su Yan's injured hand, with a faint trace of pity. If she slaps it, her wound will crack. How painful will it be? The last time I saw her hit someone, it was Su Qian who sold her. Then, the picture turned to the door. Bai Jingqiu was pushed downstairs by Su Yan. Bai Jingqiu pointed to the picture and cried again, Woo woo. You all saw it, right? The evidence is conclusive. She is the murderer who pushed me down. Although the 6 steps are not high, she plotted to hurt my heart, at least it was a crime of intentional injury, right? Chief Liu coughed gently twice and walked to Mo Nanza, looking a little mean. Fifth Master, now, do you have nothing to say? Mo Nanza really has nothing to say to him. Mo Nanza ordered fiercely, reverse, slow down 10 times. Bai Jingqiu was so angry that he stamped his feet. Brother Ze, what on earth do you want to do? Su Yan sat in the chair nervously and looked at the screen. She kept pulling the strap in her hand and unknowingly loosened the strap. No one can stop Mo Nanza's majestic and inviolable momentum at this moment. The video is rewind and play 10 times slower. Every action is infinitely slowed down. As time went by, everyone was shocked by the reversal when they saw every frame of slow motion on the screen. Chief Liu's face was solemn and slightly embarrassed. In the picture, Bai Jingqiu deliberately held Su Yan's wrist and pushed it to her chest. Under the slow motion, he had no escape. Chapter 48 Guard Su Yan unconditionally. Bai Jingqiu's face turned pale and he was at a loss. Everyone present was angry when they saw that Su Yan was wronged, falsely accused and designed, and glared at Bai Jingqiu with indignation. Bai Jingqiu rushed to Mo Nanza, hugged his arm, and wiped his tears pitifully. Brother Ze, listen to my explanation. Mo Nanza shook her hand angrily. Go and explain to Chief Liu. Brother Le, I really didn't mean it. Lu Qing, see off the guests. Mo Nanza was as cold as ice. He put down his words and did not turn around and leave. Su Yan slowly stood up, her eyes full of excitement and reluctance, and quietly looked at Mo Nanza's handsome back. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry, and didn't say a word to her. Lu Qing walked to Chief Liu with a tough attitude. Chief Liu, please take your people and the murderer who falsely accused our wife and leave the group together. Bai Jingqiu hurried to Lu Qing, sobbed and begged for mercy. Lu Qing, talk to Brother Ze and give me a chance to explain. Lu Qing frowned and said unhappily, Miss Bai, the 5th Master has just asked you to withdraw the case and has already given you a chance. You don't cherish it. Bai Jingchu was suddenly speechless. Chief Liu held his breath and ordered angrily, shut down. The next second, all the police officers put away their weapons and left. Lu Qing deliberately raised his voice to remind Chief Liu, remember to take Miss Bai with you. Chief Liu looked back at Bai Jingchu and looked unhappy. He turned back, grabbed her arm, and went back to the police station with me for investigation. Bai Jingchu's ferocious eyes shot at Su Yan, unwilling to be caught, and left. Cheng Hao walked to Su Yan and bowed slightly. He looked at the time and explained in a hurry, Madam, I'm sorry. The fifth master has to arrive at the capital before noon, and he is going to take the plane now. Su Yan finally understood why he was so anxious to leave after dealing with the matter. It was her business that delayed Monanza's work. Su Yan quickly nodded. I'm sorry to disturb your work. I would like to thank your fifth master and apologize for me. Cheng Hao was stunned. Why are these two couples so polite? Okay. Cheng Hao responded, turned around and trotted behind Monanza. Lu Qing saw the policeman away and also walked to Su Yan. He whispered respectfully, Madam, the fifth master has always been punctual. This is the first time he has missed the promise, and it is the appointment of the Orthodox Lord, all for you. Hearing what he said, Su Yan felt extremely guilty and blamed herself. But I'm more worried. I'm worried that Monanza will be blamed by the Orthodox Lord. I'm sorry. Su Yan apologized to Lu Qing and was full of anxiety. Lu Qing smiled gently and said, Madam doesn't have to apologize. The fifth master will come back in the evening. After saying that, he rushed to Monanza. The employees of the military war group, who watched the whole incident, also came up to comfort Su Yan one after another, held in justice for her, and expressed their verbal and mental support for her. After thanking them one by one, Su Yan went back to the dormitory building and hid in the room. She wanted to go to the No. 5 scientific research building to see the two old professors and discuss the matter of Xingli liquid. But such an unpleasant thing happened in the morning, and she didn't have the heart to discuss academics anymore. Su Yan waited for Monanza all night. I was so tired that I fell asleep in a daze. In her sleep, she felt something touching her hand. She slowly opened her eyes, and what caught her eyes was Monanza's handsome and extraordinary side face. He lowered his head, stared at her hand deeply, and carefully rewrapped the strap for her. Su Yan's heart trembled slightly and throbbed inexplicably. Her fingers touched the man's thick and warm hand, and a numbness arose. It's not a dream. He came back after work. Su Yan felt that her heart was beating so fast that even her wrist artery hurt. Nanza, are you back? Su Yan's voice is light and confused. The soft voice flowed into Monanza's ears. The woman just called his name gently. His heart was like an electric shock. After a torrent, it was soft and weak. He didn't look up at her, afraid that he couldn't help but want to hug her. Well, I just came back. Monanza responded lightly and continued to tie her with gauze. The wound was a little bleeding. Did you take medicine? Su Yan lay motionless and looked sideways at her injured hand. Auntie came over and gave me medicine. What did Bai Jingchu say to you? Monanza's voice was low. Su Yan froze, and her face turned slightly pale, which was very heavy. Monanza frowned. Can't he say it? Su Yan slowly turned her head, and tears filled her eyes. I don't want to say anything. It's so uncomfortable. She didn't know how to face her past. She couldn't believe that she used to be so depraved and cold-blooded and did things that destroyed humanity. Bai Jingchu said that she had killed her own child and had fallen into an adult child who was 7 months pregnant. She is a murderer and a demonic woman. Monanza also guessed it, and didn't ask any more questions. It's not dawn yet. Let's sleep for a while. Monanza gently pushed her hand into the quilt. Su Yan secretly wiped her tears with her other hand, moistened her throat and asked in a low voice, are you really willing to send Bai Jingchu to prison? Monanza didn't care and said in disappointment, the Bai family won't let anything happen to her. She stayed at the police station for less than 24 hours. Su Yan frowned doubtfully and looked at a loss. Monanza stared at her gently and lay down beside her. Do you know the Bai family? Su Yan nodded. I know, the richest man in the northern country. Monanza, the economic status of the Bai family ranks in the top 10 of the world's richest people and is the richest man in China. Bai Jingchu's grandfather, Bai Zhen, has a deep friendship with the Orthodox Lord. Bai Zhen loves his granddaughter the most. How can he let Bai Jingchu have an accident? Su Yan also looked sideways at Monanza, blinking her apricot eyes curiously, looking forward to the follow-up. When Monanza saw Su Yan's gossip, he usually didn't like to talk too much, and couldn't help but want to share more with her. He sighed softly and continued, Bai Zhen loves his granddaughter very much, and at the same time, he is also very strict with her. Bai Jingchu has no childhood. She has been struggling on the road of learning since she was born. Mathematics, physiology, various languages, piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, astronomy and geography, many subjects that I have not even heard of, as tutors alone, as many as 100. Su Yan was shocked. Is her childhood still happy? Monanza sighed, I should be the only one who is happy in her childhood. Grandpa Bai also loves me very much, so every time I go out with Bai Jingchu, he will agree. At that time, Bai Jingchu was very excellent, cute and sensible. When she was 14 years old, she was admitted to a well-known foreign institution. Her parents and uncle took her abroad to settle down. Since then, we have cut off contact. 3 years ago, her parents died unexpectedly. When Bai Jin received the notice, he only saw 2 graves when he went abroad, and he didn't even see his son and daughter-in-law for the last time. Bai Jin now pins all his expectations on Bai Jingchu, but Bai Jingchu disappointed him. Su Yan understood his feelings for Bai Jingchu and asked distressedly, "Are you also disappointed in her?" Mo Nanza's deep eyes were solemn, and her tone became low. "I was also very disappointed. After leaving Bai Jin's strict care, she should have become what she is today." Su Yan looked at the gloomy light in Mo Nanza's eyes and could see that he really liked Bai Jingchu at that time. How much he liked him at the beginning, how sad he was now. Mo Nanza recalled the past and felt uncomfortable. He slowly closed his eyes, and his mood became more and more depressed. The spring breeze slowly blew into the balcony, brushed the curtains, and also disturbed Su Yan's heart. Chapter 49 Itchy, the heart is also itchy. 4 o'clock in the morning. At the gate of the police station, everything was silent. Bai Jingchu followed Bai He out of the police station and got into a luxury car. Bai Jingchu pulled his seat belt and had a bad attitude. He came so late. Did you mean it? Bai He looked disgusted. It took time to fly. Does Grandpa know? I know. Never mind him, send me to the military battle group. Bai He's hand holding the steering wheel became harder, and the blue veins on his neck rose, word by word, "I warn you again, don't touch her." Bai Jingchu stared at Bai He angrily. "It was because you were kind-hearted and reluctant to kill her that you caused me so much trouble." Bai He smiled coldly and said sarcastically, "The pheasant is always a pheasant. No matter how much time you give you special training, you can't become a phoenix." Bai Jingchu gritted his teeth. "Bai He, what do you mean? In 2 years, you can't even learn her skin. She likes to cry and spoil Mo Nanza. That's because she was young at that time, and she should have restrained herself when she grew up. You are good. There is no degree at all." Bai Jingchu was so angry that he clenched his fists and looked at him ferociously. "There are countless men I have seduced like carp crossing the river, and few of them can escape from my hand." Bai He sneered and started the car to leave. While driving, he reminded, "Don't seduce Mo Nanza with your previous vulgar and dirty means. He is different from other men. If you do this, it will only be counterproductive." Bai Jingchu put down the seat and rudely folded his legs on the front of the car. Bai He caught a glimpse of her vulgar behavior and looked away with disgust. Bai Jingchu asked angrily, "Why didn't you tell me before that she can draw, understand multiple languages, and now help Mo Nanza solve the problem of the Chemical Research Institute? How much does she know?" Bai He sneered, "How profound and immeasurable her knowledge is, and I don't know the whole picture. Didn't you watch her uncle grow up? After going abroad, she was accepted by the most famous institution in China. Like her parents, I only see her once a year. We don't know what honors she has won, what knowledge she has learned, and where she works. She is too busy and difficult to contact. If we hadn't met once a year, we would have suspected that she had evaporated from the world." Bai Jingchu squinted his cold eyes and shot fiercely into the distance. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "If I don't get rid of her, Mo Nanza will fall in love with her sooner or later." Bai He couldn't hear what she was muttering and warned in a serious tone, "Don't think about her anymore, or I won't let you go." "Bai Jingchu, have you forgotten the task given to you by the organization?" Bai He was silent. "Bai Jingchu, do you need me to remind you?" Bai He reposted, "Help you become Mo Nanza's wife, sneak into the military battle group, steal more secrets of the northern country, find out the whereabouts of the fog, and find more light elements." Bai Jingchu sneered, "It seems that you haven't forgotten." Bai He turned the steering wheel, braked, stopped, turned around and strangled Bai Jingchu's neck. His eyes under his glasses were extremely ferocious and evil. "There was no requirement to kill Xiao Wen in my mission. If you dare to touch her again, I will kill you first." Bai Jingchu was pinched and his face turned purple. He struggled in pain and wanted to die. At the last moment, Bai He let go of her. She coughed violently, took a deep breath in pain, panicked, and didn't dare to say anything more to anger Bai He. Bai He continued to drive as if nothing had happened. He said indifferently and slowly, "You can't go to the military war group anymore. Dad asked me to send you back to the Bai family. Also, never let her appear in front of my parents." "Why?" Bai Jingchu asked timidly. Bai He snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Mrs. Mo is the best example. The elderly generally look at people by intuition, so they don't care how much evidence and scientific evidence you have. Even if you show them the DNA report and those seamless evidence, the old man will not believe in science." Bai Jingchu didn't care. The old immortal thing of the Mo family was stupidly confused because of Alzheimer's disease. Bai He glanced coldly at the woman beside him. He feels very uncomfortable. Some people are naturally excellent. No matter how unsightly the background conditions are given to her, she can shine and be charming wherever she goes. But some people are born to be cheap embryos. No matter how well and expensive the packaging is, it is difficult to cover up her vulgar nature. God, right. So Yan felt that the side of her chest was itchy and uncomfortable. She tossed and turned, trying to scratch it with her hand, but she couldn't scratch it because of the gauze cover. Mo Nanza was awakened by her movements. While he was half asleep and half awake, he looked sideways at the restless Su Yan. His voice was magnetic and low, gentle and delicate. Yang Yang, what's wrong with you? The intimacy that blurted out made Su Yan completely awake, and she stared at him nervously with wide eyes. The four eyes looked at each other, and the ambiguous affection spread instantly between the waves of the eyes. Mo Nanza also reacted, and the tenderness hidden in her consciousness was accidentally leaked. He cleared his throat awkwardly and sat up. Are you uncomfortable? Su Yan nodded, and the itching made her feel very uncomfortable. She frowned and whispered in a soft and weak voice, it's so itchy. She is a normal expression. Mo Nanza's body shook. Her sentence was sweet, greasy and soft and itchy, like a lightning current, which went straight to his whole body, and his lower abdomen instantly swelled and became hot, and his heart was itchy and uncomfortable. He swallowed his saliva in a monkey's heart, his voice was out of tune, and his eyes were hot. Looking at her, where is itchy? Su Yan looked suspiciously at his sexy throat knot sliding up and down, a little puzzled. She pointed to the wound on the side of her chest, which was so itchy. Mo Nanza tried to calm himself down and said lightly, it may be that the wound is scabbed, or it may be that the wound is worse. Let me see. Su Yan was stunned. Mo Nanza frowned, I can't see it. It's not very convenient. Su Yan blushed and was inexplicably shy when she thought that the position was a little awkward. At this time, Mo Nanza was more worried about her injury and had no other thoughts. It's just a woman's waist. What's the big deal? He is not so lustful yet. Mo Nanza's attitude is a little more serious. I'm your husband. How long are you going to guard me? Su Yan was nervous, I didn't defend you, I just felt embarrassed and shy. What's more, I'm also afraid that you will dislike my dirty body. Su Yan swallowed all the words into her stomach and was silent for a few seconds, with an impulse to break the jar and fall. She sat up, turned her back to Mo Nanza, and lowered her head to unbutton her pajamas. Chapter 50 Lustful and Beautiful Life and Fragrance. Mo Nanza watched her untie her clothes. From this moment on, his body and mind were like a wild horse unbridled, no longer under control. The next visual impact made him feel more lively than ever before. The pajamas slipped off Su Yan's shoulder and stuck on her slender waist. Her thick long hair is scattered over her shoulders, and her smooth back is faintly visible. Her curves are soft and beautiful, white and pink. Just a naked back, it is as deadly and seductive as a poppy flower, beautiful and lustful. For Mo Nanza, it is simply a kind of torture enjoyment. Su Yan gently pushed her long hair to the front of the side with her backhand. At that moment, the whole seductive back was exposed in front of his eyes. His eyes were hot and his mouth was dry. Is he crazy to help her check the wound? Su Yan moved slowly, her hands wrapped behind her, her fingertips gently hooked, and the underwear button was loosened. Mo Nanza's heart also trembled as if it had been struck by lightning. The blood flowed backwards, and the burning sensation spread from the lower abdomen to the whole body, ready to move. His breathing became chaotic, he became rapid and thick, and his heart suddenly fluctuated. Every frame of a woman's action of raising her hands and feet is the deadly rhythm of seductive crime. Su Yan didn't know how painful, tormented and tortured the man behind her was at this time. She just wants to show him the wound. After the underwear strap was loosened, she pressed her hand on her chest to fix the underwear so that it would not fall off. Then she gently raised her hand and turned the wound to him sideways. Then take a look for me. Su Yan was ashamed and whispered. Mo Nanza opened his mouth slightly to breathe. He felt that he was about to be burned to death by desire, and the feeling of bloating made him almost go crazy. When Su Yan turned sideways, he almost saw the whole picture of her body. Because she pressed her underwear with her hand, the snow-white abundance squeezed out a little from the edge of the pink underwear. This kind of visual impact of pure lust is undoubtedly the most deadly temptation for a normal man. He swallowed his saliva, squeezed his dry lips and tongue, and his fingers trembled slightly. He pushed away the underwear strap, and then carefully lifted the gauze on the side of Su Yan's chest. He saw the wound cut from the side of the plump chest to the back of the waist, which happened to be the place where the underwear strap was pressed. Fortunately, it had scabbed. It scabbed. Mo Nanza muttered, completely out of tune, so hoarse that he could hardly hear his voice. I'll get you some antipruritic cream. Mo Nanza quickly got out of bed and left. He walked in a hurry, closed the door loudly. And his back was very flustered, more like running away. Su Yan saw his anxious back passing by in an instant, and it had disappeared into the room. She was stunned. I had to carefully paste the gauze and put on my clothes. 10 minutes later, the door was knocked. Su Yan tidied up and went to open the door. Chung Hao stood outside the door, holding a bottle of ointment in his hand. Madam, this is the antipruritic cream that the fifth master asked me to give you, which is good for scab wounds. Su Yan was suspicious. What about him? The fifth master took Lu Jing and his brothers out to exercise. Su Yan looked back at the clock on the wall. It's only past 5 o'clock, the sun hasn't come out yet, and the fog hasn't cleared yet. Are you going to exercise so early? Okay, thank you. Su Yan took the plaster and thanked her politely. Su Yan closed the door and looked at the plaster in her hand. She was still confused. I just feel that Monanza is a little abnormal today. This morning, Su Yan didn't see Monanza come back. Lunch was also delivered by Chang Hao. Su Yan asked curiously, you fifth master went out in pajamas. Why didn't you come back to change your clothes for a long time? Chang Hao, after exercising, the fifth master took a shower in the collective bathroom of the No. 2 dormitory building, changed his work clothes and went to work. He asked me to deliver food to my wife. He won't come back to accompany you to dinner today. Su Yan, what's wrong with him? Chang Hao was also confused. He didn't know. He must be very busy. After thanking Su Yan, she closed the door. Dinner is served by Lu Qing. Late at night, it was the milk sent by Cheng Hao. Madam, the fifth master is very busy tonight. He won't go back to the dormitory to sleep. He asked you to rest early. Su Yan. The next day, at noon, Su Yan finished reading all the books in the dormitory and had nothing to do. She wanted to see Monanza, but she was afraid of disturbing his work. She wanted to go to the No. 5 scientific research building to chat with several professors. When she was struggling in the room, the door was knocked. It should be Monanza's special assistant here again. Su Yan hurried to open the door. The door opened, and a strange man stood outside, wearing the escort uniform of the military battle group. Hello, madam. Men bow politely. Those who can freely enter and exit the dormitory building should be personnel within the military battle group. Hello. Su Yan nodded politely. The man said respectfully, the fifth master asked me to pick up my wife to building 6. He has something to do with you. What does building number 6 do? Su Yan asked doubtfully. It's the programming department. Programming department? Su Yan thought for a moment, then closed the door and followed the man out. The two walked out of the dormitory building, and the 2 soldiers at the door bowed to the man. Hello, deputy captain. The deputy captain nodded. Well, the fifth master asked me to take my wife to building No. 6. It's so close that you don't have to send her. Yes. The 2 soldiers spoke in Sun. It turned out to be the deputy captain. Su Yan no longer doubted and left with peace of mind. Su Yan followed the man for a long time. She glanced at the surrounding environment. The road was narrow, there were more bushes on both sides, and there were no high-rise buildings in front of her. Su Yan stopped and was stunned. The deputy turned to look at her. Madam, why didn't you leave? The more Su Yan thought about it, the more wrong it became. She knew the location of building No. 5, so building number 6 should be near building No. 5. Why do you go in the opposite direction? Su Yan ignored the problem of the deputy team. She hurriedly took her mobile phone and dialed Monanza's number. She stepped back nervously and looked at the man in front of her vigilantly. Only once the bell rang, Monanza connected. What's the matter? Monanza asked in a gentle tone. Su Yan was in a tight mood and said in a hurry, did you send someone to pick me up? When Monanza heard it, his voice became extremely tense. No, where are you? Su Yan looked around and stated at the fastest speed, there is a brown wooden house here. Monanza was very anxious, and his voice was full of uneasiness. Run west, quickly. There are soldiers standing guard 100 meters away. The next second, the mobile phone in Su Yan's ear was taken away by the deputy team, and he hung up the phone. Su Yan turned around and ran away. The deputy's voice was high and angry. Su Yan, you betrayed the organization. Do you think you can escape? Su Yan's heart suddenly twitched, stopped her steps, turned around in astonishment, and looked at the man behind her with a puzzled face. The deputy smiled evilly and did not get close to Su Yan. The distance between them was a safe, which made Su Yan less afraid. He said lightly, the organization has carefully cultivated you for so many years, trying to get you close to Monanza, steal the national defense secrets of the northern country, investigate the whereabouts of the fog, and steal the light elements. You actually betrayed the organization. Not only did you not complete the task, but you also want to pretend to be real. Su Yan was shocked and stunned, and her voice trembled and asked, am I a member of the shadow organization?